There we wanted to. Oh my god, my mic was muted the whole time. Oh my gosh. I am so glad you said something, Deathforged. Hey everybody. Hey everybody, how you doing? So I I've been muted and I'm sorry about that. Um yeah. So I hope yeah, I feel real bad because I just had like a really good heartfelt intro for like four. I was just talking like from the heart for like 4 minutes, and then I found out that the mic is muted. So thank you, Deathforge. The things that I was talking about was shout out to Chaos Ball, who watches these live streams, even though they're not live, and he had left me a message the other day going like, hey, where's the latest live stream? And it was delayed because of a copyright strike. And I was just explaining the whole deal. And like here's an explanation of one. So I actually got a copyright strike because I'm trying to get my channel partnered eventually, right? That's the goal. One of them anyway. And I was looking at like where are all my copyright strikes and stuff. How many do I get? Does every video have it? What am I doing wrong? And apparently I got dinged for the music. I got dinged for the music being used in the GQ video of learning how to trim or shave your beard or whatever. Now that makes sense because GQ would be the type of production where they would just buy a membership to a place that has a huge library that they could use on here that they can feel like they're using a premium product or whatever. So it makes sense that I'd get dinged from from something like this. What doesn't make sense is getting well. It didn't make sense at the time, but I did get dinged for watching a movie trailer, and you'd think that people would want the people making the movie trailer would want people to watch the movie trailer, so people would watch the movie that they made. But the movie did not do well. They spent $8 million on it, and it only made $1 million at the box office. So I assume that they're being a little more itchy on the trigger finger with copyright because they don't want their movie to be made fun of, because it's like I don't think anybody would argue with me that making a multiple hour long video dissecting and critiquing a movie, that's kind of like the fashionable thing to do. Red Letter Media pioneered the whole thing with their Star Wars with their Star Wars I guess documentary, their Star Wars review, right? Because they used the prequels to show like, hey, this is kind of like bad writing, lazy filmmaking, that kind of stuff. And then he used the prequels as an example of what you should do. And it became so popular, it actually changed the whole cultural zeitgeist. And that entire style of critique and stuff is now like very, very dominant in the medium. Very, very much so. And you just and there's people making great stuff. Like there's Critical Drinker, there's let's see what else. Critical Drinker, Disparu, It's a Gundam, Echo Chamberlain, Working Jellyfish, Red Letter Media, and everybody else just kind of makes stuff. Yeah. Those are the guys. I like the type of content that these folks make. I think I don't want to make that type of content because I think some of it is kind of like outrage bait. I freely admit. But these guys are doing what they got. It's weird being a creator these days. I can tell that like people like Critical Drinker and It's a Gun, they have a lot of talent. I can also tell that like they're chasing the trends because they're playing the game. They're playing that top tier YouTube game, where you gotta follow the news cycle and work with the algorithm and all that kind of stuff. I guess we kind of did that with the Skyrim music video. We'll have to keep promoting it. And then hopefully we'll get a couple more music videos on here. We can get a little following going on. Okay. Well, let's update the agenda here. Let's also update. So this is going to be Cyberpunk. Middle monitor. There we go. Okay, so I back to the grind, back to the job hunt. If you folks know anybody that's hiring for like a remote worker, I'm a really good operations / project / program manager. I'm a quick learner. I like to work. I like to make things more efficient. You know anybody hiring? Let me know. I'd very much like to work again. Yeah, it's weird for me to be unemployed this long. It doesn't feel good. That's why we're gonna spend the next 2-3 hours applying for jobs. And finding a job in 2025, y'all, it's just crazy. It's weird. It's very, very different from when I was finding a job years and years ago. And sadly, I don't know a lot of people. I used to know a lot of people, be able to get the inside Iggy. I don't know. My problem is I don't use social media. I need to start. But let's go ahead and check out the Cyberpunk documentary. This is by Never Knows Best, and I don't know if he does know best, but that's quite the claim to authority right there. But we really have enjoyed this guy's content. He's done a really good job on some of his videos. He's not perfect. He can make a really good point at the very beginning of a section and then spend the next hour and a half or maybe not hour and a half, that's maybe like anywhere between the next 20 to 45 minutes just reinforcing that point over and over again, and it's a little redundant. But I would like to see what he has to say about Cyberpunk 2077. I'm going to withhold what I have to say about Cyberpunk 2077. Like I really, really want to like it. But I think if there's not a better example of the current state of the games industry than Cyberpunk 2077, and from so many different angles. The way it was launched, the way it's kind of cleaned itself up, the stuff that's lacking from it. It's really telling to me that like your quote unquote cyberpunk game. The hacking mini game in there is a rather simpler number puzzle. I really just can't get over that. It's just such a big glaring thing to me. I mean, they even had Shadowrun, Genesis. Decker. Yeah, look. And Shadowrun for the Sega Genesis. Like, see, you get this top-down isometric, you walking around and stuff. And then when you hacked into things, look. See, you hack into cyberspace. And like, here's your kit loadout on your cyber deck. See, now you've got like a different see, like you're flying through cyberspace, and you like got this little different battle system. Like, isn't this cool? Like, why couldn't we have had something like this for Cyberpunk 2077? I'm not saying this with the 16-bit graphics or even this with like the game in any way. Just why? Why did we have it? Why was there a number puzzle? Let's do. Understand the screen. How? What do you mean? Like.
Back. So Cyberpunk 2077 is finally out, and they've got a lot of these hacking sections in the game. A lot of them are optional, but some of them aren't. So if this screen is sort of confusing to you, I'm going to be showing you how to handle those anytime you...
If this screen is confusing to you, you might not be a gamer.
See them. They look like this in your game world, and then you can see it on the map in the corner. They look just like this. There's a lot of them inside, like enemy bases and hideouts and stuff like that. And whenever you do them, you'll get sequences on the side like this. Sometimes they'll be longer, sometimes they'll be shorter. And sometimes, like in this one, you won't be able to do the last one as easily as the top two, because sometimes you'll be missing the sequence that they want. But in the corner here, you'll have a timer. As soon as you click your first number, that timer will start going down. But that timer should never be a problem for you, as you can kind of just pre-decide components and more. But then this one on the right, that is also 55 side, but I'm still actually trying to do data mine v3, because you always want to try and do 3. It's the best of the ones you can do. So even if it's a 4-digit one, there should always be a way to do it. You just have to try and find it. So I'm going to go 1C and then 55, 1C, BD. Just like that, I complete v3, and you see you get legendary quick hack components, rare, epic, and uncommon, and you usually get a lot of money as well. You can get upwards of $1,000 from doing these, so you get breach protocol XP as well, so your hacking level goes up. You can get skill points from doing this, and you.
Okay. All right. Well, I've had my say. Let's check out the Cyberpunk review, and I'm gonna apply for some more gigs. Thanks for saying hi in the chat too, Deathforge. It's good. It's good to have you hanging out, man.
The rise of CD Projekt Red was unprecedented. In just 8 years, a small independent studio went from releasing their largely unnoticed debut game on an outdated and borrowed engine to releasing one of the most critically and commercially...
Oh, Phoebus is here too. That makes me feel great. We've got Deathforge was the first Patreon supporter. He will always have a special place in my heart for that. So thank you, Deathforge, you're the man. And then Phoebus has been a great friend throughout the different ages, from the age of hair to the age of beard. So, yeah. In fact, let me get this started. I need to get me a cup of coffee too while I kind of settle in and start applying for different places. Let me I can pull up my own live stream here. Yeah, there we go. All right, let me get this started. I'm going to update let me get my cup of coffee, and then we'll update the agenda.
Successful games of all time. After The Witcher 3's success, CD Projekt were catapulted into video game stardom, becoming one of the most beloved developers in the industry. Their fans were unwaveringly loyal, their reputation was impeccably pristine, and their stock price was rising rapidly. Fast forward to mid-2020 and they became Europe's most valuable video game company, having surpassed even industry heavyweight Ubisoft. For comparison, Ubisoft have published or developed a grand total of 784 video games. CD Projekt meanwhile had, at the time, made 3 Witcher games and a couple spin-offs. Their journey from a small Polish PC game distributor who struggled to find funding to create a single low-budget role-playing game to one of the largest gaming companies in the world off the back of only a few actually released games wasn't just unusual, it was literally something that had never happened before or since. Their rise was meteoric, and in 2020 CD Projekt sat on top of the video game world, seemingly untouchable and unrivaled. To say that people were excited for Cyberpunk 2077 is a bit of an understatement. I don't know if hype can be objectively measured. As far as I know, there's no such thing as a mathematically derived hype coefficient to make use of here, but I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Cyberpunk was probably the most eagerly anticipated video game in history. Of course, there were a few wobbles. Multiple delays, negative news coverage about work conditions, announcements of some unwanted additions, but make no mistake, Cyberpunk never seemed in danger of being derailed, and as the long-awaited release date finally drew near, excitement reached its boiling point. Hardware was upgraded, holidays were booked off work, and social commitments were eschewed, with hype levels off the charts, pre-order sales through the roofs, and records just waiting to be broken. And so, after all those years of announcements and expectations, of teasers and trailers, of waiting and anticipating, the Day of Judgment was finally here. And what could possibly go wrong? Bugs should have been expected. I mean, we're long past the age where big budget games come bug-free right out the box, particularly open world RPGs, but I don't think anyone anticipated the severity of the situation. It's like the difference between finding a single spider in your house compared to finding a whole swarm of them. Some bugs were relatively minor, and some could even be amusing, but others caused serious problems, and the frequency with which these issues occurred was far beyond even the lowest standards of the modern era. And it wasn't just bugs that were the issue. Questions were also raised over performance, with the previously announced system requirements seeming more than a little optimistic, but any slight disappointments over performance faced by PC players were nothing compared to what awaited those who purchased this game on last-gen consoles. One of the best reasons to play games on consoles instead of a PC is that consoles are reliable. You don't have to worry about whether your hardware is still up to the task of running a newly released game. The frame rate might be low, but it's usually quite stable, and you don't need to concern yourself with things like crashes. Instead, you can rest assured that at least you're buying something that's been optimized and tested to make sure it runs properly, that at least the game will work. I have to admit, as someone who plays mostly on PC, I honestly wasn't even aware that games running on consoles could crash. Until Cyberpunk. I haven't played this game on a console. I don't know how bad it was or still is, but the consequences of how this game ran on last-gen consoles speak for themselves. First came the fan outrage, quickly followed by an onslaught of memes, which then led into an apology from CD Projekt, followed by promises of refunds. What came next, however, was something nobody could have anticipated, as Sony responded by removing Cyberpunk from its digital stores entirely for both PlayStation 4 and 5 in what was an unprecedented move that even gaming's biggest disappointments hadn't been subjected to. Microsoft followed suit by adding a warning to their store page about performance issues, and as of recording this, Cyberpunk 2077, the biggest game of the year, still can't be purchased digitally for any of Sony's consoles. When it will return is still unknown, but things may not even stop here, as recent announcements suggest a class action lawsuit is being filed by company investors, and as this is unknown territory, who knows where we'll end up. One thing's for sure though, which is that for CD Projekt it's a disaster. The developer's previously soaring stock price has since plummeted, and regardless of how many copies Cyberpunk may have already sold, that's something which will have serious consequences for the company. The console situation is made even worse by the fact that CD Projekt only issued reviewers with PC codes, alongside a strict embargo, so that any issues with the console version were conveniently brushed under the rug and left as an unhappy little launch day surprise for the unexpected last-gen consumer. And they almost got away with their dastardly plan too, if not for one fatal flaw, which is that on release day, people were able to play the game themselves. Yeah, in retrospect you have to wonder how they didn't see that coming, or how this situation got to be quite this dire in the first place. And those are questions I'm sure many people have been asking these past weeks. The details of this situation are mostly unknown, although I'm sure people have theories and in time will attempt to provide explanations. Still, that's not what this video is about. There's been a lot of talk about CD Projekt these past weeks, but I want to focus on something else, which is the actual game. For a lot of discussion on Cyberpunk recently, the game and CD Projekt have been treated as one interconnected entity. Disappointment at the game leads to anger at the developer, and anger at the developer leads to disappointment with the game, and it's not unreasonable people react this way, but I've always been more interested in talking about games on the basis of the game itself, rather than any fan outrage, political discussion, or media frenzy that surrounds them. Still, I do want to be clear that what CD Projekt have done by misleading their audience, failing to deliver on promises, and mismanaging their studio is bad. And regardless of anything else I say in this video, these aren't things I wish to defend. But I also believe there's nothing wrong with separating the art from the artist, and in the whirlwind of expectations and emotions that have surrounded this game's release, that's something that hasn't always happened. So forget the controversy that surrounds this game. Forget the company that made it, forget what you were promised or what you expected, and let's focus on just one question. Is Cyberpunk 2077 actually any good? And if not, why not? Keep in mind, there will be spoilers. First things first, after all these news stories and fan reactions, and 100 hours of in-game time myself, one conclusion that seems obvious is that Cyberpunk 2077 feels unfinished. Bugs, poor optimization, cut content, broken promises, all these things happen even if we wish they didn't, but not to this extent. I can't offer a comparison to other notable disappointing games of recent years like Fallout 76, No Man's Sky or Anthem, because generally I do my best to avoid disappointing games. Jumping on the bandwagon to shit on the latest game that deserves to be shat on might be an easy way to gain views on YouTube, but it's still not something I have much interest in because life's short and I want to spend my time playing games I actually enjoy. Still, something I have done over the years is play a lot of early access games that appeal to my tastes. Games which might be low budget and janky, games that are only partway through their development, and games which are obviously unfinished and which the developers will happily admit that this is the case. And after 100 hours with Cyberpunk, it does seem a bit like an early access game. And I don't even mean that as an insult, regardless of how insulting it may sound. Cyberpunk just doesn't seem finished. It's full of bugs you'd expect wouldn't be difficult to iron out, systems that seem like placeholders that were one day meant to be replaced, and areas that look like they should have some kind of content that just hasn't been added to the game yet. It feels like playing an early access title. The thing is, some of my favourite games of the last decade have been early access games. That sounds a little like saying, but some of my closest friends are black, after being called out on a questionable choice of words, but really, I don't mind if a game seems unfinished in certain ways if it's good in others, and I also don't mind if a game is a little janky. Again, many of my favourite games have been janky and buggy, particularly at launch, and over the years I've played and enjoyed many a buggy RPG. In fact, I often find games I end up enjoying and respecting the most are those which are ambitious but flawed, as opposed to games that are polished but do little to stand out. And I've often found myself wishing that critics and fans would pay less attention to graphical fidelity and level of presentation of a title, because these often seem less important to me than other areas of game design. I say all this so you understand where I'm coming from, and because I think it's better to be upfront about my taste and past experiences before saying what I'm about to. Which is that I played Cyberpunk a lot, on what is, by Cyberpunk standards, a low-end PC, but the bugs and technical problems didn't ruin my experience. In fact, in some ways, their severity seems to have been exaggerated to me, because despite the fact that certain bugs or problems were very frequent, most of the bugs I personally encountered were also quite minor. I also found, much to my surprise, that in 100 hours playtime, I didn't have a single crash. I'm not sure to what extent this is me getting lucky, and the fact that console players have been getting crashes makes me even more bewildered, but I can only speak about the experience I've had, and that experience has been entirely crash-free, which would make the game more stable than most. I also feel I need to point out that despite doing every single side quest and gig in-game at least once, and many twice, I never encountered a single quest that I wasn't able to complete. As someone that's played a lot of RPGs over the years, that's pretty rare. I also never encountered a game-breaking bug, at least not one that I couldn't quickly fix by reloading the last autosave. The worst bugs I encountered were one time when my character's weapon permanently disappeared and nothing I did allowed me to use a weapon or interact with anything, one time when I got stuck behind Jackie in a doorway in an early story mission, one time my car got stuck and I couldn't exit it, one time an enemy car got stuck in the ground, which meant a quest didn't update, and one time when an enemy drone that I had to kill got stuck in the ground in a main story mission. In all of these occurrences, I had to reload the last save to resolve the issue, but as Cyberpunk frequently autosaves, these didn't seem like game-ruining issues. One of the most impactful bugs I encountered was with Wakako's phone dialogue. This character is one of the game's fixers, who gives you side quests, and there are many short conversations with them over the phone. But after some unknown point early on in the game, every single one of these conversations didn't play either the audio or subtitles correctly, meaning I was forced to miss the majority of these conversations. As for other bugs, they tended to just be annoying, but some were more annoying than others, and I certainly got sick of certain common issues, like seeing my character being shown as bald in mirrors, or enemy loot which can't be picked up. Still, the real problem with these minor bugs is that this is an immersive game with a heavy focus on narrative, and seeing characters walk through cars or lip animations fail to play pulls you straight out of the experience. These types of bugs occur so regularly that you'll find
Yeah, that is a big thing. Like, you don't want your immersion broken when you're trying to have this like highly immersive experience. You put them in first person. You have this HUD, and then you see somebody walk through the car. That's too bad. It's an ambitious game. Like I said, I don't hate it. But I don't like it either. I want to like it. That's the best way I can describe Cyberpunk 2077. I want to like it. But it just missed the mark. It really did. It just there's a bullseye, and maybe like there's the bullseye, and then there's like the first ring around it, and the second ring, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth, and they're like the second or third ring territory of the bullseye. Like they're more than one point off, if you get me.
find they show up during many important story scenes.
And I just, again, like I said, I want to like it. I see the amount of effort that went into it. I see there's good stuff in there. It's got a lot of good things going on with it. Particularly the mission where you're basically doing some sort of assault during a parade felt really, really great, because it really felt like you were in a city with millions of people. There were tons of people in the crowd. It wasn't like Oblivion, where you're supposed to be in the capital city and you see like 3 people like walking down the street at any given point in time. It wasn't like that. So they did a really good job with that and the atmosphere and stuff. And it's just a couple other things. They just didn't take any chances. They played it too safe, and it ended up just being meh.
And it's one thing when you're just messing around doing side activities and come across some weird visual glitch, but it's a great shame when you're invested in the storyline and a dramatic, impactful moment is interrupted by your character's pants failing to load and their mouth getting stuck in an open position. When bugs are this common, it also introduces a level of uncertainty over whether issues you encounter are the result of the game working as intended or because something is broken. During one side quest called Cold Mirage, you need to save a guy who's getting his brain fried when trying to access a
Oh hey, Big O Man 81, welcome to the stream. First time I've seen you say something in chat. Don't recognize the name, so welcome. We got. I hope you got a chance to check out the Skyrim music video. That was the last big thing that we've been working on. We're gonna start working on a Doom music video a little bit later today. Until then, we're hanging out. We're checking out this guy. I just discovered his channel about a week ago. His name's Never Knows Best, and he's done a really good job on a bunch of these long form video essays. He does these video essay documentaries. We watched. He did like the entire history of video games, the history of RPGs, the history of JRPGs. He's made a lot of really good points. There are sometimes in some of his videos where he'll ramble a bit, or he'll make a really good point at the very beginning, and then he'll spend anywhere between like 20 to 45 minutes reinforcing that really good point, and you can just skip ahead. But other than that, he makes some really good stuff. And yeah, I like I said earlier, I really want to like Cyberpunk 2077, so I'm very, very interested in his open-minded review here. We're checking this out. I got laid off like 2 months ago, and now I'm looking for another remote gig because I've got rent paid here for like a year, so I've got to find another remote gig. And not going to do that just sitting around. So right now we're checking out documentaries while I do some job hunting on various websites like Dice, ZipRecruiter, LinkedIn, that kind of stuff. I'm just your average Joe like everybody else. Just need a job. If you know anybody hiring, they're looking for like an operations manager, IT project manager, something like that. I'm your guy.
Cyberdeck. You can save this character by hacking into a nearby computer terminal, except when I tried to do this there was no option to hack the console, and I didn't see any other way to advance the quest. I assumed this was the result of a bug, and that I simply couldn't complete this quest until it was fixed. But many hours of game time later, I finally realised the reason I couldn't hack the terminal was because I had changed out my character's cyberware and no longer had a cyberdeck. One short trip to a Ripper dock later, and the quest was finished. But if bugs weren't so...
I'm also enjoying my very first cup of coffee. I believe Phoebus, who is also in the chat and watching with us and enjoying the stream with us, is on his first cup of coffee. So I don't know about you, but maybe you want to get a cup of coffee too. I mean, we're going to be doing this for a while.
so common in this game, I might have realised at the time what the problem was. Instead, bugs are so prevalent in Cyberpunk that they end up seeming like the most likely explanation for all problems of this type you encounter, and this example wasn't an isolated event. Being unsure whether the problem you face is the result of a bug, or if this is how the game is meant to be, harms the experience. It feels pointless searching every inch of an area looking for what you might have missed, when you can't be sure whether you missed anything at all, or whether the quest just bugged out and isn't updating. And so in Cyberpunk, bugs end up harming both story and gameplay, as they lead to wasted time, diminished immersion, and a cheapened narrative. And even as someone who might have got a little lucky overall, and has a high pre-built tolerance for bugs, I still found the game to be heavily brought down by the vast quantity of issues encountered. But it wasn't ruined. So what about everything else? One of the biggest areas of criticism for Cyberpunk has been over its role-playing elements. While the game is based off a Cyberpunk tabletop RPG, doubts were raised before it was even released over things like the direction implied by gameplay trailers, or the rebranding of the official Cyberpunk 2077 Twitter account, which removed mention of the term RPG in favour of the more generic sounding, open-world, action-adventure story. So you could say the writing was on the wall for this one, but really there was a much more obvious indicator for the level of role-playing people should expect from the experience, which was The Witcher 3. As this was the game which introduced many people.
I did like the fact in Cyberpunk 2077 that you did kind of pick a background and that gave you a continuous dialogue option to choose. So like I had my corpo background and I could like say and pick up on things related to like corpo plot thread stuff. I liked that. It was actually quite simplistic, and maybe that's what he's going to compare here, because CD Projekt Red has made like amazing RPGs with like The Witcher 3 and the way those storylines branch, and all that stuff is just amazing. So compared to the complexity of what we would be used to in say Witcher 3, that reduction in complexity in Cyberpunk 2077 is like noticeable, but it worked. It worked fine for me. It definitely needed to be expanded upon. I think they only really scratched the surface with it, but I think that sums up Cyberpunk 2077 in a nutshell. Is they scratch the surface, and that's about it.
To CD Projekt, and is likely the game that set expectations about what to expect from the role-playing of Cyberpunk 2077, it makes sense to me that in order to fairly analyse Cyberpunk as an RPG, that it be compared directly to its spiritual predecessor. So that's what I'm going to do for the rest of this segment. Spoilers, the results might shock you. Let's start with life paths. Your choice between Nomad, Street Kid or Corpo was promised to be an important decision that would significantly alter the experience, but this was a lie. While each path does have a different 30-minute prologue that tries to introduce your character's background and motivations, the prologues themselves feel like weak introductions to this world and are too short to feel especially meaningful. Once these prologues are over, the story will then follow the exact same path, regardless of your chosen background, with the only impact of the life path being one short optional side quest per path, and some semi-regular dialogue choices for the life path unique. This is not enough to make the original decision of which life path to choose feel important, and, as far as I can tell, the dialogue options will never unlock any new routes in quests, or have any other tangible impact on the experience except for just changing the flavour of what's said. For example, the Corpo option lets you unleash your inner Karen at certain times, and ask the occasional question that I guess is meant to reflect your greater insight into corporate ongoings, but that's about it. This is disappointing, and feels like considerably less than what was promised. I expected something similar to Dragon Age Origins, which has 6 origin stories, twice the number of Cyberpunk, and yet each comes with a considerably longer unique prologue that goes on to change the player's experience later in the game in a much more significant way. Still, to be fair to Cyberpunk, I did say this was a comparison with The Witcher 3, which had no life paths as Geralt, understandably, always has the same predetermined background. You can import or simulate a save file from The Witcher 2, but even the impact of this is very limited, really only altering the availability of one side quest as well as slightly changing a few bits of dialogue about past character fates. And so, as disappointing as Cyberpunk's life paths are, it's still somehow the winner in this particular area. 1-0 Cyberpunk. Moving on, we have dialogue. Both The Witcher and Cyberpunk feature regular dialogue choices, and it's through these kinds of options that many RPGs allow players to roleplay their character. Both of these games have a more limited selection of dialogue choices than many other RPGs, which makes sense because both games attempt to be cinematic and feature voiced protagonists, meaning creating scenes with radically branching dialogue requires more effort than, say, a game that delivers dialogue through static text boxes. So, options for role-playing through dialogue are a bit lacking in both. Likewise, the player only has limited input into the personality of both Geralt and V, which can diminish the degree to which each character feels like your character. This is more disappointing in the case of Cyberpunk because Geralt has always been a predefined character, whereas Cyberpunk features a brand new protagonist which in theory affords the writers more freedom for role-playing options. But this still isn't evidence of The Witcher being a deeper RPG, so this round ends up being a draw. For the record, I do think Geralt is the more enjoyable and likeable main character, but that's not what this comparison is about, so for now the score remains 1-0 Cyberpunk. Moving on, we have how the games handle narrative choice and consequence. While you make hundreds, if not thousands of dialogue choices in games like these, most of them have no real impact on the story and simply don't matter in the grand scheme of things. So now let's look at the few important choices that do. This factor can be a little difficult to compare between the two games simply because The Witcher 3 is longer, so it makes sense that it has more choices which impact its narrative. It can also be hard to know exactly which choices matter in these types of games, even after multiple playthroughs, as players won't always experience every outcome and games often employ more than a little smoke and mirrors in making their choices seem more meaningful than they are. Luckily though, people have already compiled checklists for each game that list all meaningful story choices, which can then be compared. I'm not going to summarise these lists as that would take too long, but feel free to check them out yourselves. Anyway, from playing both games more than once and checking these lists...
Oh, now this is funny. I'm also while I'm hunting for job hunting, I'm also clicking through, making sure my YouTube channel's in good standing. And there's a couple of copyright things that I need to address. And one of the things that I have to trim out, that I have to trim out from my live stream, excuse me. That's better. Is a trailer song from, I went to the Steam store page to look at Redfall, and the song that plays in the Redfall game trailer on the Steam store page is what caused the copyright strike. Wow.
My conclusion is that The Witcher 3 just about provides both more regular and more meaningful narrative choices. Cyberpunk does have its moments. For example, the early quest, the pickup, is really impressive. This chart shows the different ways this quest can go down, but there are further consequences of your decisions here, as your choices will determine whether Meredith lives or dies, which can open up an extra romance scene later, and you also have a choice about whether to save Brick, which impacts one of the later side quests where you can meet him again and avoid a combat encounter as a result. Most other quests aren't as impressive as this, but there are a few more good examples of choice and consequence, including how some choices are initially hidden by being—
I do want to go back and see that. There we go. Let's see, what did I do? So I met with Meredith. I took the chip. Kill voice screen dialogue. We didn't do that. Yeah, we played with the untouched chip, and then we ended up fighting Maelstrom. And then Meredith came out. So it looks like we got the best one. Anthony appears after a bad outcome. No one appears after a bad outcome. Go straight to Jackie. Pay with own money. Leave without fighting. Yeah, you could do that. But I didn't bother. Because you could basically work in a bunch of side jobs, save enough money, and then when they ask for the payout, you just give them the cash. But the idea was to try to get out of there because the money had already been paid, so then that would be like double paying them in the story. So that's why I didn't do that. Kill Royce during dialogue, or pay with own money or hack chip. I think that's. I think we might have hacked the chip. No, because we ended up talking. No. Oh, this is the one I got. I got the Anthony one because he was mentioning how Meredith got she got screwed over or something, like her gamble. The thing that I did screwed up her gamble or something, and like he was now capitalizing on it, doing that corpo climb over climb over somebody's dead body to advance your self-culture kind of deal. So I remember seeing Anthony at the end, not Meredith. So that's cool. So we accepted the chip. I remember hacking the chip because I was like, well, let's fix it to where the chip won't screw us over. And then I don't remember. I guess we fought. Like the Militech and the gang ended up fighting each other, and then we just kind of walked out of there. And Anthony was like, good job. Anyway,
consequences of your decisions here.
That was a very memorable, good portion of the game. It deserves credit.
Your choices will determine whether Meredith lives or dies, which can open up an extra romance scene later, and you also have a choice about whether to save Brick, which impacts one of the later side quests where you can meet him again and avoid a combat encounter as a result. Most other quests aren't as impressive as this, but there are a few more good examples of choice and consequence, including how some choices are initially hidden by being tied to the player's actions in missions instead of just selecting A or B from a menu, like saving Takamura's life during Search and Destroy. Cyberpunk also handles its ending choice better than The Witcher 3. In Cyberpunk there are 4 very different epilogues compared to The Witcher's 3, but it also has 4 different final mission sequences, with the ending the player receives being determined by both the choice the player makes about how to handle the final mission, as well as their choice at the end of this mission. Which options are available are determined through player actions in side quests, as well as one secret option being made available by having a high enough relationship with Johnny, which altogether makes for an impressive amount of variables and outcomes. The Witcher 3 only has one final mission sequence, and I don't want to spoil that game's ending for anyone, so I won't go into any more details about how the epilogue is determined, but I think it's fair to say Cyberpunk handles its ending choices much better. Still, how The Witcher 3 handles narrative choice overall is one of its strongest aspects, and it ultimately wins out through sheer quantity, particularly in regards to its large number of side quests that feature some kind of choice. And so, after 3 rounds, it's 1-1 with everything to play for. I wonder how many of you watching can see where I'm going with this by now. Anyway, don't worry if you can't, because things won't stay level for long. Next up, let's look at the role-playing systems in each game, starting with character building. Cyberpunk features 5 attributes and 12 skills, each with their own selection of perks. You also have a number of choices around equipment, including weapons, armor, mods, and cyberware. We'll look at how loot and itemization are handled separately, so for now let's just focus on the options provided by the systems themselves. The Witcher 3 has no kind of attribute system, but it does have its own skill system that features perk-like options that it calls abilities. However, while Cyberpunk has 12 skills, each with their own selection of perks, The Witcher only has 4: combat, signs, alchemy, and general. For each skill, both games have a selection of 20 perks/abilities, which means The Witcher has 80 abilities compared to Cyberpunk's 240 perks. Not all perks are equal, but both games make use of similar types, with a mix of percentage modifiers, stat bonuses, and a few upgraded or new abilities. This means that while you choose which abilities to increase and equip in The Witcher, you also do this in Cyberpunk, and yet there is a much greater number of options in both skills and perks, as well as the added decision over which attributes to increase. Cyberpunk also has a system where each skill increases in level through use, akin to the progression system used in the Elder Scrolls games, which doesn't always seem very balanced at the moment, as these skill levels seem to increase a bit slowly, and there are also some questionable aspects of this system's implementation, like how you get stealth XP for hiding bodies in containers. But overall, this system still adds a bit of further complexity to the game's character building, which isn't found in The Witcher. So, Cyberpunk wins this round by a landslide, offering both more choices and deeper choices, but it's not just about what systems are in place, it also matters how the game uses them. Lots of RPGs with skills feature some form of skill check, and these 2 games are no different. In The Witcher 3, there is one ability that is used as a skill check in conversations, and that's the Delusion ability, which allows Geralt to use the sign Axii to sometimes persuade people to do as he wishes through some Jedi mind trick shenanigans. And that's it. That's all the skill checks in the entire 100-hour plus game, one easy to acquire ability that can be used to avoid a few optional fights. Cyberpunk features conversational skill checks more regularly, which are connected to the player's 5 attributes. A lot of the time, these don't have any real impact on events and just change the flavour of dialogue, but there are at least some examples when using skill checks in conversations opens up new options in quests. Usually this is when the player is given the option of using their body stat to intimidate various people you encounter, and I wish the game had just taken this same approach with some of its other attributes. It would have been great to be able to use my cool stat to charm people, or my intelligence stat to outsmart someone, but while there is clear room for improvement, at the very least Cyberpunk's skill checks during dialogue are still better than the very low bar set by The Witcher. However, Cyberpunk's skill checks aren't limited to conversations. You also use your body stat to perform feats of brute strength, like forcing open doors and ripping up turrets, as well as the intelligence stat to have access to more breach options and ways to hack the environment, as well as the technical stat to unlock doors. But Cyberpunk also features attribute requirements on cyberware so that your character build unlocks even more options in what you can equip, and cyberware can unlock even more ways to interact with the environment, like the leg upgrade which gives you a double jump that can be used to reach new locations. Anyway, we're starting to blur the already imperfect line between rounds here, but just to make it clear, Cyberpunk is the obvious winner once more, moving the score to 3-1. Next up, let's look at level design and combat. Part of what makes RPGs RPGs is having multiple options to approach problems. In tabletop RPGs, this often revolves around how imaginative players are, and maybe how forgiving your dungeon master is, but due to the more limited focus of video games, computer RPGs will often resort to combat as the default solution to every problem. And The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk aren't so different, yet one of these games is clearly better than the other. The Witcher does have a few ways you can prepare for battle, like oils and potions that provide a stat buff, and a few different tools in combat like signs and bombs, but really every problem is dealt with the same way.
There's a poll in chat. Would you recommend Cyberpunk 2077 to a friend? Yes or no? Check out that poll in chat. I'll end the poll in 3 to 5 minutes. Vote now.
By your sword. Steel or silver, it makes no difference. When problems come a-knocking, someone's getting stabbed. Meanwhile, in Cyberpunk, most combat situations allow stealth as a perfectly viable alternative to fighting, and as well as just sneaking, you can use hacking to manipulate the environment or to weaken foes before getting combat underway. There's also a much greater focus placed on environmental exploration, which means alternative pathways through levels, or different access points to locations. And even combat itself provides more options with multiple weapon types that can be taken advantage of for different situations. Whether to charge in with a shotgun or sit back with a sniper rifle is still more choice than The Witcher 3's combat encounters offer, and there's also melee, grenades, quick hacks, breaching and activatable cyberware that can do things like slow time. Overall, it's clear that when you look at the core gameplay of each game, Cyberpunk just offers more choice and more depth. 4-1. Lastly, we come to loot and itemization.
I do agree with that. The combat in Witcher 3 always seemed extremely simple to me, especially how you could basically dodge roll your way out of freaking anything.
Character progression through gear has become a major aspect of role-playing video games, but unfortunately, this isn't something either game does very well. For reasons I will never understand, modern video games seem to be obsessed with throwing as much loot as possible at players, as if they're trying to cover up any flaws with the game itself by overwhelming players with useless crap to pick up at all moments of time. Really, it's got to the point where I feel we need an intervention. Someone needs to take the modern gaming industry to one side and sit them down with all their friends and ask why this is a thing. Seriously, who decided that picking up useless crap non-stop is what players want to do in their RPGs or action games? Why would we want some of this stuff? There's a reason it's called junk. And what's the point in having so many weapon and armor items drop off foes that you have to waste time going in your inventory after every single combat encounter just to swap gear out for a few measly incremental stat upgrades? This isn't satisfying progression, you're just turning loot into a chore. Then there's the damage to immersion that comes from pilfering every item not nailed down as soon as you enter a building, even when the owner of these items is standing there staring at you as you do it. Yes, hi, don't mind me, just putting your ashtray into my backpack so I can sell it for $3 at a vending machine later, and oh, is that a condom I see in the corner there? Don't mind if I do, thank you very much. Maybe I'm just getting old, but this kind of senseless loot spam seen in so many modern games just makes me feel tired, and doesn't increase my enjoyment of the experience in any way. Regardless, most of what I'm complaining about applies to Cyberpunk more than The Witcher, but neither game is innocent. Cyberpunk also disappoints in how it forces you to constantly switch to the latest armor drop, which always seems to result in your character looking like a complete twat. This is a setting where style is everything, except for you, who bounces between homeless chic and I was dressed by my toddler, making the decision to make the whole game first person feel almost a necessity, if only to hide what an eyesore every outfit you're forced to wear really is.
Oh, I don't know when he played this thing, but there's a system that basically lets you transmogrify the clothes and equipment you're wearing. So I don't know if he didn't realize that, or if he played a version that didn't have that in there, or what. But like, that's why I think that's one of the reasons why my character still looks the same, is because like I transmogrified the corpo suit and stuff onto some of this stuff he was already wearing. So I think that's a pretty big glaring oversight if he didn't realize that or I am completely mistaken. But I could have swore you could transmogrify your like in World of Warcraft, you could make a piece of gear look like something else.
What's so annoying about this is that an armor rating for clothes doesn't even make sense. I mean, why does one t-shirt give more armor than another? Also, if information in-game is accurate, then the armor stat itself barely even matters, as 10 armor translates to a negligible -1 DPS on incoming attacks, making it all pretty pointless. A purely cosmetic system for clothing, with meaningful stats and progression instead coming from clothing mods, would look and function so much better. But instead we have constant loot spam with ARPG style randomly generated items of the usual tiers and standard stat modifiers, and while both games are bad, Cyberpunk is still worse. The junk items aren't needed, weapon upgrades are too frequent and too small, and clothing upgrades feel like they serve no purpose other than making you look like a walking embarrassment. Still, The Witcher 3 has its own glaring issues, particularly the way it scales quest rewards and random drops to be just below the player's level, meaning they're almost always significantly worse than items you can get by crafting. This meant even in-game items of legendary status.
Hey Noob Fever, welcome to the stream, man. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming in and saying hi as usual. We got the whole crew here today. We got Deathforge, Phoebus and Deathforge are in chat. Noob Fever's here now. That's great. And then we've got a first time chatter, Big Man 81. I hope you're still around hanging out. I'm just getting the job hunting done and enjoying a review of Cyberpunk 2077. And so far so good. I do think it's rather glaring that he kind of missed that transmogrify thing, but I could be mistaken. In fact, let's find out real quick. Isn't there a system or ability in Cyberpunk 2077 to change the appearance of the gear you wear, but unless you keep the stats of that gear? Yeah, it includes a feature that allows you to change the appearance of your gear while retaining the stats. The system is known as the wardrobe or transmog feature. Okay, here we go. It was introduced in patch 1.6 Edge Runner update. When was patch 1.6 released? Okay, Edge Runner's update was released on September 6th of 2022, and this documentary is January 2nd, 2021. So it is true. So it is not his bad. He is reporting accurately on the game. I want that to be clear. The thing that I had the experience with, and this is yet another reason why, like, I don't think I'll ever play another game on launch day or do a midnight launch or any of that kind of crap. Like, I basically played the game 5 years after it came out, and I had a decent experience.
but that was after years and years of patches and updates and fixes and things like that. So I can't imagine how upset people must have been when this thing originally came out and released in the state that it was. Especially, everybody really trusted CD Projekt Red because their reputation in the gaming world, because of The Witcher, and what they did with The Witcher was just so amazing. I mean, they released The Witcher, it was an amazing game, and then they kept releasing updates for it. And then when they finally did release a DLC like Blood and Wine, it was like the most amazing thing ever, and it just had so much more content to it. And everybody's like, "See, this is how you do DLC." So everybody was really, really, really in love with CD Projekt Red, and they were the hype. Maybe they could never live up to the hype. I don't know. And whose fault is that? Is that CD Projekt Red's fault? Probably. It seems like they didn't manage expectations enough. And I'm interested in this because this kind of goes into the video essay that I'm working on, where you have this business/corporate pressure to, release the game. Because the moment you release the game, those folks that, are in it for the money can start getting their money back. So that's what they care about. And it's interesting to me that sometimes doing that can be detrimental. Like, in CD Projekt Red's case, and in Cyberpunk's case, it was clear that the business interests won out, and so they released the game too early, and it was detrimental, right? Sometimes they release the game and then very, very quickly make the updates and stuff, but it took a long time for those updates and fixes to come through on the CD Projekt Red side, and that really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way too.
Gained through on-level quests were often worthless right away as a result of being scaled too low, and all item progression after the early game simply comes from a small number of crafted Witcher gear, despite the fact that the game still forces you to loot things all the time. At least Cyberpunk handles its iconic weapons better, with random drops also being regularly worth using, and the loot spam does become less of a problem later on when upgrade frequency slows and you learn to just ignore all junk. Cyberpunk also has progression through cyberware, which offers a few really interesting upgrades while also providing a good money sink to help balance the economy. Overall, I might give the edge to Cyberpunk for this round, but the difference is small enough that it seems fairer to consider it a draw, bringing the final score to 4-1, with Cyberpunk the clear winner. This is just...
I'm going to hide my webcam while I administer some medication here.
On the basis of their role-playing elements, but as RPGs, the only way The Witcher 3 could be considered deeper is narrative choice and consequence, and even that category was very close, with The Witcher only really taking it by virtue of being a longer game that features more choices as a result. Meanwhile, Cyberpunk has deeper character building, with choices that completely change the gameplay experience based on both character builds and how you approach gameplay situations. I've completed The Witcher 3 times, and each time I've tried my best to create different builds, with one playthrough investing heavily into alchemy, and one playthrough investing heavily into signs. And yet, in reality, all 3 playthroughs played exactly the same, with the only real difference being whether I focus on fast attacks or strong attacks, and even that only has a small impact in practice. But that wasn't the case in Cyberpunk. My first playthrough focused on handguns and stealth, where I picked up as many headshot and crit bonuses as possible while making use of time-slowing cyberware to make getting those headshots easier. This meant every encounter I had a choice between going in guns blazing or taking advantage of stealth, with both proving very effective thanks to my build. And I also focused my gear, mods and cyberware on getting headshot and crit synergies to boost my damage high enough that I could one-shot enemies even on hard. And it was fun. However, on my second playthrough I went for a katana-wielding hacker, and the experience changed completely. Using melee instead of guns radically alters combat. Stealth was still possible, but only by relying heavily on hacking, and where before I built my character as a glass cannon, now I was forced to build my character with a greater focus on survivability to allow me to soak enough bullets to get up in enemies' faces. So 2 playthroughs with completely different gameplay experiences, and there's potential for many more playstyles and character builds than this, as while you have enough attributes and perks to heavily invest into 2 skill trees, you can mix and match which trees those will be, or go for more of a jack-of-all-trades approach. But it's not just character building that's deeper here. By creating combat encounters as mini arenas that incorporate environmental exploration, stealth, skill checks, hackable objects, and more, it means Cyberpunk incorporates elements of player choice into its gameplay on both macro and micro scales, where you regularly get to think about your approach, weigh options, and take advantage of your specific character's skill set. This is the type of thing we need more of in RPGs, and in modern RPGs in particular. So 4-1 seems a reasonably representative score. You could argue not all of these categories are of equal importance, and I'm not trying to claim my methodology is perfect. The scoring system isn't meant to imply that Cyberpunk is 4 times as much of an RPG as The Witcher, it was just meant to be a fun and informative way to compare these games, but regardless, I have tried my best to compare their RPG elements fairly, and the differences between them in terms of depth is considerable. So, why the hell are so many people complaining that Cyberpunk is a shallow RPG? This is a game from the makers of The Witcher 3, and as an RPG, it's deeper than The Witcher 3, so if everyone is complaining that Cyberpunk is too shallow as a role-playing game, with many people going as far as to claim Cyberpunk isn't an RPG at all, then why did nobody have an issue with The Witcher? You can dislike Cyberpunk for all sorts of valid reasons. You can consider Cyberpunk a shallow RPG, and you can even argue Cyberpunk isn't an RPG to begin with if you really want, and I won't mind. But one thing you cannot say is that Cyberpunk is less of an RPG than The Witcher was, because it is just not true. Not even slightly. So why are so many people saying this? The only explanation I can think of is that most people's basis of what is an RPG comes down to whether they like the game. And if you like a game, it doesn't matter how shallow its RPG systems are, it's an RPG. And if you dislike a game, it doesn't matter how deep its systems are, it's not an RPG. But this is stupid. I have looked at a lot of the specific reasons people have given for why they think Cyberpunk isn't an RPG, and some of them are frankly absurd, but I always think it helps to come back to the same rule of comparing it to The Witcher. So, people complain that, say, Cyberpunk isn't an RPG because you can't play on the arcade machines, whereas lots of other games have playable arcades, which is like saying The Witcher 3 isn't an RPG because you can't go fishing, while lots of other games feature fishing minigames. Or they say it's not an RPG because you can't go out to a club and get drunk and hook up with people, which is like saying The Witcher 3 isn't an RPG because you can't go to a tavern and get drunk and hook up with people. Or they say that Cyberpunk isn't an RPG because you can't customize your car, which is like saying The Witcher isn't an RPG because you can't customize your mount. Do you see my point here? I'm not trying to be facetious, but this whole debate over what is an RPG is reductive, inconsistent, and ultimately just not helpful. Anyway, if you really wanted CD Projekt to make deep RPGs, maybe you should have said something when The Witcher 2 was released, because that was the point where the series moved away from its more traditional roots to introduce things like quick-time events, action combat, and a more defined main character. But nobody said anything then. Instead, they cheered these changes on, probably because the level of presentation improved, and deep down, that's the main thing people actually seem to care about. Just like how nobody complained when The Witcher 3 took things even further by embracing a Ubisoft-style open world, because once more, the level of presentation improved, and hey, the story was pretty good. So, 10 out of 10, greatest RPG of all time, the game that all RPGs should be like, and so on and so on. But now, CD Projekt actually release a game that's more of an RPG than previously, and now, everyone has decided to complain about how deep an RPG it is. Probably because with all the bugs and technical problems, we haven't seen a big jump in level of presentation, which I guess means it's not allowed to be an RPG anymore. To me, this seems like exactly the type of thing people say without even thinking about it, until it gets to the point where everyone is just saying it because it's what everyone else says, regardless of how true it is. And really, I can't even understand how anyone can buy Cyberpunk 2077 and expect a truly deep RPG anyway, because there hasn't been a deep AAA RPG for at least 10 years. To find such a thing, you'd have to go as far back as Fallout New Vegas or Dragon Age Origins, and these are games that have features people wouldn't see as acceptable anymore in a big budget game, like non-voiced protagonists and below average graphics for their time. I mean, face it, deep AAA RPGs are dead. They have been for years, and it's likely audiences' obsession with...
Hey Raz, welcome to the stream. I had the webcam off because I was administering some of my hormone medication. But we're back, and we're currently getting the necessities out of the way, which is the job hunting. I definitely need to find a new job. If you know anybody that's hiring a project manager, operations manager, something like that, a technical project manager. Let me add that on there too. I'm definitely a technical project manager compared to other project managers. So yeah, definitely looking for a job, and I'm applying to at least 5 places online every day. It depends. It's either through like the staffing agency website I've used in the past, or on like Dice, or LinkedIn, or whatever. So I'm still applying to 5 places there, and then we'll get the daily exercise out of the way, because I gotta exercise every day, because if I don't, it's just there's a whole list. I should make a list of all the bad things that happen if I don't exercise. I think I will. And then we'll start working on the next video, which will be there's 3 videos in the pipeline right now. There's the Star Wars iteration, which is the ball's in my court now, because Fugnuk's computer can't handle the Coruscant file that we have until we get his CPU upgraded, and we won't get his CPU upgraded until I get a new job. So it's on me. And then we've got the Doom music video. We're gonna follow up the Skyrim music video, which has been released, by the way. Be sure to give the Skyrim music video a like if you don't mind. And so that's 1, 2. Oh yes, and then the third video is basically like a kind of a software development educational video for people, because we have the internet now, and we can communicate at a much higher level than we used to be able to. But the games industry is still doing some things from back before we had the internet. They're still following procedures and processes that were made before the internet, and it's causing some problems. And I guess that's what the video essay is going to be about. Everybody's, there's slight misunderstandings across the different competing interests, because you have the business interest, and then you have the artistic interest, which is like the developer, the people making the game, are very passionate about it, and then you got the business people that just see it as like a product, and then you got the consumer that sees it as a game, right? They see it as a game, not a product. And the devs see it as a game and not a product, and the corporate people see it as a product, and they don't. They might even openly scoff the fact that you even play video games. Like they might even look down on people that actually say they spend time playing video games, because they just see you as like a source of revenue. Very different mindset. And it's that interplay that is causing some consternation amongst all parties. And I think most of them are just talking past each other, because they're all speaking a different language, which is why you get all the corpos currently saying, we just have to raise prices. and you got the developers just saying, oh, we need more time, and then you've got the customers basically not very satisfied in specific highly publicized cases. I'm looking at you, Baldur's Gate 3. Anyway, I find all this absolutely fascinating, the intersection between the business and technology and art and all that stuff. It's one of the things that really draws me to video games as a subject, and reviewing stuff like this is kind of helping me sharpen my argument too. So this is going to kind of inform the video. I don't want to make another video that's just I want to make something that's constructive. There's a lot of rage bait out there, and oh, this sucks, and games were better and back in the day, and blah blah blah. I want the tone of mine to be a lot different. Like, here's what's going on, here's why people think this way. Let's get you to think like those people for a minute, right? Okay, now let's talk about how you think, and you think this way, and why you think this way, and let's talk about how other people might think of the way you think of things. So I want to take people through kind of like a thought exercise video of that. And then the idea is that we can ultimately have a better conversation between business owner or business interests, games development and developers, and the customers / audience.
With graphics and level of presentation that was the very thing that killed them. So, if you want to dislike Cyberpunk 2077, don't try to claim it's because it's a shallow RPG. Find a reason to dislike it that's actually true. It's not like there's a shortage of them out there. Which brings me to the next section of the video, and again, fair warning, this may not go in the direction you're anticipating. As incorrect and unhelpful as the claims that Cyberpunk 2077 isn't an RPG are, I do think they reveal something very important about
I might move to Denmark. I wouldn't be above that. It'd have to be a serious offer though, but let's not worry about it. I'll find something. If I haven't had any hits in a month or so, well, let's maybe we'll talk. Yeah, I'm not above to moving.
About audience
I don't. I'll shut up. I appreciate you, Raz. Thank you.
expectations. You see, I think there's another reason this whole not an RPG thing started, and it's the same reason why, even when ignoring bugs, so many people are disappointed with the game itself. And it's the same reason that Cyberpunk 2077 ended up in the state it did. It's that Cyberpunk wants to be everything, and that's just not possible. It wants to have deep RPG mechanics, good driving, good shooting, good stealth, open-ended level design, branching dialogue and narratives, cinematic set pieces, customizable characters, and fun side activities, all contained in an open, immersive, simulated world. So it wanted to have the cars and driving of GTA, the stealth and level design of Deus Ex, the shooting and loot progression of Destiny, the action set pieces of Uncharted, the world detail of Red Dead Redemption 2, the story choices of The Witcher 3, the side activities of Yakuza, and the RPG mechanics of the tabletop Cyberpunk. And yeah, it wasn't able to do all that, which people should have been able to see coming. And that's my theory for the delays and the bugs and the deception and the flaws. It's not anything nefarious or sinister. It's not the systemic flaws of capitalism, or woman developers ruining my video games, or sabotage from within the company. It's something much more obvious, and no investigation or inquiry is needed because the reasons are staring us right in our faces, written out in big, bold, clear print over every part of the finished product. It's because this game tried to do too much. It wanted it all and didn't manage to pull it off. It wasn't happy with just being a Witcher 3 style game in a cyberpunk setting, it wanted to also take on Rockstar at their own game and win. But Rockstar are a master of their craft, and they never try to do this much in a single game. You could say CD Projekt should have known better, and they should have, but it's also pretty obvious why they didn't. It's because people wanted this game to be everything. This was the title chosen as the gaming messiah, and what do you mean it won't have driving, or a hub-based world rather than fully open, or no customizable character, or no next-gen graphics? No, people want a deep RPG and a fully open cyberpunk world, larger than any world they've seen before, with the level of detail of a Rockstar game and the best graphics they've ever seen, and dating and arcades and multiple apartments and porno brain dances and recreational narcotics, and dynamic weather systems, and controllable drones and cars with weapons built into them, and parkour, and dynamic beard growth, and Cyber Gwent, and Siri, and maybe a
Yeah, sadly, you have that one controllable drone thing, and then they never bring that mechanic back at all. It's not ever used again.
steak and a blowjob every time you boot the game up. If that's not too much to ask. I'm not saying it's the audience's fault, by the way. The burden of responsibility for managing expectations lies with CD Projekt, and they're the ones who fucked up. People always want more, whether that's realistic or not, and why wouldn't they? Bigger is better. But it does seem very surreal to me to see a game that obviously failed by trying to do too much, and then seeing the fan reaction that's almost entirely made up of people asking for more. Why is this thing not a part of the game? Why can't we do this? Here's a list of things CD Projekt needs to add. And on it goes. It's as if even when standing in the smouldering ruins of this overly hyped and overly ambitious mega failure, people still aren't willing to let go of their unrealistic expectations and maybe try to view the game for what it is, rather than what they hoped it would be. Still, it's obvious.
Oh, I disagree with the term mega failure. I mean, maybe the launch itself was a mega failure. They screwed up bad. But I think they've got a product here. They've made something. Like I said, I want to like it. I disagree with mega failure. I don't think you can, not the game that I played anyway. I mean, he played before version 1.6, so he played what must have been a very broken experience still, because like Phoebus is saying, until the DLC got ready to launch, the game was a buggy piece of shit. So
That Cyberpunk 20
and I guess because I've never played it in this state, I probably shouldn't have an opinion on it. So if he's calling the game a mega failure, then I'm gonna go ahead and say that sure, the game that the version that he played, you want to describe it that way, then great. I'd say they've cleaned up their act now, based on new information that he did not have available at the time of making this video, which is that they've continued to release patches and fixes. And I did not have an experience like this when I played it.
2077 isn't the prophesized game of legend so many hoped for. So, what is it? I think having focused already on this game as an RPG, it makes sense to look at its other main components individually. So let's break the game down into its various aspects, starting with the world itself, which somehow manages to simultaneously be the most impressive and most disappointing feature of all. Night City looks incredible. All of my footage is coming from a low-end PC that in many ways won't really do this game justice, but even with the lowered graphics, this is still a world that is packed full of breathtaking vistas and handcrafted detail. The city has a sense of scale that I don't think I've ever really felt in a video game before, because while there have been other big open worlds, I can't recall another fully open city that actually seems like it could contain a city-sized population. A lot of that is the result of the density of skyscrapers and mega buildings found in these urban environments. Night City feels almost as expansive vertically as horizontally, and I can't believe how frequently you can look up or out to the distance and see great looking skylines or realistic urban sprawl. And all this is complemented by a sense of style that nails the cyberpunk aesthetic, making it even more remarkable. There's an almost neo-brutalism feel to a lot of cyberpunk's architecture, with bright neon lights imposed on top of and next to great big slabs of sheer concrete geometry. Buildings overhang and interweave as if they're growing beyond the constraints of the space that's meant to contain them, and the holographic billboards literally never end, stretching up endlessly as far as the eye can see to act as permanent landmarks that loom over you at all times, reminding you of the city's presence even when you try to escape it. And speaking of outside the city, even these spaces look great and contribute to the pervasive feeling of dystopia. Like the miles and miles of beaten down rusted wind farms, standing decaying and broken, symbols of a once hopeful future that never came. Or the less subtle mountainous landfills, a city's worth of refuse that its inhabitants can't even be bothered to move far enough away to remove it from sight. And all this is contrasted by other areas of futuristic decadence, attractive blends of Japanese and Western styles, colour and creativity, glitz and glamour, all as diverse as it is deceptive. And it doesn't stop there. Cyberpunk still looks great when you step off the streets and into its interiors, with great use of lighting and shadow which accentuates the neon-soaked atmosphere of broken dreams and unbroken dreamers. Simply put, the art design of this game is as good as it gets. It's a shame then that this beautifully crafted world doesn't hold up under any kind of real scrutiny, because as good as its visuals may be, this world has a serious case of look but don't touch, that's been well documented by audiences already. A lot of this stems from the lackluster AI of its inhabitants, which mean the illusion of a living, breathing world comes crashing down as soon as you interact with its pieces in any kind of atypical way. Shoot a gun or punch someone and they flail around or crouch down before usually going back to their non-existent daily lives. Leave a car in the middle of the road and traffic will just build up behind it without ever trying to go around. And zoom in at cars in the distance and be prepared to see a poorly rendered diorama that's about as convincing a representation of reality as your average Christmas nativity scene. Still, if you really want to see how deep the "this isn't realistic" rabbit hole goes, you'd be better off watching one of the many GTA Cyberpunk comparison videos on YouTube that show, probably to few people's surprise, that Cyberpunk doesn't simulate its virtual world as realistically as the makers of the most immersive simulated worlds in the industry. It's worth pointing out that there are many things Cyberpunk does that Rockstar Games don't, in terms of gameplay and systems, but even then I don't think anyone expected the gulf between the two developers' efforts to be quite so vast in terms of realism and detail. This echoes back to how at the start of this video I said Cyberpunk felt like an unfinished early access game. A lot of times it's not just that parts of Cyberpunk are basic or poorly implemented, it's that things you'd expect don't seem to even exist in the first place, and what there is often seems more like a temporary placeholder than something you'd find in a finished AAA title. Just look at the Wanted system, where due to the lackluster AI and pathfinding, cops spawn in directly behind you as if they've just beamed down from the USS Enterprise. If that makes the NCPD sound overpowered, don't worry, because they happen to be as lazy as they are ethereal, and make no real effort to pursue the player on foot or by vehicle, leaving Cyberpunk's Wanted system feeling even more half-baked than the one seen in Grand Theft Auto. The first one, you know, the one that looked like this. In situations like this, you can only assume that this Wanted system wasn't finished, because it's hard to understand how any developer could look at this and think, yeah, okay, that seems good enough to me. In other ways, Cyberpunk's open world isn't quite as bad, but the end result is that while it may look incredible from afar, it often falls to pieces up close, and the level of inconsistency in its presentation, when combined with the plethora of visual bugs and glitches, can be whiplash-inducing. Still, if an open world sandbox isn't what you're looking for and you're happy to treat this world like an art gallery, please sir, no touching the painting, then the level of artistic quality in its design is still as good as open world games get. Ultimately though, I don't think there's much of Grand Theft Auto's DNA within Cyberpunk's genome, despite what any initial similarities would have you believe. Instead, Cyberpunk's open world is built more around the same approach seen in The Witcher 3, which was a Ubisoft-style design where the world's main purpose is to be a good-looking backdrop for a range of story missions and side content. So, if that's the case, how is Cyberpunk's side content? Well, where The Witcher 3 split its side content into points of interest and side quests, with the points of interest being simplistic, repetitive filler, while the side quests provide the more substantial offerings, Cyberpunk's side content isn't quite as neatly divided. The side quests do return, and are very similar to those seen in CD Projekt's previous title. There isn't as many of them as in The Witcher, but what there is usually of just as high quality, with their main focus being on telling self-contained stories that flesh out many of the game's side characters, or just offer a taste of life in Night City. The highlights of Cyberpunk's side quests are the quest chains that focus on individual characters, where V tends to go on a range of adventures all while forming a close friendship, or maybe more, with some of the NPCs you meet through the story. Just as in each of their previous games, strong characters are one of CD Projekt's greatest assets, and the likeable and interesting people you interact with go a long way to making this content stand out. One criticism I did have was that of the 5 main friends you seem to make, River, Judy, Panam, Claire and Kerry, all of them seem to have a quest chain that revolves, in some way or other, over revenge, with at some point the player getting to weigh in on whether revenge is worth it, usually with a choice about whether to aid them in their quest or not. And there's nothing wrong with revenge being used as part of a character's motivation, but doing that with every single major side character really shows a lack of originality. Other than this though, these characters, and most of Cyberpunk's side quests, are pretty good. In addition to these side quests, there's also police scanners and gigs. Police scanners are really just the Cyberpunk equivalent to The Witcher 3's points of interest. More specifically, they are Cyberpunk versions of bandit camps, guarded treasure, and monster nests. Combat-focused, repetitive filler content that seems to be there more to fill the world out than because this type of activity is actually interesting to complete. It's no surprise then that just as in The Witcher, this content isn't very good, and while I don't mind it being included in the game, I wish Cyberpunk had made the simple change of just not showing it on the main map. This would mean this content seems less like a checklist that the player is meant to complete, and more like optional stuff designed for players to stumble into as they explore the map. Finding these encounters organically would also make them feel more like a real part of the world, which would be more immersive. So, for example, you would be walking down the streets and then you hear a radio message about an assault in progress nearby.
Oh, that's going to be horrible audio. I should have paused it first. I'm sorry about that. Raz, I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to chat here. Any game done by committee won't have a vision or a heading. It's going to feel lost and pointless. I feel like that's the main reason that indie games are pulling ahead so much nowadays. Thoughts? Yes. There's a very good point that you make about the vision and heading, and there's a concept that I want to cover in my video essay. I want to call it too big to succeed, because eventually, like, look what happened to Star Wars, right? It got sold to Disney. Right, and instead of there being like the one guy who invented it, who's still in charge, right, the guy who had the original vision and led Star Wars through that whole period, right, that whole period of time, that's suddenly lost, right, and it's put in the hands of somebody who's completely different from the person who from George Lucas. Like, I don't think you could come up with a different foil to George Lucas than Kathleen Kennedy. Right, and look what happened to Star Wars. Let's not beat a dead horse. Let's just point it out. There it is, right there. We don't have to hit it again. So, with video games becoming big business, they're getting, the big titles are like movies, right? There's the Mummy is a movie title, right? and it's a thing that the movie studios keep bringing back because they have the rights to that movie title. You know, they had a really successful redo in with the Mummy trilogy in the 90s and the early 2000s with Rachel Weisz. Remember Rachel Weisz? I remember Rachel Weisz. Anyway, look at Star Citizen. They want everything, and it's taking decades. Oh, I am definitely going to be talking about Star Citizen. Star Citizen is an example of scope creep. Things just ballooned the hell out. Like they, it's. I don't think you could provide a better example of scope creep than Star Citizen. And I'm going to enjoy putting together I'm going to have to make light of how that happened, to show, and like I'll have to show the backlog and how the backlog just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, so you've kind of given me an idea there. So I'll need to show how I'll use Star Citizen as an excuse for, or not an excuse, as an example of scope creep, and how that can fix it to where you never actually get around to shipping something. Especially with the way like Star Citizen's kind of developing things. Like it's amazing to me. It's like, I don't know, man. Like it blows my mind that there's people out there with like $15,000 that they could just invest into a video game. They just got the right type of market, you know. Was just everybody in that market just had money. Everybody that wanted the hardcore space sim, where you needed like a joystick and a thruster to play the game the right way. Like all those people, all the ones that can actually like afford those peripherals. Because those things are expensive too. I've looked for how much it costs to actually get a good metal joystick and thruster. It's a couple $100, man. If you want one made out of like actual metal that ain't gonna fall apart on you because it's made out of plastic. Yeah. There's people that take that stuff seriously. Anyway. So yeah, the good talk about Star Citizen. I don't think that happened here in Cyberpunk. I think what they tried to do is they tried to do it all at once, with all of these different features, and they should have just picked like 2 or 3 and really focused and got those done and refined, and then do like an iterative process on the rest. Like do the movement, stealth, and melee systems first, right? Do those first, and get those working really well. Because later on you can add guns, and guns probably gonna be the easiest thing you're ever gonna add to a video game these days. And then add the hacking system and all the other stuff. Like but instead they were just like, everybody do everything all at once. No, I don't know that for a fact, but I can see it happening.
Which would cause it to show up temporarily on the minimap, and then it's up to you whether you feel like getting involved and maybe earning some loot and XP, or just continuing on with your life. Instead, as it currently is, the way this content is implemented doesn't even make much sense. Why are occurrences of criminal activity presented as permanent features on the map? I mean, if on day 1 there's an assault in progress, how come it's still there 2 weeks later? Are these just the world's longest gunfights? And yet, if you simply remove them from the main map, the content itself wouldn't even need to be changed for this content to feel more like an actual part of the world, which would improve the experience while still allowing this content to serve its main purpose of filling out the empty map and making the world feel more alive. Really, it all comes down to how the content is framed, but if Cyberpunk does this poorly for its police activity, the other main type of side content, gigs, somehow manage to be even worse. Like police scanners, gigs show up on the main map, except when you get anywhere remotely close to them, a phone call is initiated with one of the game's fixers, who then goes on to give you a brief overview of what they want you to do and why. These gigs tend to revolve around an activity like killing someone, rescuing someone.
Oh, this is a little disappointing. So, yesterday I got a message saying, I got a message on LinkedIn saying your background matches some of our paid boards and advisory positions, and we've been retained to do a search for and present candidates too. We would love to have a discussion with you. Please schedule a call at your earliest convenience. See calendar below. And I was all excited, thinking that because I've got some experience. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that somebody might hire me as an advisory or as in consultation or something. Like I've got experience. I can be consulted for stuff. I've solved a lot of very strange business problems. I've made a lot of different weird ends meet. I got some experience doing that. I got a lot of experience doing that, and I enjoy it. And finding the most efficient and cost efficient, not only the most efficient steps and labor wise, but I guess labor is cost too. But you get what I mean. Keeping costs low, keeping the need for human intervention low, that kind of stuff. That's why I'm out of a job, is because I automated myself out of a job, basically. Anyway, I get this message, and they want me on their, like, it seems like a good deal. They're gonna consult me to see if I could sit on as like an advisor to some companies. It sounds great. It sounds like easy work, actually. Because what's better than people just like showing you stuff and asking you for your opinion, right? Like, how does it get any better than that as far as a job goes, right? Like, what would you do in this situation? Oh, I do this. You don't even actually have to do it. You just tell them what you would do in the situation, like, or what you think should be done, or what more information you need to answer that question, which is typically my first response. Like, I need more information. It seems like a good gig. Anyway, I get done looking it up, and it's a pay-to-play gig. So it's basically like me scheduling myself this call through this message. Was basically, you schedule yourself the sales pitch. And the sales pitch is they call you and say, yeah, you look like you'd be a match for some of the people that are paying us money, looking to sync up with people like more senior level of experience, and they might be able to match you up with so people are paying them money because they're looking for senior level people with boards level experience, and then you pay them money, and then they might be able to match you up with somebody, but there's no guarantee. So like it's a pay to play model with basically no guarantee, and and it doesn't if you look up if you look them up on like an AI or whatever, they don't have, let's see here, several users have reported that after initial contact, Boardsy requires payment to access board opportunities, with fees including a one-time setup and monthly charges. Yeah. The Better Business Bureau has received complaints alleging that Boardsy services did not meet advertised claims, with some seeking refunds after unsatisfactory experiences. Yeah, so I'm not going to pay them money, basically. So it's a little sad that I thought that was going to be like, oh, we're finally we're going to talk to a human, because all I've been doing is applying to stuff online for like 2 or 3 weeks now. And like that, I thought that was the first time like a human was messaging me. It turns out it's all part of an elaborate advertising campaign for this Boardsy web-based pay-to-play network. 2025, everybody. Job hunting 2025. Let's not. I'm not I don't want to sound like down or whatever. I'm trying to stay positive or whatever. I'm trying to I don't I don't want to sound like a negative Nancy or anything like that, but I do have to share what's happening too. I feel I don't know what else to do. I just this is the world we live in.
Stealing something, or other such mercenary jobs, but this approach has several problems.
Raz, I will be sure to mention Elite Dangerous as an example, probably as an alternative to actually playing Star Citizen. And I think Elite Dangerous actually added like land on planets and stuff now too. So the Star Citizen's been in development for so long. Actually, let's look something up real quick. Okay, so yeah, December 2012. Yeah, I thought until about 2017 or 2018, I would have swore that Star Citizen was vaporware. But a friend of mine like paid them like the $40 or whatever to get access to the whatever the current build of the game was, and he let me download and play it, and it was buggy, but it was a game. It was a game. It played like a game. So I was like, okay, well there's something here, but call me when it's finished. Like call me in 3 decades when it's finished. So it looks like the February, January, February, May. They must have monthly updates. And every 4 to 8 months, there's a big old update that gets them a ton of fucking traffic. See, there's one right there. There must have been an update here in 2015 that really impressed the hell out of everybody. This one. And then whatever happened, May 2022. Let's look that up. Let's ask Bob. What happened on May 2022 concerning Star Citizen? The web traffic searches spike that month/year. They did that 110 years ago. You can move out of your ship. You can colonize your own system. Oh, wow. Okay, May 2022, Star Citizen experienced a notable surge in web traffic, primarily due to the annual Invictus launch week. Key highlights. A free fly event. Players could access Star Citizen for free during the period, allowing them to test and fly a variety of ships without purchasing a game package. Ship showcase, yeah, because that's how they make their money. Capital ship tours. Attendees had the opportunity to tour massive capital ships like the Javelin Destroyer, offering a unique in-game experience. Exclusive ship sales, limited time sales of ships. Okay, so they're trying to make money too. Community events, daily screenshot contests, in-game racing events encourage community participation. These activities not only enhance player
engagement, but also let increase traffic to the official website. Okay, when... Let's just ask it, when is Star Citizen going to release? Star Citizen is active development with no confirmed release date. Why am I not surprised? The latest live version being Alpha 4.1, released in March of 2025. An incremental update, Alpha 4.1.1, entered open public test, introducing new ships and gameplay features. Okay. The single campaign Squadron 42 is also still in development. Originally announced alongside Star Citizen 2012, it has faced multiple delays. As of 2024, Cloud Imperium Games indicated a projected release of 2026. Wow. Despite prolonged development, Star Citizen has amassed over $800 million in crowdsourcing, making it one of the most expensive video games ever developed. Well, yeah, we're at the sunk cost fallacy. You know, explain the sunk cost fallacy concerning Star Citizen. The sunk cost fallacy is a cognitive bias where people continue investing in a project or decision because they've already invested time, money, or effort, even if the project is no longer viable or beneficial. Rather than cutting losses, people irrationally hold on, hoping the investment will eventually pay off. How this applies to Star Citizen. Star Citizen has become one of the most high-profile examples of the sunk cost fallacy in gaming. Massive crowdfunding investment. It's gotten over $800 million from backers purchasing in-game ships and pledges. Many players have spent hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Despite the game still being an alpha more than a decade later, these players often feel emotionally and financially committed. Delayed and unclear release, lacks a clear release date. Companion single-player Squadron is reportedly delayed. Supporters may continue funding or defending the project not because of current results, but because they've already invested so much. Why it persists: hope and hype, community identity, and avoiding regret. Yeah. Horizons and Odyssey. Well, I know which one looks a lot better. Anyway, back to the Cyberpunk documentary. I gotta keep jobbing.
Problems. The first is that fixers often phone you at really inconvenient times. This is often when you're in the middle of another quest, because that's when you move around the open world. The thing is, this is pretty much the worst possible time for them to call, as there's no chance you'll be interested in the gig at this time, and it's also an unwanted interruption to the quest you're already doing. Cyberpunk also fails to introduce these fixers very well. Early in the main story, you meet with Dexter Deshawn, which establishes that the relationship between a fixer and a mercenary is very important, and that there needs to be trust between the two, and that working with specific fixers is sort of a big deal. And yet, in-game, all fixers other than Dexter and Rogue just call you up out of the blue the first time you enter the general area they operate in, and after a 20-second conversation, apparently you're now best friends who trust each other and work together for life. They then get busy spamming your mailbox with car adverts and phoning you up at the worst possible times to tell you about this gig you don't even care about. There's such a clear missed opportunity here, Fixers could have been portrayed as important and interesting characters. You should have unlocked new fixers based on raising your street cred, because that's what would contextually make sense, and that way there's a greater sense of progression and the game can gate off high-level content in a way that makes sense. Then, when your street cred is high enough for the fixer to want to work with you, they should phone you to organise a meeting, which should then take place in person so the fixer can be properly introduced, to make them seem like a real person, rather than some overly persistent second-hand car salesman. This makes even more sense when you consider that every one of these characters actually exists in person on the map already, so why not have one introductory quest to meet them? From then onwards, the player should get new gigs by the player phoning the fixer, asking for work, so that they don't interrupt you at inconvenient times. And at that point, the gig should show up as a quest that the player can go to when they like. Instead, as it currently is in-game, you get spammed with phone calls from people you don't even know and have no actual reason to be working with, usually at the worst possible times, and the terrible way this content ends up being framed is so bad it brings the actual content down with it. When I first played the game, I had no idea who Regina Jones was and why she kept phoning me about stuff that I had no interest in, and for a long while this put me off doing gigs at all. The real tragedy of all this is that the content itself is often quite good. Not in terms of narrative. The stories of these missions are generally simplistic, although simplistic doesn't always mean bad. But in terms of gameplay, gigs are better than many actual quests. Really, the best way to think of them isn't like side quests at all, but instead like mini dungeons, a bit like what you might find in a modern Fallout or Elder Scrolls game. And as mini dungeons, they can be a lot of fun. They present small, non-linear areas full of enemies where there are always multiple approaches. Sometimes you'll need to look around the environments to find alternative ways into a building. Sometimes you enter non-hostile locations in the world and then can speak to people to find information on what you're looking for. Sometimes you find skill checks that unlock new options. Sometimes there are lots of alternative routes for an area that's perfect for taking enemies out one by one from the shadows. Sometimes you need to search around for stuff to scan to find exactly what you're looking for. And sometimes, maybe quite often, you just scout a place out, decide how you want to initiate combat, and then go in hard, guns blazing, adrenaline pumping, and keep shooting until no one but you is left moving. If you care more about gameplay than story, these gigs offer a good time.
You're right, Deathforged. I noticed that too. This was before the 1.6 update, so this is before like the really, really good update came out. So this is merely a year in, because they released, I think Cyberpunk 2077 came out in 2020. Yeah, so he played it a year later, and it was still really, really bad. It did not, like the version that I played, I didn't have these problems and stuff. I can say that I played a stable game, and then I modded the crap out of it, and it played noticeably better, and the graphics were a little bit better. I think it even ran a little bit better, to be truth be told.
And as simplistic as their story,
so this is definitely like a time capsule kind of deal, because this version of the game does not exist anymore. But I think it's important to see. I mean, the company screwed up bad to ship a product like in this state, you know. And that's the thing that's one of the things that I kind of want to call out. And it actually, you know, hurt their reputation and stuff, which is, you know, the thing that I want to get across in the video essay. It's like, yeah, I know you want to get your product out there, but like by you demanding that it get out there and not realizing that it needs more time, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're actually, you know, being detrimental. It is actually a good idea to wait that extra year. Actually give the devs that time, you know. You can't, you know, the ship it first and fix it later thing is continually being proven to be a bad idea, you know. I gotta point that out.
stories are, they still often do a good job at creating the cyberpunk mercenary experience.
I mean, I think No Man's Sky it's interesting because No Man's Sky, like the guy just like he went into the interviews and he wasn't very you know, PR minded, very fluent, but he was the front man and he was just doing what he could for his company. He didn't have anybody else he could trust to do it, so he had to do it himself. So I get that, and he did a passable job, but he promised the world. And then the games journalist just took him at his word, and continued to hype the thing up like you wouldn't believe. I cannot begin to tell you how hyped everybody was for like No Man's Sky. There's the biggest hype train. I was like, it's never gonna live up to this hype. And then it turned out to be this huge disaster. But that was like, you know, they weren't that big of a studio. They had it. It was like Witcher 3 and CD Projekt Red. Like, a CD Projekt Red did Witcher 1, Witcher 2, and then they came out with Witcher 3 and just blew everybody away. So there was just a different expectation there. It was like, oh, CD Projekt Red, they've got this, right? They've got this big, long reputation behind them. Now, I'm not saying that what's his name didn't make games before. I know he did. But they, you know, No Man's Sky was like the first kind of game of its kind. That's why it was so like innovative and stuff. It was very different from the other ones that they had done. But everybody kind of saw the translation or the you know, the transferable skill sets between, okay, you did a Witcher RPG, now you're going to do a Cyberpunk 2077 RPG. Yeah, they should be able to figure most of that out, right? But where things connect again, and where I agree with your statement, Deathforged, is that it's a No Man's Sky story, is that they have fixed it. I mean, the game that I played at the beginning of the year, like in March, you know, I like I said, I want to enjoy it. I very much want to enjoy Cyberpunk 2077. It's a very interesting game, very ambitious game. And I took issue. In fact, Deathforge, I took issue with the fact he called this game a colossal failure, and I was like, I wouldn't call it that. But then, about 20 minutes after he did that, I realized that he when this video came out and the state the game was in when he was playing it, and that's actually, I'm glad that this is here. This is very telling because it does show. In fact, I should probably reference this guy's video in my video essay just to show the dissatisfaction, because it's a very damning statement from this guy too, because we all know he's always trying to find the nuance, the middle ground, or what might be the unpopular opinion, but is more truthful, right? He prides himself on that kind of stuff in his essays. So, you know, for him to throw that out there, it's pretty eye-opening about his state of mind at the time, and the state of the game, the state of the game had to be in to put him in that state of mind is telling. It's very telling.
That this game is meant to be all about. The locations are interesting. Nightclubs, gang bases, sleazy hotels, drug labs. These are the places that give you a real taste of Night City, and it's by doing these gigs that you end up feeling like a part of it all. And while this content can sometimes feel a little too standard and repetitive, there are moments that manage to be unexpected or feature reactivity to player actions. Stuff like talking to your assassination target before you kill them, only for them to make you a better deal, and then trick you to try and escape after you agree. Moments such as these go a long way to making gigs feel more unique, although I do still think Cyberpunk focuses a bit too much on quantity over quality with this content, and that this game would have benefited from having a smaller number of gigs that were more in-depth and featured larger areas, more choices, and greater reactivity. But overall, contrary to my initial impressions, gigs were more enjoyable than the majority of side content found in big open world games. It's just that there are major problems with how the game presents them. The fact they look exactly like normal side quests on the main map also doesn't help matters, as players will go to these locations expecting a narrative-focused side quest and be disappointed when that's not what they get. And the same could be said about purchasing vehicles. Buying a car is not a side quest. Please don't try to pretend that it is. No one is being fooled. So, Cyberpunk's side content is a bit of a mixed bag, but what problems there are stem far more from how the game presents its content than from the content itself. Of course, a lot of this side content is reliant on combat to support it, so let's move on to that. In some ways, the combat in Cyberpunk is quite difficult to judge, because the early game plays so different to the late that it almost feels like two different games. This isn't that unusual for an RPG, because this is a genre where creating a sense of progression is often done deliberately, with characters starting their adventures very weak, struggling to kill even basic enemies, before leveling up, finding some nice gear, and 50 hours later waltzing into combat encounters against demigods without even breaking a sweat. Just think back to trying to kill mudcrabs outside Seyda-Neen in Morrowind with 90% of your attacks just straight up missing, compared to the things you can do in that game towards the end of a playthrough. Still, while this might be common for an RPG, it's not common for a first-person shooter, and the sheer number of bullets early game enemies take in Cyberpunk can make these initial encounters feel like a chore. In time, this issue seems to sort itself out, with enemies dying at a much more acceptable speed, yet still doing high enough damage to the player so that the game didn't feel too easy to me on hard. As a general rule, single enemies pose almost no threat because bullets cause enemies to stagger.
I would like to switch gears real quick.
Okay, today's video is kind of wild, and I'll start by sharing some stats. And keep in mind, this is all from a core team of just 30 people. So, 1 million...
This is on Expedition 33, which I am continually hearing very, very good things about. And I'm just curious. I really like Bellar News. He tends to to shy away from. He chases trends, but he doesn't do the rage clickbait stuff as much as other folks do. Appreciate his tone.
Okay, today's video is kind of wild, and I'll start by sharing some stats. And keep in mind, this is all from a core team of just 30 people. So, 1 million sales in 3 days, and that's not even counting Game Pass, so there'll be a load more players, a 97% recommendation on OpenCritic, a 92% in Steam as of the first 17,000 reviews. There have been thousands more, and obviously, a lot of copies sold on PlayStation. Basically, by any numbers, Clara Obscura Expedition 33 is one of the best games this year. But there's a thing, this is not like a lot of the other games. It's actually a tiny core team, a core team of just 30. This is their debut title, and it's, well, a turn-based RPG. This is in a genre that the big players so far have dismissed, and at least from like an audience's perspective, it completely came out of nowhere. So, that's the overall story of Expedition 33 in the market, though parts of it aren't always accurate. Now, I'm not here to shit in the team, very much the opposite. To oversimplistically glaze them actually undermines how much of an achievement this game actually is, how sensible, how smart this team have been, and we'll also be able to cover today where the game came from and who funded it. First up, if you're not part of the million sales, Expedition 33 is a turn-based RPG with reactive combat quick-time events set in a painterly world where anyone past the age of 33 is killed by a wrathful god. You and your party set out to do basically the JRPG thing, you know, you save yourselves, save the world. You may even kill God at the end, but I haven't actually got there yet, so we'll see. Now, while just about everything in this game is being praised, what's really standing out is the prologue. The prologue is utterly incredible. Beyond that though, it's exceedingly French, and just as the French comics and animation scene owes a big debt to Japan, so does this game, and that's not just me editorializing, that is overtly a parallel drawn by the creative director who gave the producer copies of FF10 and Persona 5. But to my horror, not a copy of the best JRPG of all time, which obviously is The Lord of the Rings, The Third Age. Anyway, here's what's wild about this game. It's not AAA, even though it's besting them, even though it looks like one. In a way, the sheer excitement around Expedition 33 almost underplays the many reasons why this game is able to punch way above its weight class. One of the biggest talking points about Expedition 33 is the team itself, that somehow only 30 developers made this thing, that they cast off the shackles of Ubisoft and made a linear game that was the opposite of an Ubisoft game. And that, thankfully, is not wrong, but it's also not the full story, so here goes. Sandfall Interactive are a new studio established in 2020. Expedition 33 was in development since 2019, that's back when the creative director, Guillaume, I think is how you say his name, was noodling around in Unreal Engine for the first time. And it sure seems Unreal lit a fire under him. So he, and a bit under half of their team, hail from Ubisoft, the rest are from studios like Cyanide or other indie groups. There are plenty of veterans, but here's the wild thing. For the majority of that team, Expedition 33 is their first industry credit. And that is especially the case in level, VFX, and technical art. Just kind of wild. Honestly, I'd say that is sort of insane. And in a way, it makes me sad. It suggests that we should have had far more games like this. You see, the 2020s saw a wave of senior staff, right, at AAA companies, leave those companies to start their own team. It was a real hot funding environment. And look, the ex-Blizzard people, the ex-BioWare people, you've seen all of that stuff. But as we've covered here, that has tended not to end well, and very often not because the game comes out and it's bad, but because the financial landscape changed, which is basically to say there were loads of other teams, kinda like this one, but the funding environment just ended up killing them. Yet, we just look at Sandfall and we look at this game. This game is the single best argument for this model of development yet. But that's all surface level. Let's go a little bit deeper to see how the game was actually made. To start, Sandfall have a team of 30. Now, 30 is really just not enough to make a game like this, just in terms of the pure amount of labor. Now, one way around this problem is to scale up the headcount of your team, but doing so is extremely hard. And that core problem has led to fun times in the industry. So back in the day, companies would swell up their headcount to produce a game, and then they would do mass layoffs. That obviously sucked. These companies would end up losing a lot of institutional knowledge. So in response, many companies then became multi-project studios. Now, that is hard. The point, though, is whenever one project has its big production bulk, another is in pre-production. Then, whenever the big production of one is over, those staff can move to the game that's just finished its pre-production, and then ideally you don't have to fire a load of people and lose all your institutional knowledge. The thing is though, game development is, kind of hard, and lining up those schedules is a challenge. This has led to a lot of issues in the industry. And to top it all off, those companies end up so large that it's just a level of scale that erodes focus. Focus is king. Sandfall went with a different option then. They went with outsourcing. And as an example, we see that clearly in this 8-person animation team that they hired, as well as porting, quality assurance, music, and the publishing arm of this game. And the publishing I'll come back to. There's actually more to that story. The focus that they gain from being a team of just 30, well, pays off big time. Now, to put all this together, you then, of course, have the engine, which is Unreal 5. That makes this game look like a AAA game, but it's staff who know how to use that engine that make it feel like a AAA game. And so very often, that's the difference. And all that, while doing gameplay in a genre that AAA, at least by the conventions of today, would simply not make. Turn-based battling, mini-games, and an overworld map that players can navigate. It is all classic JRPG stuff, so the Final Fantasy inspirations might be a source of that feeling. But you think about Final Fantasy, and you think about FF16. FF16 in the more recent games have been moving towards action gameplay, and that has soured a lot of people. And that's because, right? It's always been framed as a common wisdom that turn-based games do not sell as well and are not as popular as games that are not turn-based. What we see here is Sandfall ignoring those beliefs and making the game that they wanted, inspired by the games that inspired them, say FFX, and that is some damn laudable shit. They're not chasing industry trends here, but actually in a way you could say that they are. Now I don't mean this in a bad way, it's more to expose a strange thing that's happened. The industry critics and audiences seem to actually love turn-based RPGs. So, looking at OpenCritic, of the last 10 years, only 2 have not had at least one turn-based RPG in the top 20 rated games. So these are big. People do love them. And that's not even counting well-selling turn-based games like Octopath, Wasteland, or Like a Dragon. So the AAA industry is capable of making turn-based RPGs, let alone indies. But maybe what people were missing was a classic Japanese RPG, right? With action-based combat, mini-games, party dynamics, the things that we're seeing here. Plus, of course, some of the fresh ideas of indie games. And that's why, say, Sea of Stars did so well in 2023. I mean, it's basically, and yes, this is reductive, Expedition 33, but with top-down pixel art instead of 3D graphics. So, maybe it's not just about the genre making the game a success. It's about the AAA feel of that genre being a surprise. I think that's actually the big thing here. The fact that this game looks and feels AAA in a way that something like Sea of Stars or even Metaphor ReFantazio, well, doesn't, right? And as much as I love the stylization of Metaphor or Persona, it is not photoreal, absolutely effects to the tits, Square Enix style JRPG stuff. And you know what? That's what this game is able to hit, and I think that is what makes it seem so incredibly fresh, and a lot of that is because they've clearly made it smart, and, well, UE5 does actually give developers a hell of a lot of things out of the box. Games are currently in the middle of a crisis of marketing, so you'd be forgiven for not knowing about Expedition 33, but it would be a little unfair to say that this game came out of nowhere. We had appearances at Xbox's big showcases, full features in PC Gamer and Edge, and so much hype it got a Game Pass deal. And even before this had a release, Variety was confirming that it already had a film deal. So if it came out of nowhere from a tiny bunch of indies, how does that have a film deal? Well, we can talk about that. So within the industry, this game has been known as one pushed for success. And that feels counter to the idea, or some of them, that we've been talking about lately. I mean, last week, we did a video talking about, narrative games being cancelled because publishers are suggesting they're too risky. Expedition 33 certainly runs counter to that. But here's the thing, here's the difference. This game's publisher is actually a bunch of indie developers. They're called Kepler Interactive. Now, they launched in 21. They've been making pretty big waves, I'd say, in the indie and AA space. The TLDR, right, is a collective of indie devs who have pooled talents and resources to support each other in publishing their games and other games. Games like, say, Pacific Drive, Sifu, Scorn, Teacher as well, so fairly big successes. Now, that doesn't mean that, everything they touch is gold. Ultros and Bionic Bay have not done as well, so you may not know about those. But regardless, these are games that are made on their developers' terms because their publisher actually knows what it's like to make those games, and to top it all off, they have connections that get these games the best shot possible, like we've seen with the movie thing, like we've seen with Xbox, and all of the featuring this game's got. So you can see how this all basically has came together. Sandfall can work at their own pace because of a healthy publishing arrangement. They can work in delivering the genre experience that they want with AAA class tools that are, I guess, more democratized, more powerful than ever. They then have the connections to proper hardcore outsourced talent, like those, say, 8 gameplay animators, and that means that they can put together something with very clear scope.
See, that's really good. That basically a bunch of artists and stuff got together and put together a game from the perspective that they were creating an artistic product. Like these people went in making a work of art, right? And it just turned out to be a really good product that would sell. That's why this thing succeeds, where all of these people with that type of mindset get together. And that's one of the great things about Unreal Engine and where we are with the games today. And there's on one side, it's not so great that we're getting a bunch of things consolidated, and people should be making their own game engines. So I applaud that, but at the same time, it's a huge investment to make a games engine, and then you got to put in all the features. So to just be able to have access to Unreal Engine 5 and be able to leverage all of its tools and features for your game, allows experienced folk to end up making something like Expedition 33, which is great. So I think probably for the foreseeable future, we're going to see a bunch of too big to succeed, quote unquote, AAA titles launch and
very few of them will be successful, and they'll probably be this big spectacle. I think the next big thing that's going to come out. I mean, I don't know what the next big thing is going to come out. I know that the next GTA is going to be an event, but that got delayed another year. But that, I mean, if you look at how much money the GTA Online stuff made, you can see why the investors and the business folk don't have a problem with as much money as they've spent, and that it's delayed another year because it's going to make them 16 times the amount of money that they put in. If it's halfway successful, and if they end up charging $100 for the game, they could probably make $1 billion day one. That'll probably be like the highest selling product ever. The Grand Theft Auto game. There'll be nothing like it. It'll make $1 billion in revenue on day one. It's gonna be wild.
At an astounding level of quality, quite seemingly with a hell of a lot more efficiency than a massive, traditional, bloated AAA team. If there's one thing you take away, it should be this. Expedition 33 is not successful for any one reason. It's not popular just because it's made by a small team. It's not good just because it's a throwback RPG. To say that actually does a disservice to the incredibly polished, well-executed game that this team has produced. They spent 6 years working on an idea that came from artistic inspirations. They took their favorite games and then synthesized them into something that they are excited to play, that's new, that's their vision. They partnered with a publisher who respected them enough to help them make this game the way that they wanted. When you put all of those things together, then you get a game like this. And while the average dev or indie can certainly not count on those connections and that backing, I think there are massive, massive lessons to be learned here. And it reminds me of a comparison, one between Assassin's Creed Shadows and Ghost of Tsushima. And yes, it was a dramatic time, and I think Shadows has critically overperformed what many people would have expected. But what I found interesting was just comparing the team sizes between them. And it very much does seem to be smaller teams, better conditions, more tight scope. That's thumbs up. That's good. So many of the problems we've had these days with slop and just all the bad stuff, it just seems that it's these massively expensive, huge amounts of money, huge expectations, and unrealistic goals. And of course, all, to the whim of a quarterly earnings report, which we also covered in our last video. So you know what? I'll leave it at that. If you want to know why EA just made massive cuts that will absolutely hurt the EA games that we actually do care about, watch this video next.
But with multiple enemies, players need to be aware of their surroundings, as carelessly leaving yourself open to fire can easily result in a quick death. Enemy AI is basic, but it is functional, with foes making attempts to utilize cover and flank the player to try to prevent you from being too stationary. The variety of weapons and weapon types leads to a bit of diversity in the gunplay, although I do wish you didn't have to visit a Ripper dock every time you change weapon type in order to fully unlock its potential with cyberware, as this ends up being overly time consuming and just encourages players to use a smaller variety of options. Overall though, with a gun in hand, I'd consider Cyberpunk's combat to be better than the usual low bar set by action RPGs, as long as you make it through the early game. The sense of progression in character strength can feel pretty rewarding, particularly if it feels like the result of your specific character build. But this isn't necessarily conducive to good FPS gameplay, and the over-the-top difference between early and late game is even more noticeable for stealth. With a low cool stat, enemies can see you very easily, making sneaking through locations unseen a real challenge. With a high cool stat, and maybe a couple detection speed perks thrown in as well, enemies start to seem almost blind, and sneaking around undetected has all the challenge of a relaxing walk in the park. Needing stat investment to be good at stealth is an okay idea, but the difference is a bit too extreme, with stealth gameplay going from too difficult to too easy, with not enough time spent in between. This problem is exacerbated by headshots from a silenced weapon not doing enough damage to kill enemies without some headshot or stealth damage perks, which makes you even weaker early on, and shooting enemies in the head from stealth yet not doing enough damage to actually kill them is just one of those things that feels wrong. It is rewarding to invest a few levels into stealth and then finally be able to take down guys undetected with headshots, but once more it's a question of whether the sense of progression is worth the cost of early game gameplay. You also can't kill high level enemies with stealth takedowns, which feels both unfair and unnecessary as high level enemies are overpowered enough already. Anyway, in the case of both gunplay and stealth, Cyberpunk feels like it's prioritising the RPG systems over the gameplay itself, when this approach probably wasn't worth it. The sense of progression this provides might be satisfying, but so is fun gameplay, and the vast difference between early game and late game isn't very immersive either. It's not realistic for enemies to take hundreds of bullets to die, or for them to take 5 seconds to see a guy who's crouched down 10 meters away. In addition to shooting and stealth, Cyberpunk also has melee and hacking, although both seem more like support act material than main stage headliners. Melee on melee encounters feel fine, but using a melee weapon to go after enemies with guns is a bit one-dimensional. Ranged enemies just stand there shooting, and either you have enough hit points to close the distance and slice them to bits up close, or you don't, in which case you die or have to hide briefly to spam healing items. Melee would be a lot more fun if the game had more movement options, but at least playing melee forces you to be aware of your surroundings and pick your fights carefully, as charging straight in often ends with your death, and having to bait enemies into buildings or flank around and pick people off one by one adds at least some degree of strategy to encounters. As for hacking in combat, it's one of those things where the concept is a bit more exciting in theory than in practice. Hacking mid-fight can feel a little cumbersome as it breaks the flow of the encounter. I suppose this is rather realistic, as stopping to hack someone in the middle of a gunfight doesn't exactly sound like the best idea, but this did mean I ended up favouring just using breaches and a quick hack as a way to initiate encounters and get some debuffs and damage off up front, before switching to a different method of dealing damage once the fight actually gets underway. I expect with high enough investment you can get to the point where hacking is all you need to clear out groups of enemies with ease, but it's not something I've fully tested yet, and I expect even if true it would just mean encounters would be overly easy as opposed to being genuinely interesting. There's certainly no epic hacker vs hacker duels to look forward to, but really that should have been expected. You don't exactly get many games with good magic vs magic showdowns, so switching the setting to Cyberpunk was unlikely to ever change that, and that's really what hacking is in this game, the Cyberpunk version of magic. Still, even if Cyberpunk's combat fails to excel with any of its individual components, it still benefits from the fact that players have more choice in how to approach combat encounters than most games of this type, and in an RPG, this is a very good thing. I know I'm beating a dead roach with The Witcher 3 comparisons at this point, but I think if the games were compared on the strength of their combat, then Cyberpunk is again a pretty obvious winner, even if it does suffer a little due to inconsistency. I also feel I need to at least mention the poor implementation of healing items in Cyberpunk, because while this is hardly unique to Cyberpunk, this system still seems badly designed, and it's exactly the type of thing I've criticised other games for in the past. So, like in many other games, Cyberpunk gives you way too many healing items, but it also allows you to spam these items mid-combat with no penalty. Brute forcing your way through an encounter this way feels cheap. This problem could be solved by limiting the number of healing items players can carry, a little like how swallow potions worked in The Witcher, but doing this would mean players are forced to loot the environment more to keep their healing stock topped off, so I would rather the game take a different approach, like by having healing tied to a specific cyberware slot that is manually activated and then recharges over time, so players can't just spam healing over and over. This cyberware could then be modded for a larger heal or a shorter cooldown to allow a bit of progression and customization, and this approach seems like a more functional and satisfying way to allow limited healing without any real downside. Anyway, in conclusion, the things Cyberpunk does are often done quite well, it's just there's a pervasive inconsistency to it all. The combat is poorly balanced, the side content is poorly presented, and the open world looks incredible but falls to pieces upon closer inspection. This harkens back to that feeling that the game is unfinished, and there are other things that support this assessment too, like how every now and then you come across a really noticeable flaw that seems so obvious it's difficult to understand how nobody thought to fix it. For example, when driving, the minimap is overly zoomed in, making you often miss turnings you need to take. The vehicle controls in Cyberpunk are already a little too liable to both over and understeer, but the driving would be so much more manageable if the minimap just zoomed out a little when you enter a car to allow the GPS to be followed reliably. Anyone who plays this game for a decent amount of time will spot this problem, and it's so easy to fix, and yet somehow, here it still is. Other examples include how you can't rebind the item pickup key. Most keybinds can be rebound, but this was the only one I really wanted to change, and yet you can't. Why? This is made more annoying by the way Cyberpunk binds both looting items and selecting dialogue responses to the same key, meaning you may not only be forced to use a keybind you don't want to use, but you also might end up selecting dialogue responses by mistake while using it to loot items during conversations. This also happens with other things bound to one key, like crouching and skipping dialogue, or dropping bodies and activating cyberware. Then you have your UI design problems, like how you can't close the map with a single button and instead have to go from the map screen to the menu screen and then exit the menu from there. But why doesn't pressing the map button a second time just exit the map? There's no reason for it not to. Having to press 2 buttons instead of 1 to exit a map screen isn't a big deal, but you'll encounter these kinds of small quirks more regularly than you'd expect in a game of this budget, and compounded with the bugs and technical issues, it leaves Cyberpunk feeling sloppy. Even when trying to ignore some of the game's flaws, players might still find themselves pulled out of the experience not by the severity of Cyberpunk's problems, but by the ubiquitous shadow they cast over everything good about the rest of the game. And so, all this is to say that the final part of Cyberpunk, the story, certainly has its work cut out for it if it was ever going to salvage the experience. One common criticism that was levied against this game before its release was that Cyberpunk 2077 wasn't cyberpunk enough, which seemed to have more to do with the amount of sunshine shown in trailers than anything else. Having now played the game, this particular fear seems largely unfounded, and Cyberpunk's setting ends up being one of its greatest assets. That said, this is a setting that seems to place more emphasis on the punk part of the genre than the cyber, which is not to say that there's a lack of technology present here, but rather that there is a strong sense of style over logic in a way that seems largely intentional. In Dungeons & Dragons, people sometimes refer to a concept known as the rule of cool, which is the idea that people are more willing to suspend their disbelief over a story, concept, or event if the thing in question seems cool. That it's easier to forgive the unrealistic if the unrealism is fun or interesting, and there's a sense of this rule at play in the setting of Cyberpunk 2077. Which might be why there are old arcade machines everywhere 57 years into the future, or retro-style cars, or katanas that are just as effective in combat as guns, or Japan being presented as the Asian superpower of the future instead of China, or characters from the year 2023 aging slower than that actor who plays Johnny Silverhand. But this applies to parts of the main story as well. Cyberpunk isn't a game that has much interest in exposition. It introduces wild sci-fi concepts and then doesn't make much of an attempt to fully explain them. Which means this is a story about stealing a high-tech microchip that contains an engram with the personality of a dead rock star, which after being inserted into your brain allows you to return from the dead, with that rock star now appearing as a hologram that speaks to you, and now you've only got 2 weeks to live, and oh my god, time to take on one of the most powerful corporations in the world with just a few buddies, and your sheer unmatched fucking awesomeness. The engram is really the standout in this regard. It's not just the personality of that rock star, it's not a computerized reproduction of them, it's them. Like, really them, the one and only, which I guess means the weapon that killed them, Soulkiller, is somehow meant to have literally ripped out their soul and somehow stored it on a computer chip. And then somehow their soul is inserted into someone else, who is now somehow able to resurrect from the dead, like the second coming of Christ, because the microchip has somehow prevented a bullet to the brain. Somehow. Do I need to say the word somehow anymore, or is that somehow just getting annoying? Anyway, I don't really have a problem with any of this. What? I'm serious. Maybe I'm just sick of long, boring exposition dumps in video games that try to over-explain every little detail. Or maybe it's the consistency with which Cyberpunk 2077 prioritizes style above all else that allows for a certain level of narrative cohesion. Or maybe it's how this whole setting is 2 steps divorced from reality. Firstly, by being set in the future, but secondly, by being based off a Cyberpunk tabletop setting, which has its own version of 2020 that isn't anything like our 2020, making it easier for the setting to get away with whatever it wants. Or maybe it's just the rule of cool. But really, the setting of this game just felt too enjoyable to get hung up on how many little things don't make perfect sense. And hey, what I don't know won't hurt me, and I don't mind just skipping over some of the explanations and pseudo-techno-babble and giving the narrative the benefit of the doubt if that means the plot keeps moving forward instead of slowing to an expository-ridden crawl. If all this is something you're not okay with, then that's fine, to each their own, but honestly I've always been a bit more of a Snow Crash for Neuromancer kind of guy anyway, and I think there's room in the cyberpunk genre for settings that care more about the style and the emotion of the subject matter than the science fiction. That said, if anyone has a problem with Cyberpunk 2077's lack of logic, then that seems reasonable to me, particularly in regards to the engram, which could easily be a step too far in how much
It's good to know this guy's well read.
disbelief it
He mentioned Snow Crash and Neuromancer.
requires to be suspended. One thing I don't accept though is that this setting isn't cyberpunk enough. I mean, dystopian future, high-tech low life, the juxtaposition of scientific advancement against societal breakdown, what exactly is meant to be the problem here? Is it still the sun? Because if it is, they should just set every cyberpunk game in England and you wouldn't have to worry about too much sunshine ever again. Look, Ubisoft are already doing it. Hang on a second, dystopian future, high-tech, low-life, the juxtaposition between scientific advancement and societal breakdown. Are we a cyberpunk? Oh wait, no, there's the sun, making its single, solitary appearance of the year. Oh, thank God. I was getting worried there, but now the sun's here, I guess everything must be okay after all. Really though, Cyberpunk 2077 has plenty of cyberpunk in it. Joy Toys, Brain Dances, Soulkiller, The Black Wall, Netwatch, Trauma Team, Cyberware, Cyberpsychosis, the dissolution of traditional sovereign nation states that are replaced by corporate conglomerates leading to a new age of corporate wars and worker disempowerment, and so on. Not everything is that original, not everything is explained well, and not everything is explored in great depth, but it's cyberpunk through and through, and the range of different ideas that are presented leads to strong world building and an impressive amount of diversity to the game's quests and sub-stories. I can't help but compare Cyberpunk to Deus Ex Human Revolution or Mankind Divided here, which both focus every part of their narratives on one single cyberpunk concept, to the point where the world building often suffers as a result. Cyberpunk 2077 may not have as much to say about any individual idea as the modern Deus Ex games did, but it does create a more narratively compelling world in my opinion, and the strong setting is well supported by a solid cast of characters and consistently high quality writing. The best example of both being Johnny Silverhand. I'm not sure why the announcement that Keanu Reeves would star in the game generated so much excitement. Celebrity actors in video games aren't anything new, and no one seemed to care when Patrick Stewart was in Oblivion, or Liam Neeson was in Fallout, or John Cleese was in Fable. But this was clearly different. This time it was a real actor, not like those Oscar-nominated hacks, and with the announcement that Ted from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was finally going to show those amateurs how it's done, everyone apparently saw fit to lose their collective minds.
No way!
To be honest, I'm still not sure why that happened actually, but there we go. From what I can gather, Keanu Reeves is like the nicest guy ever, and I'm not sure how exactly that was decided or why that would make the game better, but there we are. What do I know? Personally though, I don't like the trend of using Hollywood actors in video games, particularly now that face scanning is a thing, meaning you don't just have to put up with a distractingly recognisable voice, but also they're impossible to ignore likeness, staring at you all the time, pulling uncanny valley-esque expressions while you try to pay attention and not think about unwanted thoughts. Like, does Norman Reedus really have such pink nipples in real life? Or was that more of a creative decision made about this character, who I've forgotten the name of because I'm so used to everyone just referring to them by the actor's name? And wait, what's going on here? You want to take my what fluids? You can't just do that, I'm Norman fucking Reedus. This is the Reedus and the Fetus show, baby. Now where's my boy Mads at? It's time for something to... Anyway, with all that said, when it comes to Johnny Silverhand, I think, for what might be the first time, using a celebrity to play this role kind of works. Not that there's ever been much wrong with past celebrity performances, but for once, the celebrity status of the actor ends up actually being advantageous here because this is a character who is meant to be recognisable. Johnny Silverhand himself is a celebrity. He's a Night City legend, a person people like your character are meant to idolise, and then here comes Keanu Reeves, ready to show the world why you shouldn't meet your heroes. Some people have criticised Keanu for coming across as a little low energy in his performance, but that seems unfair to me. I don't think an aging alcoholic rock star should have the bubbly energy of a kids' TV presenter in the first place, and Keanu delivers his lines exactly how this character should, with the slow, uneven cadence that comes from years of heavy drinking, and the bitter underlying resentment of a man who could have had it all, but ended up gambling everything and losing. Really, a lot of the criticism levelled against Keanu here seems to be more like people's indirect problems with the actual character, which is crazy, because Johnny Silverhand is great. One of my favourite video game characters is Kreia from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. Some guy with the worst name on YouTube made a 2-hour video about why they think this character is good, which, as of writing this, has over 6 million views. But I don't have 2 hours, or 6 million viewers, so I guess I'll have to try to be more brief. There's a lot of depth to Kreia's philosophy, but what really makes her great in my eyes is how she goes against RPG party member conventions to end up being something more than just another party member. Generally speaking, in a game your party members are there to support you, in ways both mechanical and narrative. As a result, these characters can feel more like your personal team of cheerleaders, or a squad of Pokemon there for you to collect and battle with, rather than actual people with opinions. But then along comes Kreia with her own well thought out set of beliefs, who's more concerned with chastising the player for their decisions than just trying to support you from the background. And Kreia doesn't just come across as a more realistic portrayal of a person as a result, she ends up being a character that acknowledges your role as a video game protagonist with the way she uses real life logic to confront you on your video game based actions, making the entire game feel less video gamey as well. Johnny Silverhand and Kreia have a lot in common. Johnny isn't your friend. He doesn't want to be in your head, he doesn't want to share your body, and he doesn't agree with many of the things you say and do. All this he'll happily tell you himself. Often Johnny is an arsehole, but sometimes he has a point. At times he called me out on helping people when there are more important things to be doing, and if this wasn't a video game, where helping people is just what you do to get XP and complete side quests, then Johnny would be right. He often speaks sense, intermixed with resentment, anger and apathy, making his interjections as interesting as they are unsupportive. Johnny also has most of the best lines in the game. Even when not speaking, he can manage to steal the scene, and the way he shows up unexpectedly, sometimes as an unwanted intruder, feels wholly unique. The entire concept of this unwilling passenger tagging along in your head feels like a genuinely original idea for an RPG, and as V himself can often come across as bland and forgettable, another addition in a long line of generic voiced RPG protagonists, The presence of Johnny and the dynamic this creates between him and V almost feels necessary to salvage the weakness of the main character. There are plenty of interesting things that can be done with this concept, like the existential dread that comes from the fear of losing one's own personality, or the element of mystery that comes from not being sure how much your decisions are your own. It's a strong premise for telling a really original story, and occasionally Cyberpunk plays into this. There are examples of dialogue options that seem much more like something Johnny would say than V, which are innocently presented for you to choose or ignore. Things like calling Hellman a corporate whore may as well be words that come straight from Johnny himself, and I would have loved to see more done with this, particularly as the story progresses and it makes sense for Johnny's personality to have a greater influence over V. Ultimately, however, the approach Cyberpunk chooses to pursue with this concept is to tell a story of friendship. In some ways this seems the least interesting option given the unique premise, but in other ways this plays perfectly to CD Projekt's historic strengths, and when the moments of genuine friendship do come, they feel full of real human emotion. I'm not sure I've ever enjoyed choosing an otherwise unimportant dialogue option in a game quite as much as that one at Johnny's grave.
Better now?
A bit. But let's say it was my real grave. What would you write? Here lies Johnny Silverhand.
The guy who saved my life.
V, you don't know how much I want that to be true.
In the end, it's hard not to love this character. Johnny is someone who demands respect, even as he struggles to be likable. This is a man who died for his principles once already, and here he is, with a second chance at life, still willing to give it all up and die for those principles all over again, just so that you get a chance to live. Over the course of the game, we see a lot of Johnny's bad side. He is abrasive and abusive, a bad friend and a worse lover, a rash idealist more likely to fuck the world up even more than ever make anything better, and a parasitic entity in your brain, sucking the life and maybe even personality out from under you. And yet he's also a man with principles, real beliefs he's willing to stand by, and however misled you might think those beliefs are, in a location like Night City, a place that cares so little about such things with its vapid, soul-destroying world of bright lights and empty promises, men like Johnny aren't found very often. Cyberpunk 2077 also doesn't make any excuses for him. Generally, when writers create fictional characters like this, they also try to balance their flaws against some kind of explanation to make their bad side easier to forgive. Like, this guy is a piece of shit, but he was also abused as a child or has PTSD from the war, and so on. But Cyberpunk doesn't do this with Johnny. He was a cunt long before he loses Alt or himself to Arasaka. Really, he is what he is, and what you make of him is left entirely up to you, which makes the ending choice feel particularly impactful as you decide whether to trust Johnny with the assault on Arasaka Tower and how to handle the difficult decision of who should be left with V's body, knowing that no matter what you do, V's time with it will always be limited. The ending epilogues are likely the best sections of the entire game. Finding yourself at the mercy of Arasaka's faceless, soulless science division is like something straight from a Kafkaesque nightmare. After everything you've been through, to get here knowing this is how it all ends is as frustrating as it is uncomfortable, despite the fact that this is potentially the best ending for V. If Arasaka are to be trusted. If. The other two endings that focus on V are both poignant and bittersweet, making them fitting ways to bring this story to a close, but it's the Johnny epilogue that really steals the show, just like the man himself so often through the story. You can get this ending by choosing to keep the body as Johnny after playing as him when assaulting Arasaka Tower with Rogue, or by choosing to give the body to Johnny after playing as V and following the Nomad ending, and which path you choose to get here will completely alter the feel of what follows, with the first option making the tone of it much darker. Either way though, this section works perfectly, with cutting commentary on Night City, the relationship with the kid showing the growth of Johnny, the symbolism of the guitar, and a perfect closing line that says so much with so few words. It took me over 50 hours of in-game time to get to this point, but for Johnny Silverhand it was over 50 years. 50 years for a chance at redemption. It's quite the journey, and you really feel that. Some have criticised the endings to Cyberpunk for being overly negative, but this negativity seems justified to me, and maybe even required. This is a story about becoming a Night City legend, and Night City legends don't just get to walk away at the end of it and enjoy a nice little happily ever after. In playing this game, you are actively choosing a blaze of glory over the quiet life, which was made quite clear to you early on, and there has to be a consequence to that. The flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long, and V has burned very brightly indeed over the course of the game. After all, he has stolen one of the most valuable artifacts in the world from one of the most powerful corporations in the world, and has died once already. Everything after is just borrowed time, and if any of the endings simply resolved all the problems for both V and Johnny, then they wouldn't be doing justice to this story or setting. In the end, Cyberpunk's story really does end up as being one of the best parts of the experience, but it does have a few problems that seem too large to be ignored. The first is that this story suffers from poor pacing early on. After a far too brief prologue, we cover 6 months in a montage before finding ourselves in the middle of a new story with little introduction to the world or characters. The narrative would have benefited from having a couple extra missions early on that take place before meeting Dexter DeShawn in order to properly set the stage. These missions could do more than just introduce things that needed an introduction, they could also help establish our characters' motivations. There should have been one mission that shows what it's like to be at the bottom of Night City's mercenary food chain. For example, a job that goes wrong, leading to no reward for V and Jackie, from which we establish exactly why these characters want to get noticed and move up in the world. Then there could be a follow-up mission where they take on something more risky, specifically to try to get noticed by Dexter DeShawn. The second mission could be a resounding success, which would help contrast with the disaster of what's to come. These missions would be a chance to flesh out the world a bit before the story kicks into top gear, while also allowing players to spend more time with Jackie to make his eventual fate more impactful, and allow for a real introduction to characters like T-Bug. Instead, Cyberpunk's current narrative feels like it's missing a chapter, which makes the 6-month montage feel more like it's been quickly inserted to try to plaster over an otherwise glaring omission than because it's the best way to tell this story. The second problem is that Cyberpunk's narrative suffers heavily from the conflict between the main story and the side content, where the main story creates a sense of urgency that then gets deflated by all the side stuff you might end up doing along the way. This is a piece of criticism that seems common in big open games with lots of side content, and which I think is often exaggerated. For example, as it seems I just cannot seem to stop myself talking about The Witcher 3 in this video, in that game this could also be a problem as the story focuses on Geralt's quest to find Ciri, but I think it's a minor problem that doesn't take much away from the overall experience and is a worthwhile consequence of creating a game with a more open design. However, in the case of Cyberpunk, this criticism seems justified. After all, at the end of the first act, you're told you only have around 2 weeks to live, and after this you cough up blood and pass out periodically, with all the main story's drama revolving entirely around V's need to save himself from his fast approaching death. But you can also spend hours and hours doing unimportant side activities while completely ignoring the main story and face no consequences whatsoever. Or just sit around in your apartment, skipping forward 2 weeks in time by sleeping in the world's most unnatural position, only for nothing to happen. What's so stupid here is that there was no reason at all for the game to specify that you only have 2 weeks to live. The writers could have just said that V is going to die, and that no one knows exactly how long he has left. This doesn't take anything away from the story, because even if V will die in an unknown period of time, that still provides enough motivation for this character to want to continue the main story and try to save themselves, and really that was all that was needed. But this way, whether to pursue the main story above all else or do side content would be left up to the player, with both options feeling justified enough to avoid conflict. Instead, however, as the story currently is, doing side content just doesn't make any sense when you're going to die in a few days, and all the relic malfunctions are just a reminder of this. And yet this whole problem could simply be sidestepped if the writers had only left the timescale more ambiguous. Lastly, I feel it also needs to be at least acknowledged that the cinematic set pieces that the game features multiple times aren't very good, being overly scripted and not even that cinematic. For example, when escaping Konpeki Plaza with Jackie, you shoot down some drones in a car, but the drones don't even seem to shoot you back. Or when fleeing from Arasaka right after you're first saved by Takemura, you shoot enemies on motorcycles, but enemies only die at set, predetermined moments, so your shooting doesn't even feel like it matters. Really, scripted cinematic set pieces need to look less scripted and be more cinematic, and if you can't do them well, it's probably not worth doing them at all. Similarly, Cyberpunk also has several boss fights, but its combat doesn't feel well designed for these fights, making them a little lackluster, which again raises the question of whether they were even worth adding in the first place. I do think the first person perspective at least works well by blurring the line between cutscene and gameplay, which makes the overall experience more immersive as there's no separation between playing and watching. That said, there is still an awful lot of watching in this story, but like The Witcher before it, Cyberpunk shows CD Projekt can still tell a good story. The setting is interesting, the characters and writing are well done, and the presence of Johnny Silverhand helps bring some originality and uniqueness to a narrative that would be sorely missing these things otherwise. I feel bad for those who struggle to enjoy Cyberpunk's narrative due to the game's other issues, because there's plenty here to enjoy. As for whether that means the story is good enough to save the entire experience, well, that's a question people will have to answer for themselves. Expectations play an important part in how we view games. For Cyberpunk 2077, those expectations were set sky high, which meant that for most people the game didn't end up meeting them. But that wasn't really the case for me. I hadn't paid much attention to the marketing, I didn't read any interviews about features that might not have ended up in the game, and I'm always a bit skeptical of things that seem overly hyped anyway. Really, all I expected was The Witcher 3 in a cyberpunk setting, and what I ended up getting was basically The Witcher 3 in a cyberpunk setting with extra bugs. Of course, I did still expect bugs, this is an open world RPG after all, but I didn't expect problems to this extent. Still, my expectations were mostly met. What's so strange to me is how other people's expectations varied so greatly from my own, and how that seems to have coloured their view of this game so vividly. Cyberpunk isn't the deepest RPG ever made, but it's still probably deeper than anyone should realistically expect from a game of this budget, and its depth is greater than the last RPG made by CD Projekt. So where has this Cyberpunk isn't an RPG meme even come from? Don't get me wrong, I'm all for holding RPGs to account. I play a lot of these games, and I'm always in favour of giving a spotlight to deep RPGs that may go under-acknowledged, or criticising shallow RPGs that deserve the criticism. But despite that, it still seems important to recognise when something is true and when it's not, and just because many people are repeating something doesn't make it true. And then we come to the rest of the game. One thing I saw repeatedly mentioned before Cyberpunk was released was that people were worried the game would be too similar to Grand Theft Auto. But now the game has released, everyone seems outraged that it isn't similar enough to Grand Theft Auto. These aren't necessarily the same people, but again I have to wonder what exactly everyone expected. There are many ways Cyberpunk's open world can be improved, but you're out of your mind if you expected something with the level of immersion and attention to detail of Rockstar's recent efforts on top of all of the features you'd expect in a modern AAA RPG. One game can't do everything, and nor should they try to. At best, the result will be a game that does many things, and is mediocre at all of them. And at worst, the result will be something broken and unfinished. There may have been all sorts of things that went on behind the scenes and contributed to Cyberpunk 2077's downfall, but if you look only at the game itself and judge it based on what's in front of us, then the problem with it seems to be a clear case of overambition and out-of-control feature creep. I'd love to know how much time was spent on systems and content that didn't ultimately make it into the game. Not that cut content isn't a part of every big game release, but Cyberpunk seems to be an extreme example, and while everyone will, maybe rightfully, say this game should have been delayed until finished, however long it takes, I also can't help but wonder just how long that really would be. By trying to do too much, this game ended up imploding inwards on itself, leaving behind a huge, sprawling, sometimes epic game with moments of occasional brilliance that stands side by side with half-baked systems, obvious design missteps, and enough jank and bugs to make a mid-2000s Eastern European RPG developer blush. Huh.
I had that happen to me. I came out of a building one time and all the cars were half sunk into the ground.
Can you believe that this was how it all started? I've told this story once before, but I feel it bears repeating. When the first Witcher game was released, it was buggy and broken. So much so that for no fault of my own, I couldn't play the game. It would crash within 5 minutes every time I tried to run it, until several months and multiple patches later, where it was finally stable enough to run on my more than good enough graphics card. And when it did run, I found a janky and very enjoyable little RPG. A diamond in the rough full of charm and personality, which left me impressed by this little unknown Polish game developer who I was left
There we go. For some reason I couldn't see the mouse to click the mute button. I was just going to agree that yes, Witcher 1 was janky AF, but we loved it. The jank was part of it. It's like the jank is part of a Bethesda game.
eager to see more from. Of course, when I first played The Witcher, my expectations were set accordingly, and what a change such a thing can make. You have to wonder how differently this game would be received if it had released out of nowhere with an early access warning slapped on the store page. I imagine we'd be seeing a lot of masterpiece, game of the year and greatest RPG of all time being thrown around, instead of some of the less charitable things that are currently being said, even if lots of that praise would still be an exaggeration. I also imagine the sales would be but a fraction of what they actually were. Expectations have their advantages, though I'm not sure the same can be said about exaggerations. The Witcher 3 was a great game, but people still found a way to exaggerate its greatness, and Cyberpunk isn't a bad game, but people still want to make sure they exaggerate its failings, truth be damned, because this is the internet and everything needs to be exaggerated and everything has to be taken to extremes. So, if you want to know my conclusion, it's that Cyberpunk isn't as good a game as what people hoped it to be, but it isn't as bad a game as people are making it out to be either. It was overhyped and now it's overhated, but really hype and hate aren't so very different, and neither are especially helpful. I'm sure there's an important lesson to be learned here. Something about how there are no heroes, just disappointments and disappointments to be, so be careful what or who you idolize, and remember that holds true for more than just video games. But really, you shouldn't let yourself be a victim of hype, because you're the one who ends up getting burned as a result, and I hope Cyberpunk ends up being a wake-up call for people. I also hope it ends up being a wake-up call for what a company can get away with. You know, usually I'd add something here critical of CD Projekt themselves, calling back to what I said in the beginning about the separation of art and artist, and the legitimacy of the criticism people have with what the company has done. But I think the rest of the internet probably has that covered. I mean, if Fallout 76 is any indication, then there will be months, maybe years of clickbait videos trying to squeeze out every single last view of this situation until there are more videos covering the topic than bugs in this game's code. So, instead, I'll end by saying this. I like Cyberpunk 2077, but it doesn't get to just brush away all its problems by trying to pretend it's only bugs, or that things might one day be patched and improved. It just doesn't work that way. This game released unfinished, and it deserves to have that as part of its legacy, no matter how good it could have been or one day might become. But that still won't stop me from enjoying it, and I hope it doesn't stop other people from enjoying something they might otherwise enjoy either. After all, the hype has ruined this game for enough people already, so it would be a great shame to let the hate ruin it for the rest. Thank you for watching.
Oh, that was great. The job hunt continues. I'm gonna put the mic on mute, and you folks will see me on the phone. I'm gotta get in touch with some. Trying to get back in touch with people, basically. I did put a poll in the chat, so those of you take a look at the chat. You should see. Do you think it was possible for Cyberpunk 2077 to live up to its own hype? Because I think it did kind of get carried away with itself. Everybody, like, the expectations for the game were just so incredibly high, I think, and then it was so far off the mark from what people were expecting. But he also brought up a good point, like, what were people expecting? Everybody was expecting like this crazy perfect game, and yeah, so very, very interesting documentary. Let's find. I'm getting ready to make a couple of phone calls, and then it's back to the job hunt. So, Cyberpunk 2077, an open-minded review, is great. The evolution of an indie giant. This might be really good. I actually like this indie giant. I did not know that the guy that did the studio that did Hades is the studio that did Bastion. I played Bastion, Transistor, Pyre. I didn't play a lot of Pyre, but Pyre was fun for what it was. I didn't get very far in it, but I remember playing a little bit of it and enjoying it. The studio has its own charm and its own style, and I didn't know that they had done Hades. I might actually try Hades one of these days because I finally got a gaming controller. But yeah, Supergiant Games. Let's check out what he has to say about Supergiant Games, and the job hunting and communicating, trying to get back in touch with people will continue. So. Yeah, if you can, vote on that poll that's there in chat if you see it.
I have a confession to make. There are a lot of critically acclaimed indie games that I don't like very much. A lot of them are games that might show up on greatest of all times lists, or that critics like to turn to for proof that games are art, but to me, a lot of these games are missing something important. This might be linked to the different reasons why people play games. Some games function more as experiences. They're not games you play to win, instead they invite you to be a passenger along for the ride, and over that ride's duration they allow you to experience moments of artistic and emotional expression that will hopefully mean something to you. And that's great, in theory, but these types of experiences haven't usually resonated with me in the way they might have with others, and that might be because of how they handle gameplay. Ultimately, to get the most out of an experience, I need to feel involved in it. I don't mind if a game chooses to focus on narrative or presentation over gameplay, but I still want there to be some kind of gameplay I can engage with. I don't mind being there for the experience, but I want that experience to be active, not passive. And I don't mind if a game wants to take me for a ride, but I'd rather be the driver than the passenger. If I didn't want these things, I wouldn't play a video game to begin with. There are books and movies that can also provide incredible experiences, but there are times I don't just want to experience something, I want to play it. And so it's always seemed a shame to me how many interesting and acclaimed gaming experiences don't seem to try to meet that standard of interactivity and involvement that maybe I need to fully enjoy them. Because in other ways, so much about these games can seem appealing. With the rise of indie gaming over the last decade, video games have become a lot more diverse and creative. Artistic vision has been allowed to take ascendancy over commercial viability, and developers have been able to take risks or be experimental in ways the mainstream gaming industry might not be willing to. The result has been many games that feature striking visuals or deep, complicated subject matters, games that explore topics rarely touched upon in ways unlike anything else out there. But these games often do this in a way where gameplay is secondary, almost as if they're trying so hard to be art, but they forget the inherent strengths of their own medium along the way. And while there is an audience for these types of games, and nothing wrong with people enjoying them, there's also a lot to be said in favour of any game that manages to be that kind of unique experience, but doesn't neglect gameplay to do so, and is instead able to interweave its gameplay with the narrative and presentation to produce something greater than the sum of its parts. This is the kind of indie experience that I want from this kind of game, and no developer is better at this in my eyes than Supergiant Games. Formed in 2009 by two former EA developers who quit their job to follow their dream, the story of this studio's success reads almost like an advert for indie gaming, with these two developers moving into the same house to work on their passion project while pulling in friends and associates to form a talented and close-knit group that are still all working together to this day. But it's Supergiant's own games that speak loudest of all. All four have received widespread critical praise, all have factors that make them unique, and in many ways each game has also been better than the last, with the most recent, Hades, feeling like it's incorporated a decade's worth of lessons and ideas, resulting in one of the best games of 2020. This video will look at what made each of Supergiant's 4 games so memorable, while also looking at the ways the studio's design philosophy has evolved over time. But this is also about why Supergiant Games are one of the greatest indie developers in the industry, and while that might sound like a strong statement to make, it's one I hope to back up. First though, we have to start at where it all began. Released in the summer of 2011, Bastion is a game that may have benefited from being in the right place at the right time. That time was the era just before indie games had really started to become widespread, and that place was the Xbox Live Summer of Arcade, which led to a marketing push from Microsoft themselves and all the beneficial exposure that came with it. In a way, these early indie titles were pioneers for a lot of what was to follow in years to come, but there was also a sense that both critics and players may have had lower expectations for such games at this time, and maybe even were more generous in their assessment out of a desire to see these types of titles succeed. This was a time when indie games really had a reputation for being underdogs, and when the continued success of the indie market was a genuine uncertainty. And so you can find examples of indie games from this period that may seem a little overrated and which haven't necessarily stood the test of time. So it was interesting to replay Bastion now, almost 10 years later, to find that it does mostly hold up. If there is an area which may be more lacking than I remember it, it would be the gameplay, which can be both a little bare bones while also not doing much to cover new ground. Bastion is a simplistic action RPG with an isometric perspective. Your moveset is fairly traditional. You have a melee and ranged attack, plus a dodge, a block, and one special ability with limited uses. Your character's slow move speed encourages you to take advantage of those two defensive options, and the timing for both blocking and dodging is very generous to allow you to quickly get the hang of avoiding enemy attacks while going on the offensive when safe to do so. This makes the combat easy to pick up, with most of the challenge coming from when the game throws large numbers of enemies at you all at once, forcing you to have to keep up with the chaos this brings. If you do get hit, you'll find enemy damage is low and options to heal frequent. Maybe too frequent actually, although Bastion does reward players that take less damage by converting unneeded health potions into bonus XP, which provides a nice little incentive to play better. The XP gain from these potions is actually very small in the long run, but this feature still does a good job at feeling like it rewards you for playing well, which makes fights more interesting, even if the difficulty of them can feel like it's tuned quite low. Overall though, there's little about Bastion's core combat that stands out, or isn't done better by many other games out there. What Bastion does still manage to do well is how it introduces new things to ensure its simple combat always stays fresh. At around 6 hours long, Bastion is a short game, and yet it has 11 different weapons for you to mix and match as you try out different combinations of ranged and melee options to find a setup that works well for you. This means that the game is constantly introducing new weapons, which it further incentivizes you to play around with by featuring weapon-specific challenges that themselves are always varied and can be quite fun. To go alongside this, most of Bastion's levels have their own unique environmental hazard or new enemy type, and these do a good job at preventing the simple gameplay from getting boring. The number of weapons also provides a surprising amount of customization. Some weapons synergize better together than others. For example, the musket provides solid AoE damage and is good at hitting enemies at short range. This can be combined with something like the spear, which is strong against single targets or enemies further away. This combination means each weapon can cover the other's weakness, meaning you have a good offensive option for almost all situations. You can then further customize your setup through weapon upgrades and equipable tonics that give a range of additional bonuses. Playing around with different options to find a setup you like and that works well can be rewarding, although due to the game's short nature, there's a good chance that as soon as you unlock everything and find out what works for you, the game will pretty much be over without you really getting a chance to put the knowledge and skills you've developed to use. Still, Bastion's gameplay is simple and fun, and while it doesn't do much to stand out on its own, there are other parts of this experience which do. Early on in Bastion's development, Supergiant decided they wanted to make an action RPG, but they soon realised there were many ways that their game wouldn't be able to compete with other games already on the market, such as in number of weapons and classes, or having hours of content, or features like multiplayer. This was due to the limited nature of the team and their budget. There are things that a studio with over 100 developers can do, which a team of 7 can't. But one way Supergiant knew they could compete with these other more established titles was through their game's presentation. And this aspect of Bastion is one of the first things players will notice about it. The art style uses rich, vibrant colours with a hand-painted, almost watercolour style that couldn't be any more different to the grey-brown colour palette and strive for realism above all else that was seen in so many AAA titles from the same era. As a result, Bastion still looks great today, but it was the use of narration that really made this game stand out to people. All of the player's actions in Bastion are narrated in real time as they happen.
He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble.
Both the voice acting and writing style have a distinctive storybook quality to them, but the narrator isn't just a featureless voice in the sky. They're a real character you'll meet in-game, and one of the few other survivors that the player ever gets a chance to interact with in this world. Still, it was the reactive nature of this narration that really made it so effective.
And then he falls to his death. I'm just fooling.
The narrator provides information on the locations you go to and the history of this world, but they also comment on your actions. These comments include things that the player may not expect to be acknowledged, like whether you smash up the destructible environment, or whether you switch weapons soon after receiving a new addition to your arsenal. Through this narration, the player's role in the narrative is emphasized. It draws attention to the ways in which you're not just a viewer or passenger along for the ride, but are instead an actor who is driving this story forward. It makes you feel as if this is your story and that you're the one in control, even if that isn't entirely true. It's interesting to go back to this game and see that in some ways, the activity of the narration isn't quite as impressive as I remember. There are still times it may take you by surprise, but a lot of the triggers for each line seem more obvious and expected in retrospect. Despite this, the narration is still very well done, and it greatly enhances the experience. It also has a more practical benefit, which is that by telling this story through narration, Bastion is able to avoid breaks in the action that would be created by long cutscenes or large numbers of text boxes. This means the story is told as you actively play the game, which results in a seamless blend between gameplay and narrative that's more engaging and doesn't slow down the pace of the action. Bastion's use of narration really is commendable, but the game does run into some problems that result from only having narration or action as a means to tell its story. For example, there are 3 different times when you're told about a character's backstory. Each time this happens, your character interacts with an object that leads you to entering a dream. The narrator then begins telling each story, while the player kills wave after wave of respawning enemies. There's no connection here between these waves of enemies and the story being told in the background. The enemies are just here to give the player something to do, while the narrator delivers exposition. And this exact scenario then happens 2 more times later on, with the exact same dream area and respawning enemies. These aren't effective moments of storytelling, and this doesn't make for interesting gameplay either. This would be true for just 1 section, let alone 3, but Bastion only knows how to tell its story by narration over action, and so even when this approach doesn't fit the situation, this is still what the game resorts to. There's also another more general problem with this approach. Narration can work well in between action, and it can even work well in the midst of action when the information that's being communicated to the player isn't overly complex. But towards the later parts of Bastion's story, more and more details are revealed about this world and its history, and the narration can then shift from describing player actions into important periods of exposition. It's this combination that isn't always so effective. For one, it can be hard to follow all the details you're being told, while also focusing on staying alive, because the action might already be demanding the majority of the player's attention. This can result in the player missing important details, or just giving the story less attention than it deserves. And I imagine the developers were aware this could be a problem, because loading screens all seem to repeat important plot details to the player, just in case you may have missed something. So, while combining action with narration can work well at certain times, there may also be moments where more separation between the two could be beneficial. As for the story itself, you play as the kid, who wakes up on a floating rock in the sky to discover his world has fallen to pieces, metaphorically and literally. You travel through the remains of a former city named Ceylondia as its pieces reconstitute around you, only to discover that most of its inhabitants have been turned to ash. The kid then turns his attention to the Bastion, a supposed safe haven for people to gather at in times of trouble, which also happens to have the power to restore parts of the world through objects called cores that you then have to gather. It's here that you meet the narrator, who is later joined by 2 other survivors you encounter along the way that are from a different group of people called the Ura. The Ura and Ceylondia were previously at war, and it's within this conflict that you discover the reason for why the world ended up the way it is. Like the gameplay, Bastion's story benefits from the game's strong presentation, and it's at its best in those moments when all parts of the game design are working together. The best example of this is later on in the game, when one of the other survivors you meet, named Zolf, sabotages the Bastion and returns to the Ura. The kid then pursues, which brings him into direct conflict with this group. This leads to the Ura blaming Zolf for leading the kid to them, which results in them attacking Zolf and abandoning him. When the kid finds Zolf, the player is given a choice about whether to drop your weapon in order to carry Zolf in an attempt to rescue him. If the player chooses to do this, it leaves them defenseless against the Ura's attacks. But then, this happens.
Okay, so this is the cover letter, right? Dear consulting agency lady. I am writing to express my interest in the program manager / product tech position recently posted with the consulting agency. With over a decade of experience leading cross-functional initiatives across technology, operations, and product development, I am confident in my ability to drive alignment between stakeholders, manage complex execution, and contribute value from day one. In my previous roles, I have successfully led multi-departmental projects involving customer experience teams, compliance-sensitive platforms, and retail-aligned workflows. My work frequently intersects with engineering, user experience, user interface, and data teams, and I am well-versed in agile and scaled agile environments. I bring a detailed-oriented mindset and a proactive approach to resolving dependencies, identifying risks, and ensuring that technical execution supports business goals. While I believe I am a strong match for this role, I also recognize that your team may be supporting other clients and opportunities as well. If this particular position is not the right fit, I would welcome the opportunity to reconnect and explore how my skill and background could support other roles within your network. I am open, collaborative, and ready to make an immediate impact wherever there is need. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope to connect with you soon and look forward to the possibility of contributing to the success of your clients and projects. Warm regards. That seems great. I just need to make sure the formatting is correct. How do you make sure I'm formatting the cover letter correctly? But yeah. Fly, the wind, it will take me back to my home, sweet home. Lie on my back, clouds are making way for me. I'm coming home, sweet home. I see your star.
Bastion's story is about conflict and the consequences it can have. And here, in this moment, the player is allowed, through a choice they get to make, to go against the cycle of violence and forgive someone who has wronged you, leading to the Ura questioning their own actions and for the broader conflict between the two to be brought to a standstill.
Yeah, Bastion's a really good game.
And all this is something you experience for yourself through gameplay, which
Bastion's a very, very beautiful game. Everything looked like a painting in Bastion. I remember thinking that distinctly.
makes you really feel the weight of this event as you're forced to slowly walk forward, consuming health potions to stay alive, while not really knowing what will happen to you now you've lost the one thing you've relied upon to deal with every challenge the game has thrown at you up until now, which was your ability to fight and defend yourself. Bastion was an ambitious game. You can criticize its individual parts, and argue that the reception it received may have been more favourable than it really deserved, but at its heart, it's still a game that tried to do something different, and it did this by utilising the strengths of its medium. And while the combat can be a little derivative, and its combination of narration with gameplay doesn't always work to the story's advantage, it's still a very solid game that has some genuinely interesting moments that are worth experiencing. And that makes Bastion the kind of experience that I want from this sort of indie title, but for Supergiant Games, they were only just getting started. Bastion was a major critical and commercial success for Supergiant, but success always brings with it the challenge of where to go next. For most in this position, you would expect them to focus on a sequel, or at least stick with what they know. But for Supergiant, their main concern was how to avoid making something that felt similar. This would end up being something of a pattern for this studio, but Bastion may have also been a game that was successful because it was different, and so it made sense that Supergiant wanted to try something new. The end result, released in 2014, was Transistor. A game unlike Bastion in so many ways, but at a glance that might not be apparent, as once more Supergiant had created a short, visually striking game with a top-down perspective and a distinctive voiceover akin to the first game's narrator. Still, looks can be deceiving because Transistor is very much its own thing. For starters, where Bastion used a conventional action combat system that may have been traditional to a fault, Transistor's combat is instead wholly original. You still control a single character and attack various enemies in real time using a wide range of different abilities, but you now also have the option to freeze time to enter a mode called Turn that lets you plan out and then quickly execute a set of actions. This shifts the focus from action to strategy, as you can take your time to assess all of your options and find the perfect combination of actions. After using this mode, you then enter a recovery period where you're left vulnerable and can't use your normal abilities. The idea behind this seems to be to take the best of both an action and turn-based combat system and then combine them, but I'm not sure if this system is actually a success. Using turn can seem advantageous, but you'll always be left unable to do anything directly afterwards. The effect this has on the gameplay is that it forces you to just wait around and run away from enemies for a period because there's nothing else you actually can do. Doing nothing is boring, and it makes it feel like you're being actively punished just for using the turn system in the first place. This encourages you to only use turn as a kind of defensive last resort type of option. However, you also automatically enter turn if your health is depleted, as long as your turn mode isn't already on cooldown. This happens every time you take damage like this, which means, really, you don't even need to actively use turn mode defensively because it will be triggered automatically anytime you run out of health. This means actively using turn mode is only really useful when you use it at the end of the encounter to finish the last remaining enemies, because then you won't need to worry about being locked out of using your abilities, as the fight will already be over. Of course, you can still use turn mode when you choose to, regardless of whether it stops you using abilities afterwards, and there might be a few clutch situations where this would be worth it, but in general, being forced into a period where you can't do anything but run away puts you at a pretty big disadvantage, and it just isn't very conducive to fun gameplay either. And so, despite being interesting, I wouldn't actually say Transistor's most unique gameplay feature is well designed. All this may make it sound like gameplay is a weakness for Transistor, but despite everything I've mentioned so far, it's not, because of something called the function system. Maybe I'm biased here, because I do tend to like systems that feature lots of customization and complicated character building, but I still believe Transistor's function system is just very good, and in some ways makes up for any problem with the turn mode. It works by giving you 16 different abilities, called functions. You can equip 4 of these abilities at once, and these are what you use in combat. Most of these are offensive, but not all, with some providing mobility or stealth or other such benefits. Finding a good combination of your 4 core abilities is important. This will allow you to balance offense and defense, while giving you different attack options that might better suit different situations. If this was the extent of the function system, it would already be pretty good, but things get much more in depth than this, because not only can each function be used as an equipable ability, they can also be used to upgrade other abilities. You can have 2 functions equipped as upgrades on each equipped ability, and these upgrades add beneficial modifiers, like altering an ability so it has a stun effect, or making it activate much more quickly. You can also equip functions to provide passive upgrades directly to your character. The end result is an almost endless amount of variations for you to play around with, and coming up with different combinations and then testing them out can be a lot of fun. The level of customization available to the player is very impressive, but it's still introduced gradually to prevent it from seeming overly complicated. And while experimentation isn't strictly necessary, Transistor is also cleverly designed to encourage players to try out new things to help them get more out of the experience. It does this in a few different ways, the most obvious being the return of challenges that will give you specific loadouts to show you what's possible. But Transistor also does this through more subtle methods, like how taking damage while your health is low and your turn mode on cooldown causes one of your abilities to be completely locked away from you for the next few fights. This means the player will at least temporarily have to equip a different ability, and so will find themselves experimenting with what they have available, whether they want to or not. There's also no design elements that would discourage players from experimenting. Changing functions is quick and easy to do, and functions themselves don't level up in any way, so you're never punished for switching things out and trying different options. Overall, it's a great system that's full of potential, but Transistor ultimately has a similar problem to Bastion, which is that the game feels like it ends so quickly that you don't really get to appreciate the depth of its gameplay. And while experimentation can be very fun, you still aren't given many opportunities to put the results of your experimentation to use before the game is actually over. In some ways, the function system deserves better, but it's still preferable for gameplay to leave you wanting more than to overstay its welcome. As for the rest of the game, the high level of presentation is again immediately apparent. The environments in particular look amazing. Transistor has a little more downtime between action than Bastion, and it's to the game's advantage because it gives the player a chance to drink in the incredible art design of this world. Transistor is also more willing to shake things up with changes to perspective and other little tricks that ensure the experience remains a visual treat for its entire duration. This is also complemented by some good use of music that leaves almost every scene feeling like it's overflowing with atmosphere and style. It really is impressive what a step up Transistor's presentation is to Bastion's, because Bastion was already so good in this regard. The only thing players might find they miss from the previous game is the narrator. Transistor doesn't take the same reactive approach as Bastion. Instead, this time the player's companion is their strange glowing sword that the main character, a singer called Red, picks up at the start of the game. This sword is the Transistor that the game takes its name from, and within this sword is the consciousness of a man Red knows. It's this man who will speak to you throughout the game, and while this character serves a similar function to Bastion's narrator, this is done in a very different style, with much more focus placed on Red and the man's relationship, as opposed to Bastion's signature approach of describing player actions. Red herself has lost the ability to speak, but rather than being a silent protagonist for the player to project themselves into, she still maintains a large amount of personality, which is able to shine through when Red finds ways to communicate via writing or by taking actions within the narrative. The narrative itself is confusing. Bastion may have had a few moments that were hard to follow, but that was more a result of its method of storytelling. Transistor is instead much more abstract and deliberately vague. The game takes place in a strange futuristic metropolis called Cloudbank, a place of constant change where the population can vote on various aspects of daily life, like tomorrow's weather. However, something seems to have gone wrong here, and the player finds themselves being attacked by strange robotic entities known as the Process. Initially, you're given very little information about what's going on within this story, and even when you start to find some answers, there's still much left unexplained. Many of the details are hidden away within text descriptions that are connected to your functions, and the experience of piecing together this puzzle and understanding what exactly is happening is very reminiscent of a game like Dark Souls. Whether this is a style of storytelling you enjoy is down to personal preference, although I do think there's something less effective about this approach in a game with such a limited duration. To continue the comparison with Dark Souls, in that game the lore is spread out, and discovering it is both gradual and optional. Transistor instead feels like it's packed a whole game's worth of background details into a much shorter experience, and the direction the narrative takes makes it seem more necessary to have at least some understanding of what's actually happening. Also in Dark Souls, it feels like you're meant to be lost, and the player's confusion and uncertainty is mirrored by their in-game character. In Transistor, this isn't the case, and the player is basically alone in not understanding many details of this story. The narrative does feature some interesting concepts. like how the functions you use in combat are actually NPCs that have been absorbed by the blade, and each one comes with their own backstory that connects to the function's gameplay applications. The setting itself also stands out through both its style and originality, and once more the strong presentation feels like it elevates the experience, particularly in regards to the use of music, which is given a more personal touch due to Red being a singer. Some other lessons seem to have been learned since Bastion as well, like how important narration now takes place outside of combat, or how travelling to different places in the world is more seamless and immersive. And so Transistor feels like a game that's full of interesting concepts and ideas that sometimes stumble in their execution. How high an opinion you have of this game might have a lot to do with how willing you are to rate an experience on the basis of its aesthetic qualities. Transistor is beautiful. Regardless of any flaws it might have, it's never lacking in style, atmosphere or emotion, and it doesn't exactly lack substance either. Its function system alone has more depth than the game seems to know what to do with, and you could argue the story has a similar problem with its lore. In this regard, Transistor's real issue may have more to do with its structure. It's as if its ambitions exceed its 6-hour length, and maybe Supergiant thought something similar, because their next games were going to take a radically different approach, in this way and others. By this point, Supergiant had made 2 games, both very unique in their own way, but their next game was going to be in a whole other league. Released in 2017, Pyre is most commonly described as a mix between a visual novel and a fantasy basketball game, but there's a lot about this game which that description misses. If I had to pick a single game to compare it to, it would be Banner Saga, in part because of the similarities in visual style, but mostly because of the way these games both focus on the journey of a large cast of characters and the important decisions that have to be made on the way. And ultimately, if there's one part of Pyre that stands out more than any other, it's the choices that you're forced to make in this game and the consequences these will have. The vast majority of Pyre's 14 or so hour runtime is spent reading dialogue set to static character images. While there is voice acting, it's in the usual visual novel style where only the first part of a sentence is voiced. Except, in Pyre, this voice acting is also in a fictional language. You also journey through an overworld that once more has a captivating hand-painted style that somehow manages to feature an even more vibrant selection of colours than the last 2 games. The final part of Pyre are these events, known as rites. Pyre is a story about a group of exiles who have been banished from their nation, a place called the Commonwealth, for a variety of crimes, and now have to reside in the less desirable location of the Downside. The only way for these exiles to leave the Downside and rejoin the Commonwealth is through participating in a series of events known as rites. While from a gameplay perspective these seem like sports-based team matches, within the context of the lore these rites are closer to religious ceremonies that honour notable figures and events from the past and must be performed in accordance to a strict set of rules. It's these rites that make up Pyre's real gameplay. Each one is a 3 vs 3 competition where the player must move a ball, known as the Celestial Orb, into the opposition's pyre while defending their own. To effectively describe what this gameplay is like is not an easy task. To do so in few words, even less so, but I'll do my best. While the common analogy of fantasy basketball makes sense in some ways, it's important to understand that you only control one character at a time, while both of your other characters remain completely stationary unless you switch control to them instead. This is quite different to how pretty much any other team-based sports game plays, and makes Pyre's rites feel much closer to being 1 vs 1 competitions, even though there are multiple characters on the field at once. When you're not controlling a character, they do still serve a purpose because of the defensive aura they emit. If a character with the ball moves into another's aura, they get temporarily banished from the field. A character's aura can also be expelled by any character not carrying the ball in an offensive move that can be used to banish any opposition character. This means that positioning and strategy are both very important, and action tends to happen in quick, explosive bursts that occur when you sense an opportunity to slip past your opposition's defences and score. Get it wrong, however, and you might leave yourself vulnerable. If a character does manage to score, that character will then always be banished for the next round, meaning whoever last scored will have to compete 2 versus 3 until someone scores again. This has 2 big impacts on the gameplay. Firstly, it makes matches tend towards being closer because scoring puts you at a disadvantage in the following round. In a close match, this can result in scoring alternating between teams in a way that is a bit reminiscent of how a tennis match will usually follow serve. The other impact this has on gameplay is that it forces you to rely on all your characters, rather than just choosing one to score every goal because your goal scorer won't be there in the next round. Characters' stats vary greatly, with some having larger auras or faster move speeds or better offensive options, and so being a man down will force you to adapt as you can't necessarily rely on the same tactic to score twice in a row. If you haven't played this game, then hopefully this explanation has given you some understanding of what Pyre's rights entail, and if you still don't understand, then, well, I tried. Still, if I had to pick one real-life sport to compare Pyre's rights to, it wouldn't be a team-based sport at all. Instead, it would probably be something more like judo, but I fear trying to make this analogy might just lead to even greater confusion, so let's just keep moving forward. I like Pyre's gameplay, and more importantly, despite how difficult it is to explain to other people, Pyre's gameplay definitely works. It can take some time to get into, which isn't helped by how much dialogue there is between every match, meaning it might take several hours of actual playtime before the gameplay starts to click. It's also a system that feels better on the highest difficulty, because the AI feels like it's deliberately going easy on you on normal, which can actually make the gameplay harder to get into, as you may only understand how to play properly yourself by seeing your opposition play against you. Playing against the AI is really your main way of learning the game, and turning the difficulty up makes the AI a better teacher. There is multiplayer in Pyre, but only the local kind, with no option available to play online, and that's a shame because it would be interesting to see if the gameplay still works in a human vs human scenario with 2 experienced players. I have a feeling that the gameplay systems would probably buckle at some point if player skill levels became high enough, with a strict meta forming where only certain characters and strategies would be viable. As competitive player vs player Pyre isn't a thing and unfortunately never will be, this hypothesis will have to remain untested, but the main point is that for what it needs to be, Pyre's gameplay works, and for how unique this system is, that feels very impressive. Of course, the best thing about Pyre's gameplay is the contextual meaning it gains through the narrative. In Pyre, your group of exiles must compete with other rival teams to determine who gets the honour of being liberated and returning to society. It's this goal of liberation that creates a lot of the story's drama and tension. Liberation only occurs through specific rites, and only one character at a time per liberation rite will get the chance to walk free. You have to choose which character on your team gets to be chosen for this, and then you need to win. If you don't, then it will be a member of the opposition team instead that will be rejoining the Commonwealth, and you'll have to wait several more in-game weeks before another chance will be available. There's no fail state in Pyre. You can lose every rite you participate in, and the story will keep moving forward while accounting for every one of those losses within the narrative. This means the tension that comes from these liberation rites is very real. The result genuinely matters, and so does your decision about who to choose for liberation. Each character has their own reasons for wanting to escape the downside, as well as their own benefits that they bring to the team. You'll also soon discover that even if you win every match, there won't be enough liberation rights to free everyone, and so you'll be forced to weigh your opinion of these characters against their gameplay utility and the narrative benefits that might come from their liberation. The opposition teams all have their own characters as well, which can further complicate your emotions in these moments, as these characters are also fighting for their freedom, and some of them deserve it. And so these rights that you compete in have a narrative weight you can feel when you play the game, which in true Supergiant fashion is enhanced by Pyre's stellar presentation. And in these key moments, every part of this experience seems to come together. The stars align, the music kicks in, and the narrator welcomes you to the field as the story stakes are raised, insults or salutations with your opposition exchanged, and key decisions made. Decisions that matter, that mean something to these characters and will have to be made by you. And then, and only then, do you play. If you ever use the load function in this game to prevent a loss, or play on a difficulty setting you know is too easy, you're doing yourself a great disservice. The tension these moments create when you know the result is permanent and the difficulty is high enough to ensure losing is a real possibility is so important to this experience. It's like the difference between watching a sports match live compared to watching a recording when you know the result. In many ways, Pyre understands why we enjoy sports better than some actual sports games. As anyone that follows a particular sport closely knows, the appeal is as much about the context of a match as it is about witnessing skillful play. We follow a team over months or years, seeing all their ups and downs, learning about their players and their history, all to witness these moments that matter. And as much as we might enjoy seeing the best players in the world competing at the highest level, really, we're there for the story. And so the greatest sporting moments are always about the great stories they create, and it's the context that gives them so much meaning. Pyre understands this. It's a sports game that focuses on story and characters, and uses its fantasy setting to create higher stakes and better drama than an actual sports game could ever hope to naturally achieve. And I love it for that. A story-focused sports game is exactly the type of thing I never knew I needed, but I'm happy to have found. Pyre might be more polarizing than any other game in this video. Either the experience connects with you, or it doesn't, because for this experience to truly work, you need to be invested in both the gameplay and narrative, as it's the fusion of these two things that elevate Pyre into being so much more than what it might initially seem. Of Supergiant's first 3 games, Pyre is easily my favourite, but I still want to talk a little about some of the things that don't work as well about this game. For starters, rights are great because they matter. Except, a lot of them don't. There are 26 rights over the game's duration, and only 7 of these are liberation rights. The rights in the early game are okay, because they introduce you to new characters and background information about this world, while also gradually building to the first actual liberation right. And so even though these rights have little by way of real consequence, the experience still works as it's building to something greater. However, after each liberation right from this point forward, you then go back to competing in non-liberation rights that have no stakes and no real purpose. For the other teams in this world, they compete in non-liberation rights to decide who gets to be the team that competes in the liberation right. However, due to some very convenient story reasons, your team, the Nightwings, always get to participate in the liberation rights regardless of how they perform in the other rights, and so all those rights in between liberation attempts just end up seeming like filler. The only real impact that the results of these matches has is on XP gain, but the difference in XP from winning and losing is small, and not enough to make the results in these situations feel meaningful. In fact, sometimes losing even gives you more XP than winning for some reason. The best solution to this problem of unimportant rights would be a narrative solution, but this would probably be hard to implement. However, this issue could still be at least partially addressed through simple mechanical changes, like by increasing the XP difference between winning and losing, as well as adding a morale system that gives temporary stat penalties on losses. Pyre also has a problem with its difficulty in general, and it's one that's been present in each of Supergiant's games so far. This time it's more important though, due to the relationship between the difficulty and the narrative. Neither Bastion nor Transistor had traditional difficulty settings, instead opting for lists of optional modifiers that each brought their own additional challenge that could be toggled on and off as the player desired. The problem with these systems was that both Bastion and Transistor are quite short. Highly customizable difficulty settings work better in longer games or games with greater replayability, because then the player is able to gain enough familiarity with the game to know what kind of experience they want to create. In a 5-hour game, that's not really possible, and so players who want a challenging but fun experience are left trying to figure out for themselves the best way to create this. As a general rule, short games are better served by simple systems, and the default options of easy, normal, hard are much easier to understand than these long lists of optional modifiers. Pyre does introduce this kind of default difficulty setting for the first time, which the game benefits from, but then it features a similar system of optional modifiers on top of this. The problem is that the hard setting may not be hard enough, and the optional modifiers once more don't provide a clear indication of how to create the best experience.
Just so you guys know, here's the type of stuff I'm cooking up. Dear hiring team, I am writing to express my interest in the technology project manager role recently listed through your consulting site. While I do not currently hold a PMP certification, I have completed formal training through another agency and bring over a decade of hands-on experience successfully managing complex, cross-functional initiatives in highly regulated and technical environments. My background includes full project lifecycle execution, agile team leadership, and coordinating stakeholder alignment for systems transformation and automation. I am confident in my ability to contribute immediately to any team seeking an experienced and adaptable project manager. My most recent role involved overseeing a high visibility automation program that reduced operational workload and significantly improved service metrics. I have led both technical and non-technical teams, run Scrum ceremonies, tracked KPIs and deliverables, and handled risk mitigation and escalations with clarity and focus. If this particular opportunity is not the right match, I would still welcome the chance to connect with your team to explore how I can contribute to other roles you might be staffing. I am eager to return to meaningful work, and I'm excited about the possibility of partnering with your consulting firm to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from you.
The player is also discouraged from using them because of the negative narrative consequences that come from losing. Negative consequences to player actions can enhance a story, but you can hardly expect players to opt into those negative consequences, and these optional modifiers, which are chosen before the start of each match, don't feel like the right approach. This can seem like a more minor criticism, but in a narrative that needs difficulty to reach its fullest potential, it's a shame that Supergiant still haven't really got this aspect quite right. As for the story itself, it can at times suffer from an over-reliance on text boxes. This is true for other visual novels as well, but it's still something that might put someone off this game, and it's also amazing just how many conversations in Pyre take place in the exact same wagon but your team uses to travel around in. I'm not going to pretend to be the world's leading expert in visual novels, but from what experience I do have, I've noticed they do tend to have much more varied background art and often more animated character models. Pyre doesn't need these things, but they may have still helped add a bit more variety to the large quantities of dialogue. The story in Pyre might also be a little overly ambitious. Although your initial objective is just to escape from the downside, the story takes several twists and turns, and ends up being as much about creating a revolution to overthrow the Commonwealth as it is about finding freedom. The story does manage to stay interesting for its duration, but after so much build-up, the ending is left seeming a little anticlimactic. Pyre does deserve praise for its reactivity though, as no matter which team members you choose to liberate, dialogue is still written for all the remaining characters, and it's clear a huge amount of effort has went into allowing for the game's many different outcomes to play out in a natural and realistic way. Pyre also benefits from its rich lore and detailed world building, but unlike Transistor, the player's knowledge of this stuff feels much more optional this time around, and the story is ultimately better as a result. So, in a video about unique games, Pyre goes above and beyond, offering a hugely meaningful experience that is truly one of a kind, and it's one that's only really possible as a result of its combination of narrative and gameplay. This game doesn't really get the attention it deserves. Supergiant's presentation is as good as ever too, with what is likely their most varied soundtrack yet, as well as plenty of gorgeous background art, and narration that may be less frequent than in the other games, but yet is still probably voice actor Logan Cunningham's best work to date. It's a shame then that this was to be Supergiant's least successful game. Maybe that makes sense. A narrative-focused sports game is a hard sell, if you can even work out how to sell it to people in the first place, but I'm still grateful this game exists, and if
that was a really good game. I didn't know my mic was unmuted this whole time. Sorry if I've been making noise. Pyre was a really good game. I didn't play that much of it. I remember liking it, but I think I streamed it a couple of times and then never got back to it.
Pyre did underperform, Supergiant wouldn't have to be worried about that for too long, because they were about to strike gold.
Here we go.
If Pyre was a difficult game to explain to others, Hades offers no such problem. It's an action roguelike where you play as the Lord of the Underworld Sun as he tries to battle his way out of hell and resolve his deep-seated daddy issues along the way. Some people might be disappointed in Supergiant for taking a more conventional approach with their fourth game, but such misgivings likely won't last long because Hades is of such consistent high quality that it's difficult not to be won over by it, and this game still has some new ideas of its own. It's also a game that incorporates and expands on many of the aspects seen in Supergiant's other titles, and the end result is the studio's best game yet. Much like their debut title Bastion, Hades is a return to action gameplay with an isometric perspective, but even when just looking at its basic aspects, improvements seem obvious. Animations are smoother. Your moveset feels fluid, and there's a satisfying weightiness when your weapon makes contact with enemies. Visually, Hades is as striking as ever. Only Supergiant can take a place as symbolically dark as the underworld, inject it full of vibrant colours, and still somehow manage to completely nail the atmosphere and aesthetics that a location such as this should have. As far as fictional depictions go, the Kingdom of the Dead has never looked so appealing. And yet, despite all the colours and details on screen, Hades always retains a high level of visual clarity. Even when many things are going on at once, an occurrence that can be quite common in roguelikes, enemies and attacks in Hades can still clearly be seen, and when you take damage, you always know where from and why. Care has obviously been taken to make sure this game's visuals communicate gameplay information clearly. Enemy attacks have obvious wind-up animations. Attack modifiers show up as easy to see white text, so you always know when effects trigger, and distinctive visual styles mean you'll never confuse enemy abilities with your own. All in all, this game looks and plays so good that it feels strange to still call Hades an indie title. There are AAA games that wish they looked this good, and in a genre that's so inherently chaotic, Hades' effortless combination of visual style and substance is very impressive. But gameplay isn't the only thing that looks good. Hades features a wide cast of characters, from other inhabitants of the underworld to the Olympian gods themselves, and here the game's distinctive art style works perfectly. The bright colours and exaggerated characteristics are an ideal match for a mythology known for its loudness and larger-than-life characters. You'll spend a lot of time talking to these characters. All dialogue is voiced, and the quantity of voice acting is staggering. You'd be hard-pressed to find another game at this price with this much voice acting in it, and this certainly wasn't achieved by sacrificing quality. The voice acting is as strong as ever, and at almost 70 hours of playtime, I'm still experiencing constant new lines of dialogue. It's not just the magnitude of all this voice acting that's so remarkable though, it's also the reactivity. Maybe it shouldn't be a surprise. Reactive narration was how Supergiant first made a name for themselves with Bastion, and while not as direct, this kind of reactivity didn't go away in their next games. But whether its presence is surprising or not, still doesn't stop me from being impressed at the range of things characters will react to in this game. My favourite examples are from the boss fights. As Hades is a roguelike, you'll be dying a lot, which means the bosses you face will become close acquaintances, and these characters will react to you winning or losing against them in subsequent conversations. But they also react to things you wouldn't expect, like using certain attacks. After using the special ability of Aphrodite against Hades, which usually has a charm effect, he responded by saying this.
Pure passion coming up.
You cannot swing me, boy.
And that's not even the only voice line for this exact occurrence.
Who dares threaten my little godling?
Aphrodite, this must be some sort of jest.
Really, the amount of things that can lead to specific dialogue is incredible. There's something so satisfying about turning up the difficulty and then walking into a boss fight, only to have the boss comment on the exact difficulty modifier you just selected. Still, it's not just the small details that the game responds to. Characters also comment on story events, and through this reactivity, you become much more immersed in the narrative because your role in it is actively acknowledged. This is also true for many parts of Hades' mechanics. Many games feature player death and resurrection, but few have in-game explanations for what exactly is happening. In Hades, this all makes sense, as does the reason for why your character is continually trying to escape. And even after you achieve this goal and beat both the game's first and second ending, there's still narrative reason for why the player keeps going back for more. Other aspects of the mechanics are also accounted for, like how the main upgrades you find each run, called boons, are gifts given to you by the gods of Olympus who are trying to help you escape and gifting you some of their power. Even some of the things you may not think of are given explanations, like the fact that the dungeons you go through are procedurally generated, which is explained as a deliberate defense mechanism of the underworld that causes its rooms to realign at regular intervals to make escape by its inhabitants harder. This attention to detail aids the world building, and there's many elements of Greek mythology that are also incorporated, which gives the setting even more flavour. The high standard of presentation makes Hades an easy experience to get into, but so does its clever game design. There's so much depth and complexity to this game's systems, but each new element is introduced one piece at a time to prevent new players from getting overwhelmed. Initially, Hades might seem quite difficult, and being a roguelike, death will be a frequent occurrence. But while dying is often framed as a negative in games, in Hades it's a means to advance the story and experience more character development. This is because after each time you meet your demise, you return to the House of Hades, where you can speak to its other inhabitants and often uncover more of the story. This means that death feels like it comes with its own narrative rewards, and you can also use this time to improve your character through spending several different persistent currencies that you'll find while trying to escape. These types of persistent rewards act as an overarching means of progression, and this isn't a new concept for the roguelike genre. The advantages of these kinds of systems is that they give meaning to each run and ensure that even when you fail, you still feel like you're making some form of progress. Hades leans heavily into this design approach by having many unlockable upgrades, and these can be for things as important as unlocking the ability to double dash or getting an extra life after dying. This creates a naturally declining difficulty curve, which will allow all players to get to the game's ending, providing they keep trying. When you take into consideration that Hades is much more narrative focused than most action roguelikes, this approach starts to seem like the right choice, because it allows lower skill players to still be able to experience all of the story, while preventing higher skill players from blowing through the experience too rapidly. There is a risk that a player might be too good at the game too quickly, which can still lead you to defeating Hades sooner than the narrative might ideally want you to, but this doesn't break the story. It just might make the order you learn about various things from characters a little less natural. Overall, the way Hades uses the mechanics of its genre as part of its narrative, while choosing to tell a story that only makes sense to be told this way, once more showcases the way Supergiant always seem to be trying to connect narrative and gameplay in ways that work. For many roguelikes, the player's driving force to reach the game's conclusion is down to enjoying the gameplay. Hades doesn't lack this kind of gameplay motivator for reaching the game's ending, it's just that it's able to add a narrative motivator as well, and the overall experience is made more meaningful as a result. Regardless of how long it takes you to complete your first run, the journey will still be interesting thanks to the large variety of weapons and boons that are available to you. Like all good roguelikes, no two runs will ever be the same, and escaping the underworld is as much a test of your ability to make good decisions as it is a test of mechanical skill. Your basic moveset involves a normal attack, a special attack, a cast ability, a dodge, and a special ability that charges up with time. All of these can be upgraded through boons, which are acquired from the gods after completing certain dungeon rooms. You have a choice of which room to enter, as well as which boons to select out of a list of 3 options, and then there are several other factors to consider along the way, like whether to enter the higher risk-reward Chaos Gates, which give temporary penalties that turn into valuable upgrades after a set amount of time. There are also choices to be made before your run even starts, like which mirror upgrades to select, or which keepsake to equip. With multiple different attacks and 9 different gods, each with their own distinctive set of boons, this leads to a large amount of options. The most impactful of all these are the Daedalus Hammer upgrades, which modify your attack in a variety of ways, and can completely change the way you play with a particular weapon. For example, when using the ranged weapon, the Adamant Rail, on one run I selected a Daedalus upgrade which made my special attack do plus 150% damage in a larger area while also doing friendly fire. This made my weapon of choice transform from a machine gun to a mortar, and shifted my playstyle into one where I kept my distance as much as possible while bombing the hell out of the battlefield from afar, which I tried to enhance by choosing other suitable upgrades, like a grenade-like cast ability that stuns enemies from the god Dionysus. With this build, I was able to decimate my foes from a safe distance, providing they didn't move around too quickly, in which case things started getting a little hectic, and it was as much a challenge to avoid my own mortar fire as enemy attacks. All in all, this was a pretty fun run. But on the very next run, I chose a completely different upgrade that made my machine gun into more of a point-blank shotgun, which I then enhanced with explosive fire to turn my character into a close-range powerhouse that made the railgun feel more like a melee weapon than ranged. On this run, my playstyle couldn't have been more different to the previous one, and these examples offer a glimpse into just how varied Hades can be. There's 2 important things I want to point out here though. The first is that both of these examples are from the same weapon, and same weapon aspect. Hades has a total of 6 completely unique weapons, each with 4 different aspects that each have their own major impact on gameplay, as well as at least 12 different Daedalus upgrades for each weapon. So take a second to consider just how many possibilities there really are here, and that's without even considering the changes brought by different gods' boons. The second thing I want to mention here is that in both of these runs I just talked about, there was a specific reason I chose to use these upgrades, which is because of something called the Fated List of Minor Prophecies. This is a kind of achievement style checklist that rewards you for using every different upgrade type, among many other things, and it's because of the fated list of minor prophecies that I regularly found myself trying different upgrades I may not have chosen otherwise. This is a way for the game to encourage players to experiment, although there's no punishment for not choosing to vary your playstyle this way. Instead, the game design is content to give players a gentle push towards shaking up their selection, and that small push likely allowed me to experience some interesting parts of the game which I may not have ever tried out otherwise. There's another similar system called Dark First, which encourages players to vary the weapon they use, and these kinds of subtle prompts are very effective at helping players get the most out of the experience without resorting to punishing players who just want to do their own thing instead. Supergiant have always seemed to encourage players to experiment with the gameplay options they present in their games, but thanks to the replayability of the roguelike genre, this is the first time that the gameplay systems Supergiant have created are part of a structure that can actually take advantage of the depth and variety found within. The result is that Hades is really, really good. It's probably the best action roguelike game I've played, and this is a subgenre that's had some very respectable competition over the last 7 or so years. It's still not a perfect game, however, and as positive as my opinion of it is, certain flaws do start to become more apparent the further into the game you get. The first of which is that Supergiant once more don't seem to have got the implementation of their difficulty settings quite right. After you've completed your first successful run, you're given the option to make the experience harder using something called the Pact of Punishment, which adds heat. These are various modifiers that can be toggled to increase the difficulty. Each level of heat unlocks new rewards from bosses, and you use these rewards to upgrade your weapons. This means you'll get rewards for the first time you beat the game on Heat 1, and then Heat 2, and so on. However, this is true for all 6 weapons. So to unlock all Heat 1 rewards, you would need to do 6 runs on Heat 1 or higher with each individual weapon. The rewards you get from this are very useful, so the player is incentivized to grind out these rewards in this way before they actually increase the difficulty to Heat 2. The problem is, heat goes all the way up to 63, and the difference that one level of heat makes, particularly early on as you first start to add modifiers, is absolutely tiny. At the same time, Hades has many persistent upgrades, which can actually mean the difficulty gets considerably lower after the very first time you complete a run, as you may still be spending currency on further upgrades. So instead of the game's difficulty gradually scaling up to ensure there's always some level of challenge to keep players interested, the challenge instead falls off a cliff. I imagine many players will accidentally end up with long win streaks at this point in the experience because victory almost starts to feel guaranteed, and this period of little challenge and little excitement can last a long time. Basically, it will stay this way until you realise that your enjoyment of the game is more important than grinding out resources efficiently, and then start to skip ahead in heat levels to reset the game's level of difficulty back to where it should be. This may sound like a minor problem, but it has a big impact on the experience, because for a roguelike, losing is an integral part of what makes the experience fun. There has to be a difference between good runs and bad runs to make you care about which upgrades you get, and to create tension in boss fights, and to make sure the player feels like the skills they've developed are being rewarded. Roguelikes need challenge, they rely on it, and after a strong beginning, Hades starts to fail at this. What's annoying about this though is that it's such an easy problem to fix. All that would be necessary is changing heat from being weapon specific to being global, while decreasing the amount of resources needed to upgrade weapons. This would mean that as soon as players beat the game on Heat 1, they would be incentivized to move on to the next level so that the difficulty can scale more appropriately. This would also have the added benefit of reducing the amount of grind needed to unlock each weapon's full potential, so it would actually increase player willingness to experiment by allowing them to use a more varied selection of weapons. Instead, the game design is ultimately encouraging players to have a more boring experience after their first clear, and it's strange that a game that spent time in early access has this kind of clearly noticeable problem in the final product. I can only assume that for Supergiant Games, implementing difficulty has never been a very big priority for the studio, but with Hades this is such a shame because the gameplay clearly deserves better. It also doesn't help that a mechanic called Death Defiance exacerbates this problem. Death Defiance is like an extra life that allows you to continue your run after you would have died. Through using the mirror upgrades, you can get 3 uses of this, and once unlocked, this ensures that almost every run will at least get to the final boss. This removes a lot of the excitement from earlier sections, as the chance of your run ending early never really feels like a possibility, and it also makes the difference between a good run and a bad run less noticeable, as with Death Defiance fully unlocked, you'll probably be getting to the last boss regardless of how well the run has went. If you do try to challenge yourself and increase the heat to the level where it needs to be, Hades quickly becomes a much better game again. The Pact of Punishment itself is quite interesting because it allows you to customize the difficulty modifiers yourself, meaning there's an element of strategy to working out the least punishing options. Defeating the game on 32 heat for the first time ended up being a really rewarding experience because being forced to use so many different difficulty modifiers changed the feel of the game significantly. It also brought back a lot of the challenge to the early game, with every single room feeling like it could now contain the real possibility of danger. The process of having to try multiple runs as I tweaked the Pact of Punishment to find the most viable selection, while learning how to handle some of the new modifiers I was forced to play with, was very similar to the enjoyment that came from beating Hades for the very first time, and I wonder how many players will never get to experience the enjoyment that comes from this because they're so busy playing the way the game seems to want you to, by grinding out low heat levels until they ultimately get bored and move on to something else. So as a 30 to 50 hour experience, Hades is as good as an action roguelike gets, with well designed gameplay, a great amount of very enjoyable variety, and skillful integration of its narrative that adds a lot of meaning and flavour to the experience. If you play further, cracks do begin to show, and Hades might also start to seem like it's a little light on enemy and boss variety. There is a Pact of Punishment that adds hard modes for each boss, but that still doesn't prevent the feeling that you see some of the same boss fights and enemy rooms a few too many times, and when you consider just how much of the studio's resources must have went into the near endless amounts of voice dialogue, you have to wonder if all of the budget was necessarily well spent. But this doesn't prevent Hades from being a great game. So much of the DNA of Supergiant's other titles can be seen within this game. Hades takes the action gameplay from Bastion, alongside the depth and customization options of Transistor, and the character development and reactivity from Pyre, and all this is once more combined with the studio's signature style and endlessly impressive high-quality presentation.
Hey, welcome to the stream. I'm kind of on a roll here. I've been applying to a bunch of different jobs, and there's a couple more that I still need to apply to. I'm trying to up the number that I apply. I've been applying to at least like 5 on average, but I'm trying to get that up to like 10 because I really do want to return back to work. I'll feel better once I'm making some income again. I think I got a little fruit fly in my mouth. Anyway, here in Puerto Rico, it's if you don't take the trash out in time, you can get a lot of fruit flies because it's a tropical island. So I've put out all the vinegar traps, and it's only a matter of time. Anyway, thanks for hopping in and saying hi. I am in the process of writing custom cover letters. And writing to express my interest in the technical project manager role, listed through your staffing agency with over a decade of experience leading cross-functional teams and managing complex IT, and business initiatives, I believe I would bring immediate value to your client's fast-paced environment. My background includes technical fluency with modern tools, high-level strategy planning, and executive-facing communication across enterprise-scale systems. In my previous role, I served as a key liaison between business stakeholders and technical teams, helping to deliver systems that balance usability, scalability, and long-term process improvement. I have led initiatives with a strong emphasis on agile methodology, systems automation, and operational clarity, often guiding teams through transitions while keeping deadlines, stakeholders' expectations, and budgets aligned. This position closely aligns with my strengths, particularly in communicating across business and IT teams, managing timelines, and contributing to long-term strategic planning. I'm excited about the opportunity to work with the team that values both precision and adaptability. That said, I also understand that you support a wide range of clients and roles. If this particular position is not the best fit, I would welcome the chance to speak with your team about how I might fill other technical or leadership needs across your portfolio, because it's a staffing agency. Thank you for your consideration of my application. I am eager to return to meaningful work and would appreciate the opportunity to speak further. Warm regards, Nexios. Although it doesn't say Nexios in the letter, it says my name. Okay. I can't put I'm fucking Nexios on the cover letter and expect to get a response, sadly.
Hades is a perfect game to act as someone's introduction to the roguelike genre, and yet its unique focus on story makes it an experience that will still feel fresh and exciting to any genre veteran. By incorporating the narrative into almost every aspect of game design, Supergiant have once more made a game greater than the sum of its parts that manages to be memorable in ways not all games can achieve. And yet, just as before, gameplay hasn't been sacrificed in any way to achieve this. And now, for the first time, the roguelike structure has really allowed the depth and variety of the gameplay to shine as brightly as it truly deserves. It's so rare to see a developer show such clear signs of improvement with every game they release, and yet still retain all of the distinctive aspects that drew you to their games in the first place. It's also rare for a developer to create experiences so full of creativity and uniqueness, but still try to utilize their gameplay in interesting and effective ways. Having now created 4 very different games, each memorable for their own reasons, the talent of this studio is hard to ignore, and when viewed in its entirety, Supergiant's full body of work makes for a truly impressive collection. I said at the start of this video that I thought Supergiant Games might be the best indie developer in the industry, and I meant that. But the reason they're so great isn't just because their games are really good, which they are, or because they skillfully combine narrative and gameplay in a way which appeals to me personally. What really makes them the best in my eyes is that their games are always exciting. There's nothing else quite like them, and the older I get and the more games I play, the more that becomes something I value. In an age of sequels and remakes, of iteration and imitation everywhere you look, a developer like Supergiant shouldn't be taken for granted. Skyrim is the best-selling RPG ever made. So, why has no one copied it? Now, I'm not saying that I want the gaming industry to just copy successful things. I'm saying that's what it already does, and that's how it's been for as long as I remember. There were GTA killers, Halo killers, and WoW killers, but no Skyrim killer. There's been Doom clones, Minecraft clones, and Diablo clones, but no Elder Scrolls clones. And we've had Souls-likes and roguelikes and Vampire Survivor-likes, but no Scrolls-like. Which doesn't make sense. The industry chases trends, and a lot of money is made in the process. This is what led to Fortnite and League of Legends, and Breath of the Wild and Rock Band and Mortal Kombat and Sonic the Goddamn Hedgehog. Successful things get copied. The industry chases trends. Except this one. So, why? Skyrim is about as successful as a game can be. It's not just the best-selling RPG, it's the 8th best-selling game of all time, likely the best-selling single-player game ever made, and its success is still going. It sold well, reviewed well, won awards, and created an unfortunate number of unfunny memes, but Skyrim wasn't just popular when it released, it's still popular today. It's still selling on consoles, and it's still amongst Steam's most played, with a player count that, if anything, seems to be trending upwards, not down. And in some ways, that's not a surprise. Of course, people keep playing it, people keep buying it, and Bethesda keeps releasing it, because it still doesn't have any real competition. Not even from Bethesda themselves, who disappointed their own fans with their own follow-ups and have shown nothing of an official sequel since a 30-second title reveal, which happened almost 7 years ago now. Skyrim's also not exactly unkillable. Even its biggest fans would probably admit that its combat is weak, its role-playing is often basic, and its story leaves room for improvement. Hell, even its presentation feels dated. Almost like it's a game that first released over 13 years ago. But it doesn't need to be literally killed. This is not like competing with a multiplayer game where you need to win over an already entrenched audience. There is room in the market for new single-player games to exist side by side, and yet Skyrim stands alone. So maybe the gaming industry fucked up. Maybe a AAA Elder Scrolls clone was a real money-making opportunity that just happened to get overlooked. And maybe if but a fraction of the funds that were poured into failed battle royales and short-lived live service attempts was instead thrown at a talented studio with the right direction, then this video wouldn't exist. But it wasn't. Still, even when mainstream gaming messes up, that still shouldn't be enough, because in modern times, indie does what AAA don't. And so, indie games fill the holes mainstream gaming leaves open, because holes mean opportunities. And with over 10,000 games releasing on Steam each year, and 13 years since Skyrim released, that's a lot of potential opportunities. And yet, even an indie Elder Scrolls hasn't really appeared. And so, despite all these years, despite so much opportunity, and despite the clear demand, it's still hard to find anything that feels like a successor to the Elder Scrolls. Although, that hasn't stopped people from looking. Avowed is no Skyrim. So why did everyone act like it was? Avowed was first announced 5 years ago. Its reveal trailer showed a fantasy world and a first-person perspective, and every single top comment on this trailer referred to it as Obsidian's Elder Scrolls. The games media did the same, calling it the next Skyrim or a Skyrim-style RPG, and YouTubers, of course, joined in as well. And so, from the moment it was revealed to the public decided this game must be like Skyrim, maybe out of their long-held desire for a successor more than anything else, and poor Obsidian was simply burdened with these unfair expectations ever since. Except, Obsidian knew what they were doing. This teaser shows little and says less, but every single part of it that does communicate something seems to be begging for these comparisons. Avowed's world is only glimpsed, but that glimpse shows something big and open. The flavour of medieval fantasy and the dark tone would fit right into Tamriel, and the trailer ends by descending into a dungeon, the most Skyrim-like of all locations, before showing a dual-wielding first-person perspective, rarely seen in fantasy RPGs, but regularly seen in the Elder Scrolls. What's more, when Obsidian marketed the Outer Worlds, they encouraged the idea that it was Obsidian's answer to the Bethesda-owned Fallout, almost priming people to see this new announcement as Obsidian's answer to the other Bethesda RPG giant. Obsidian had control here, and they chose to show this game in this particular way. They then did nothing to discourage these comparisons in the press releases and interviews that followed, even though they could have, maybe because comparisons to the best-selling RPG ever made are good marketing. So, it seems Obsidian were just being deceptive. Except that's still not the whole story. You see, Avowed, as we know it today, might be no Skyrim, but the Avowed that began development in 2018 was something else entirely. The story, as reported by Jason Schreier, goes that Obsidian were facing financial difficulties at this time and looking for buyers. Avowed was then pitched in this period in hopes of attracting said buyers, and so to attract them, Obsidian did what the big boys of the gaming industry often do. They chased trends. Avowed was meant to be a cross between best-selling RPG ever Skyrim and infinite money-making live service darling Destiny. So basically it was to be Obsidian's magnum opus, a multiplayer live service Skyrim, to compete alongside other RPG magnum opuses, like BioWare's Anthem, Bethesda's Fallout 76, and CD Projekt's Cyberpunk 2077, which once featured extensive multiplayer elements. These games are all part of the same trend. In the 2010s, live service games proved to be hugely profitable, and so successful RPG makers tried to combine successful RPGs with the successful live service model to very little actual success. And it seems Avowed shared that lack of success, as while the pitch might have worked in attracting a buyout from Microsoft, development still ran into troubles, with the multiplayer component being removed completely before the project's leadership was replaced and the entire game rebooted in 2021, sometime after that original Elder Scrolls-like trailer. As part of this reboot, a decision was made to create something less like Skyrim and more like Obsidian's other games, and so the open world was changed to being zone-based, and the original open-ended design gave way to linearity, as Obsidian's take on Skyrim transformed into Obsidian's take on a fantasy Outer Worlds. This is the Avowed people know and love today. But while the game might have changed, as in-development games often do, the narrative of it being like Skyrim stuck around. And so people made comparisons. These showed up in the positive reviews, and they showed up in the negative ones, and they showed up on YouTube, where videos were made outlining all the things that Skyrim does that Avowed doesn't. Being compared to the best-selling RPG of all time likely sets high expectations that many probably felt were not met. And to make Avowed's situation worse, it also found controversy for its woke elements, with even Elon Musk getting involved to amplify the outrage. This created an even larger target on the game, with many people probably happy to pile on to the Elder Scrolls comparisons as an easy way to dunk on the game.
This is insane because Bethesda has always been like the gold standard of goofy game design. And so it's like if you're getting mogged by Bethesda in a game mechanics competition, it's actually worse than a 19-year-old game.
Avowed is no Skyrim. So what is it? I mean, in many ways, the comparisons make sense. Both games are open world, both have action combat, both have first and third person perspectives, both are set in a D&D inspired medieval fantasy setting, both try to be accessible, both have too many bears. On the surface, the similarities are obvious. But to understand why Avowed isn't a Skyrim killer, it's better to look at Skyrim itself. Because the real answer to this question is that Avowed is a fairly normal RPG, something close to the modern RPG standard, which can make it feel a little derivative as a result. Its open world is split into 4 different zones that you progress through in a linear fashion, where each is higher level than the last. Each zone features exactly 1 town, separated by a loading screen, which acts as a place to pick up side quests, access shops, and little else. The side quests themselves feature familiar genre staples like bounties, treasure maps, and tasks given by NPCs who turn out to not be telling you the whole truth. Who could see that coming? The main story makes the player an unwilling chosen one and is split into acts that correspond to each zone, with each one culminating in a single big moral choice for the player to make. Companion stories happen through exposition dumps at camp, alongside the one designated companion quest. Combat features for typical dodging and blocking alongside cooldown-based abilities. The class system gives you a choice of just fighter, ranger, or wizard, with generic skill trees for each. Loot uses a color system to show quality. Crafting feels added out of obligation. The game features far too many in-game notes to pick up, almost as if it's compensating for something. The ending has a Fallout-style slideshow to show you the consequences to your choices. Avowed is modern RPG, the video game, which you could say makes it a bit disappointing, because once upon a time, Obsidian had a reputation for creating RPGs that went against genre conventions and felt genuinely introspective as a result. And while you could criticize these games for many things, being generic was never one of them. But this video is not about Obsidian, so I won't say any of that. Skyrim can also be criticized for many things, but none of that criticism will ever take away how unique Elder Scrolls games feel. If I had to sum up what makes these games different in just 2 words, it would be freedom and immersion. They do have other important features. They are large and accessible, they have deep lore, they feature great environmental design and some incredible music, but these are things you can find in other open world games as well. The freedom and immersion you generally can't. There are few RPGs where you can completely ignore the main story and still feel like you're getting the intended experience. Yet, in the Elder Scrolls, not only can you say no to the hero's call to adventure to write your own story instead, but this even seems to be encouraged. The world is fully open, the player begins right in the middle of it, and most enemies and challenges scale to your level, so that any direction is the right direction. This makes the world feel even larger and full of even more possibilities, while providing a truly player-driven experience. Go anywhere and do anything is an impossible promise for a video game to make, but The Elder Scrolls comes far closer than most at fulfilling it. It also features a world that is more simulated. Every building has an interior, every NPC has a routine, and every item has a model that can be picked up and moved. The world can also seem genuinely alive. Sometimes enemies moving through it will attack other enemies. Sometimes dragons will attack towns. And sometimes players will attack towns, where you can kill everyone. Well, almost everyone. Or end up in jail for committing crimes, or get married, buy a house, and get some unkillable NPCs of your own. Skyrim doesn't always use its systems to their full emergent potential, but most other RPGs don't even have these systems or features to misuse. And this makes Skyrim's world immersive in a way most other game worlds simply aren't. And so, if a game is to be a true Skyrim killer, it can't just be another large open world RPG, even if it's a great open world RPG. Instead, it has to offer the features unique to the Elder Scrolls, and compete with its inspiration either in freedom, or immersion, or both. Avowed does not do this, but it's not because it's a bad game, it's because it doesn't actually try. Take immersion. Again and again, Avowed looks at realism and deliberately sacrifices it for the benefit of gameplay. This is why sprinting costs no stamina. It's why climbing is inhumanly fast and easy. It's why almost every hard-to-reach location has its own special chest to reward you for reaching it. And it's why all of these chests make a special sound effect to beckon you close to them. I mean, I don't know if anyone has ever noticed, but chests don't actually do this in real life. It's also why items you pick up are color coordinated according to their epicness, and why almost no item you pick up adds any carry weight, and why there's no slow Red Dead Redemption 2-like animations for everything. It's why the minimap conveniently highlights both enemies and interactable items for you, and why you don't need arrows or ammunition to shoot, and why wild animals don't notice you if you crouch down and walk up behind them. Good luck stealth killing a bear in real life. Avowed's design prioritizes gameplay over immersion, and this isn't just shown in what Avowed does, but also what it doesn't. This is why NPCs don't go to sleep at night, and why NPCs don't react to enemies, and why they don't react to the player stealing in front of them. Creating a living world was clearly not a priority during development, and so Avowed doesn't even try. Which is a bit ironic given the name of the setting, but these systems are difficult to implement, and so a decision was clearly made to use development resources elsewhere. This is the same reason Avowed lacks Skyrim's freedom. The original vision involved a fully open world, but in an interview, Avowed's director said the change to zones was decided on to allow for greater narrative control. And so, just as gameplay was prioritized over immersion, so was story over freedom. And the result is something that is not trying to beat Skyrim at its own game. As for the game Avowed is trying to be, there are things it does do better than Skyrim. Like combat, which at least feels good while providing more options than the low bar of the best-selling RPG of all time. Or environmental interactivity, which allows for some basic puzzle design and includes climbing to create a more vertical and dense world that rewards actually exploring locations rather than just following compass markers. Or its focus on its main story, which is longer and more involved than Skyrim's. Really, Avowed is okay at what it's trying to do. It's just what it's trying to do is not what many people wanted or expected, and it's not exceptional enough at doing its own thing to get away with that. Still, the solution to Avowed's problems don't lie in Skyrim's design. If this game was changed to include some of the most focused on missing features, like NPC routines or consequences to stealing, it wouldn't suddenly become the game people want it to be, because so little of it is designed to be that game. Likewise, if you tried to fix Avowed by making it prioritize immersion over gameplay, and remove things like the convenient sound effect chests make to help you find them, or the lack of carry weight for most items, it wouldn't make this game better at being Skyrim, it would just be worse at being Avowed. Instead, the easiest way to turn Avowed from good to great would be to focus on what it already does well, and make these parts better. Improve combat through greater enemy variety, improve exploration with Breath of the Wild style environmental interactivity and puzzles, improve progression through more depth with features like enchantable armor or actual companion gear, improve the skill system by having more than the standard 3 basic bitch classes, improve the writing by not prioritizing quantity over quality all the time and bringing back Obsidian's once characteristic self-awareness. The path to a better game lies in what Avowed already does. But at least Avowed is good at showing how hard making a modern Elder Scrolls clone must be. Immersive systems and expansive details demand development resources most games can't afford, and when the challenges of development kick in, story and gameplay might understandably take priority. This is not the first time an ambitious RPG took inspiration from Skyrim, only to become less like Skyrim during development. In an interview during the development of The Witcher 3, it was claimed that Skyrim was the main inspiration for the game's new open world, with the stated goal being to take Skyrim's world design and combine it with The Witcher's stronger storytelling. The end result, however, has more in common with Ubisoft's style of world design, with copy-pasted points of interest, message boards that take the role of Ubisoft's watchtowers to give you map information about your surroundings, and a more linear level progression that follows the main story on a designated path through the world, instead of go anywhere and do anything. Interestingly, Assassin's Creed 3 was also mentioned in this interview as being another game CD Projekt looked at for inspiration. Meanwhile, some Skyrim-like systems, such as stealing, can still be seen in The Witcher 3, they just seem half-finished and largely ignored by the quest design, almost as if they were abandoned mid-development. A similar story can be seen with Dragon Age Inquisition, which again went open world after the developers were inspired by Skyrim, only to end up featuring a world with zones and hubs alongside a packed quest log with objectives that can be knocked off simultaneously, making its world design more reminiscent of MMOs like World of Warcraft than the Elder Scrolls. And if the likes of BioWare, CD Projekt, and Obsidian find the Elder Scrolls world design too difficult to be worth replicating, what hope do even smaller studios have? The last 10 years have given gamers indie versions of almost everything once popular, but for a long time, indie Scrolls-likes were noticeably absent from this. In recent years, this has finally started to change, with several games currently in early access, several more announced as in development, and a few even having been released already. On the one hand, these games face an obvious challenge, which is the difficulty of replicating something big and complex on a modest budget. Creating indie Skyrim is a big ask. On the other hand, though, The Elder Scrolls was popular.
I'm so sorry. I was stuck on the phone. I saw that Pinecone NZ says, "Did you leave your job?" Yes, not by choice. I didn't get fired. I got laid off. And I was on the phone with my brother, my little brother, who I haven't talked to in years. I don't know how many years. It's been too many years. It was good. It was good to talk to the phone and reconnect with him. Just catching up after not chatting with the lad for years. So I got laid off, and in the process, I'm applying for one more job here, and then we'll move on to working on to doing some exercising here at the desk. Got to get up and move around a lot. I've been sitting in front of this computer the whole time, banging away on the keyboard, and got to get up and do some moving. Until then, we're enjoying. This is Never Knows Best, and he does a really good job on his video essays and documentaries.
Skyrim, and if Daggerfall was possible in 1996 and Morrowind in 2002, then maybe an indie Elder Scrolls doesn't need the biggest budget to capture what makes this series special. Maybe. Dread Delusion is not indie Skyrim. But that might be because it takes influence from a different Elder Scrolls game instead. You begin in the classic Elder Scrolls way, i.e. as a prisoner waiting to gain your freedom, but the world around you is rather less familiar. Dread Delusion is set on a cluster of floating islands, in a world where the surface has been torn asunder and rendered uninhabitable by some distant disaster. The player finds themselves on an Inquisition ship where you're soon tasked with hunting down the infamous criminal, Vela, as penance for your past crimes. The search for Vela makes up the majority of the main story, but it's the setting itself that makes Dread Delusion so memorable. Still, the first thing that stands out about this game is the vibes. Giant mushrooms might conjure memories of Morrowind, but there is much more than fungus that makes this world weird. Floating land masses, pink skies, mysterious flying beasts, the strangeness of the Inquisition, and the High Confessor you soon report to, who seems stuck inside a bleeding Iron Maiden, are all barely scratching the surface of what this world has to offer. This is then combined with haunting music, a gorgeous retro aesthetic, and a permanent psychedelic shimmer to everything that you can turn off in the options if you want, but you shouldn't, because that disorienting shimmer is a part of the vibe. Dread Delusion is dripping with an atmosphere that stays compelling all the way to the game's conclusion. Once you've received
really wanna
your
play
main
this game.
objective from the High Confessor, you make your way through a lengthy tutorial section as you infiltrate a large fortress where Vela is located, only for your target to escape by airship, leaving your mission unfulfilled and opening up the world more fully. There is a moment in each Elder Scrolls game that I like to think of as the Elder Scrolls moment. Creative name, I know. The Elder Scrolls moment is that moment when the freedom of the world is first unlocked. In Morrowind, this is when the player steps out of the Imperial Census Office into Seyda-Neen. In Oblivion, this is when you exit the sewer, and in Skyrim, this is after you escape Helgen and exit the first dungeon. To me, these are the single most important and iconic moments in each of these games, and it feels like each one is designed to pull the player in and capture the tone of the rest of the experience. Be it strange and uncaring, idyllic and inviting, or epic and majestic. More than this, however, these moments are where the go anywhere, do anything principle is at its realest and most tantalizing. And so in many ways, these feel like the moments that define each of these games. In Dread Delusion, the equivalent moment comes as you descend from the fortress and step out into the mushroom forest below. And the world does stretch before you impressively. The tone is as haunting and intriguing as ever, and there is freedom to go in different directions and explore on your own. But it's not quite a true Elder Scrolls moment. Dread Delusion's world is split into 4 main zones, with several other smaller islands, and you'll basically proceed from one zone to the next in a linear order. The world is also big, but it's not Elder Scrolls big, and it doesn't have the same quantity of side quests that can allow you to truly ignore the main story and still feel like you're getting a full experience. And so, instead of the freedom to go anywhere, you're instead limited to just exploring the first major zone, and instead of do anything, it's more like follow the main story and get involved with many optional side quests along the way if you want to, just like in most RPGs. That said, there are ways Dread Delusion's world design does impress, and features that aid with immersion, like the fatigue system, which slowly lowers your max stamina over time to encourage players to regularly return to a bed and rest, or the more limited fast travel, which involves using teleporting mirrors, mage portals, and player magic, all of which you have to slowly unlock and discover over time to make traversal feel more realistic and meaningful. Or the more involved map system, where you must first find a blank map and then buy a compass to unlock the player's position, and then draw in the actual map by going to different major landmarks. Or just the lack of quest markers. Icons telling you exactly where to go are not immersive and end up removing much of the thinking and gameplay inherent to exploration. Dread Delusion instead forces players to follow simple directions and look for landmarks, and yet this never comes off as frustrating or overly cryptic, like, say, how Morrowind does at times. The world is also fully seamless, which feels particularly impressive when you travel great distances or reach great heights, while always being able to see the rest of the world unfolding around you in a way that even AAA games would struggle to do, but which Dread Delusion can pull off thanks to its lower graphical fidelity.
Alright, I applied to 8 jobs today. We've been at it for a couple hours now. Yeah. Dang, we've been at it for 5 hours? Holy crap. That just... I only applied to 8 jobs in 5 hours? Damn. Well, I guess I was on the phone and doing a couple other things too. So I did get a lot done. So I shouldn't. I did get some stuff done. It's just I don't know. It just feels like that I can't believe 5 hours have already gone by. But yeah, let's let me wrap this up, and now we're gonna get move over into the exercise portion. Got to get up and move around. Oh, that's right. I was going to make a list of all the reasons why I should exercise, because bad things happen if I don't exercise.
Despite this, Dread Delusion is still a lower budget game, and so doesn't have the extensive feature list many blockbuster open world games might boast. Instead, it feels like a simplification of open world RPG design that tries to maintain the most important features while leaving behind any excess. Like hands. You have no hands. Your items just float. Probably because hands would be annoying to animate. And that's fine. Nobody needs hands in a first-person game. But if you do need hands in your first-person game, Dread Delusion probably isn't for you. You weakling. The hands do rather represent Dread Delusion, however, because this game has little filler, even when it's filler people might expect. There are also few simulation elements. NPCs don't have routines, although there is a day and night cycle with meaningful differences between the two. Items aren't physically modelled, and are instead often placed in a distinctly gamey and unrealistic way throughout the world, and generally Dread Delusion only includes what it needs. Except for the airship. The airship is pretty extra, and annoying to control, but travelling about anywhere freely like this is pretty cool. The main RPG systems players would expect are still present though. The game features 4 attributes that govern 8 skills, which affect both combat and non-combat. Through these different skills, the game provides an impressive amount of non-linearity to its quest design, as different skills can open up different options. For example, you can lockpick your way through locked doors, but you can also smash many doors with a high enough might attribute. Agility improves jump distance, allowing you to climb past some barriers. Lore determines whether you can successfully interact with magical and mechanical items. Charm provides more options through speech checks, and so on. Initially, this feels really well done, and the quality over quantity gear upgrades make item progression feel impactful, while the faction and reputation systems give a great sense of consequence to the player's choices and actions. The experience system itself is the most atypical feature, as instead of earning traditional experience points, all level advancement comes from gaining items called delusions. These can be given for completing quests, but are often found as physical items in the world as a reward for exploration. And so, exploration really is rewarded in the most literal way, incentivizing you to pay attention to the environment, investigate points of interest, and find a way to reach any hard-to-access areas. When you also take into account the lack of quest markers, this creates an experience where exploration feels like the main aspect of gameplay. But
there's a nice list. Downsides of not exercising: increased risk of chronic illness, higher likelihood of heart disease, type 2 diabetes, obesities, and certain cancers, weakened muscles and joints, loss of muscle mass and joint stability, leading to poor mobility and posture, weak core and supporting muscles, increase the chance of chronic back pain and spinal issues, decreased bone density. I'll have longer longevity. You want your longevity to be as long as possible. Higher all-cause mortality rates compared to physically active individuals. Greater chance of needing assistance devices like walkers or wheelchairs in later life. Mental and emotional health effects: increased anxiety and depression from not exercising because lack of the endorphin release. Poor stress management. Physical activity is a natural stress reliever. Without it, stress builds more easily. That's a big one right there, especially in my current situation. Cognitive decline risk. Regular exercise supports brain health. Inactivity increases the risk of memory issues and cognitive decline. Quality of life impact: lower energy levels, poor sleep quality. That's a big one too, getting really good sleep quality from the exercise. Reduced confidence and self-esteem. Loss of daily functionality. Tasks like climbing stairs, carrying groceries, or playing with kids become harder over time. Diminished overall life satisfaction. Less physical capability and mental resilience often leads to lower life enjoyment. All right, well, let's go back to the documentary and let's pull up the exercises we're going to do today.
this game wants you to explore more than just its open world. Dread Delusion's best quality is its lore, and throughout the game, you dig deeper and deeper into this setting as you uncover more and more of its secrets and meet more and more of its desperate and dejected inhabitants. The Sky Realms are fucked up, and their problems are both cosmic and horrifying. This is a place where Lovecraftian entities, or gods, tempt humans with power in exchange for worship and sacrifice. 40 years prior, humanity rose up to slay these gods after discovering that their source of power was anything but divine. But now the...
Oh, thanks for saying that, Pinecone. I appreciate you. It's just a numbers game, right? I just gotta, just keep putting myself out there. I'm trying to. I've been doing at least 5 applications a day. I'm gonna up that to 10 or 15, and just keep on at it. I also found another kind of staffing agency website that might be beneficial. Like if you talk to people at the staffing agency and introduce yourself, like they're talking to people that are, they're talking to hiring managers and stuff like that. So there's a chance to connect with the human instead of just putting my resume out there. I'm going to try and take advantage of that. So I'm going to reach out to those folks. Let's see here. Today's Friday, so maybe I'll do it tomorrow, or go ahead and send the message on Saturday and hope for a reply by Monday, or maybe I send the message first thing on Monday. I don't know. We'll have to ask one of the AIs. We call the AIs around here Bob, so we'll have to ask Bob what the best strategy is. Yeah, in fact, let's ask right now. So I ran across a staffing agency website while submitting job applications. I think I should reach out to them specifically to introduce myself and upload my resume. This way, I know the recruiters I'm talking to are, actively speaking to hiring managers. it would be good to reintroduce the human element into this job application process, because for 3 weeks I've been sending out resumes, but no response. Should I reach out to them tomorrow on a Saturday, or should I wait to send a message on Monday? Actually interested to see what it has to say. As for timing, Saturday is generally not ideal. Most recruiters aren't monitoring emails closely over the weekend, and your message might get buried under Monday morning clutter. That's what I was thinking. Monday morning, typically 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. local time, is strategically best to put your name and resume right at the top of their inbox when they start their week. Okay, we'll prepare the message, and the resume is already ready. And maybe first thing Monday morning, we'll send out the stuff to this staffing agency in hopes for increased visibility.
Dominant apostatic union, through the brutal enforcement of the Inquisition, seemed to commit just as many atrocities as these outlawed gods, all in the name of preserving order and obliterating heresy. That high confessor from earlier isn't just inside that coffin because it's metal as fuck. They're inside it because they once sinned, and the coffin inflicts continual pain that blocks out the tempting whispers of the gods. And plenty of people in this world are doing even worse than the High Confessor. And so exploring Dread Delusion allows you to peel back this world's history, of which there are various and sometimes contradictory accounts for, while taking in its many memorable sites, like the definitely not sentient flesh farms or the Kafkaesque Clockwork Kingdom. This all leads to some of the hardest to make choices I have ever seen in a video game. Choices that had me changing my mind as I learnt more information, and second guessing myself as my perspective gradually evolved over the course of the game. Dread Delusion is about suffering and hope, and while it asks many questions, it never gives any easy answers. The writing also seems to get better with each new zone you reach, but unfortunately, the gameplay is the exact opposite. Dread Delusion's Achilles heel is the combat, which is basic and lacking in challenge, with players able to hit enemies and then easily backpedal to avoid most counterattacks. Basically, like Daggerfall, now that I think about it. Fortunately, there is a hard mode that was added in a post-launch update. Unfortunately, hard mode was what I was already playing, and it's hard mode that completely lacks challenge, so presumably normal mode is somehow even worse. Fortunately, this game isn't really about the combat, and there are non-combat paths and solutions to most quests. Unfortunately, the non-combat path often just involves running past enemies, which is also incredibly easy because you can sprint fast with no stamina requirement, meaning all enemies can basically be ignored. It's this lack of challenge that ends up being the main problem. Great RPGs can have bad combat. Morrowind is one such example, but Morrowind's gameplay still feels functional as it still challenges the player while giving meaning to progression and adding danger to the world. Dread Delusion has none of this, and its world feels overly safe and flat as a result. This is made even worse by how the story establishes this setting as a dangerous place full of suffering and desperate struggles to survive, but you never feel that as a player when you can just kill or avoid any threat with ease. There's no manual saving in Dread Delusion, presumably to force players to live with the consequences of their actions, and initially this felt intimidating and made me overly cautious. The first time I found a plant, I stayed away from it because it looked dangerous and I didn't want to lose too much health or die. So basically, I was spooked by a flower, which shows the power of fear of the unknown. I just wish that feeling had lasted beyond the first couple hours. This lack of difficulty also bleeds into other areas, with the skill system that starts so strong ending up being overly generous, with players able to pass most later skill checks easily, and resources increasingly going unused as you find so many, making progression rather empty. It could even impact the story, as something important happens the first time you die, yet the only time I actually did die was when I accidentally fell off an island whilst admiring the view. I guess I was lucky to fall, but this doesn't feel like something which should require luck. There should be at least a chance for enemies to kill you, particularly on hard mode. Combat is clearly not the main point of Dread Delusion, and killing enemies doesn't even give XP, but it's in this flawed gameplay and the overall lack of challenge where this game feels furthest behind the Elder Scrolls. Which is a strange thing to say given how most feel about combat in that series, but Dread Delusion is a low-budget indie game, and combat is where that becomes most obvious. Still, people don't usually play these games for their combat, so outside of this one problem, how successful is Dread Delusion as an Elder Scrolls successor? The answer is not very. Which, again, is because that's not really what Dread Delusion is trying to be. This game uses an Elder Scrolls-like shell that it then fills with its own more simplified gameplay and systems, all for the purpose of creating an exploration-based experience that allows its memorable story and setting to shine. And they do, oh so brightly, but that still doesn't create a truly Elder Scrolls-like experience. Dread Delusion is far more focused on its main story, and lacks that go-anywhere-do-anything freedom. Parts of its design do emphasize immersion, and the lore helps bring this setting to life, but its systems are still simple, and its scope is limited, as you might expect from its indie status. And yet, Dread Delusion shows just how much is possible on a limited budget. If the point is to make a captivating world to explore and get lost in, Dread Delusion is a strong success, and it shows that a lot of the ingredients necessary for a Skyrim killer could work on an indie budget. Great art design and atmosphere can make up for lower fidelity. Lower fidelity can lead to an equally impressive scale. Scale could provide freedom if that was the priority, and strong writing can still carry an experience even when gameplay repeatedly fails. Dread Delusion proves an indie Skyrim is at least possible, even if it doesn't happen to be this game. But what if a game was intentionally trying to be like Skyrim, and had a little bit more budget to work with? Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon, wants to be an indie Skyrim. Or at least, its marketing wants it to be, which is understandable as marketing an indie game is difficult and Skyrim is popular. And if YouTube is any indication, Tainted Grail has been very successful at this.
An indie Skyrim. You'll be looting in a very Skyrim-like fashion.
If you liked exploring Skyrim, the open world design concept is super similar.
Now, the term that a lot of people have used to describe this is indie Skyrim. The level up system here, by the way, very much like Skyrim.
I feel like Skyrim walked so that Tainted Grail can run.
There are a lot of favorable comparisons to Skyrim that have been made about this game on this platform, which made me feel like I had to include it even if it's still in early access. I usually avoid playing games until they receive a full release, so keep this early access label in mind. The version I played was 0.9, the final patch before release. That full release is expected soon, but this did mean I was only able to judge the game on its first of 3 total acts, which is about the first 20 to 25 hours. So maybe some of the many things I'm about to criticize will be improved in the future. The Fall of Avalon is not the first Tainted Grail video game, nor is it the first Fall of Avalon game, as a well-regarded board game of the same name preceded it, and the shared Tainted Grail setting is one of this game's stronger features. It's basically a mix of Arthurian legend, Celtic mythology, and Elden Ring-like exaggerated dark fantasy, and some of the art design this leads to is great. The premise also feels like something straight out of a From Software game. The story goes that King Arthur once claimed the land of Avalon for his people and built a great kingdom there. But now, Arthur is gone and the kingdom falls to ruin, while a new dangerous plague called the Red Death spreads across the land, leading to death, insanity, and worse. You play as one such plague victim who has been locked away in a remote prison due to the disease, leading to another Scrollsian prison escape opening after a helpful stranger frees you from your cell. One of the first things you might notice about the Fall of Avalon is that it's quite inconsistent. There are some cutscenes and environments that look fantastic and feel almost AAA quality, which does a lot to establish a strong mood and tone, but then there are basic features you would expect that are just absent, like any kind of tooltip for the many items you'll pick up. This means you can't tell how valuable or heavy items are, and will have to clumsily open the inventory page to manually check if equipment you find is better than what you currently have. And this kind of dichotomy is Tainted Grail in a nutshell. The quantity of voice acting in this game is seriously impressive, but the presentation during dialogue often feels basic and flat. The amount of optional notes you can find in the environment is impressive, but the actual writing is mixed, and the sheer amount of these notes drastically slows down the pacing if you do stop to read them all. The number of optional boss fights in the intro dungeon is impressive, but the one non-optional boss fight is terrible. I tried to fight it in melee range, but found the hitboxes wildly inconsistent, with attacks that should hit me missing and attacks that shouldn't hitting. So then I tried to do this fight at range, only to find out that once I got far enough away, the boss just gave up and stood still, while I very slowly fireballed it to death. This first dungeon itself is overall too long, and this is the tutorial dungeon. It shouldn't be this much of a slog. But then there's this one bit with these giants in the background pushing some mechanism, and I don't know why these giants are in this prison to begin with. I mean, just how big is this place? But even so, they do look cool. I like the giants. There are great details in this game, but it is consistently inconsistent. The other thing you might soon notice is superficial similarities to the Elder Scrolls. I mean, look at the lockpicking. This isn't lockpicking like Skyrim. This is Skyrim's lockpicking. The only difference is a minor visual change, with emphasis on the minor parts. Other things you might expect also show up, like having the ability to pick up unnecessary junk, or the exact same stealth system. As you get further into the game, similarities become less apparent, but before that can happen, you'll have to actually escape the prison. At the end of this dungeon, you go through a dreamlike sequence that ends with meeting King Arthur himself, who seems to be suffering from amnesia and accompanies you as an entity in your mind. This makes him a bit like Johnny Silverhand, and much like Johnny, he's also kind of a dick. The main story then seems to focus on restoring Arthur's power, or helping to destroy him, with different factions in this broken land tending to be pro or anti-Camelot for you to align with or oppose. After this, you leave the prison by boat, only to be shipwrecked, leading you to wash up on shore on the first of 3 zones. This is Tainted Grail's Elder Scrolls moment, but you cannot go anywhere nor do anything. The beach you find yourself on offers some freedom to explore along the coast, with some optional enemy encounters and areas to loot, but the map design quickly constrains you if you wander too far, and instead acts to funnel you towards a nearby castle, which acts as the game's first settlement. This castle is where you want to go, as it's here you can pick up all of the side quests, and if you did try to stubbornly ignore the main quest and explore in your own way, you'd find that as you move further away from this bottom corner of the map, enemies quickly become too high level to kill easily. This first zone is also not particularly large, being more like an avowed zone without the verticality. And so Tainted Grail really doesn't offer an Elder Scrolls-like level of freedom. The castle does actually try to create a living world, however, with consequences for stealing and NPC routines, features noticeably missing from Avowed, and it also looks really good, particularly from a distance. The actual experience of reaching this settlement quickly becomes a chore, however, as this game absolutely bombards you with side quests, which you're even forced to engage with to actually continue the main story. This creates a serious pacing problem, as it can take hours speaking to every NPC, picking up quest after quest, with little interactive gameplay to break up this monotony. And by the time you're done, you'll have a full quest log of about 20 different tasks, but may well be struggling to remember which objective corresponds to which NPC, as they all start to blur together in one big mess. You can then head off into the open world to work through your task list efficiently, which feels rather MMO-like, and some side quests are even generic enough to be at home in your average MMO. In fact, Tainted Grail might have benefited from copying MMOs more directly, as MMOs at least know to split their quests up into batches, where instead of giving players all 20 at once, they instead come in groups of 5 or so that lead to 5 more after completion, and so on, to benefit the pacing. Regardless, it's in the open world that Tainted Grail picks back up again, as the combat is, at least, better than Skyrim. Describing that combat isn't so easy, as while the heavy reliance on stamina management might lead to further Dark Souls comparisons, the pacing is surprisingly fast, more so than even the fastest Souls-likes. As a result, you run out of stamina very quickly, but also regain stamina just as fast, which feels more mechanical than methodical. Likewise, basic features like dodging are incredibly effective, but the sheer number of enemies you can end up taking on at once, and the variety of their attacks, including ranged attacks that most enemies will switch to when at distance, stop combat from feeling too easy. Overall, there is potential here, but it's also messy, and difficult to judge off the first act alone. Messy also describes the balance. At low levels, using magic to kill enemies felt incredibly slow. This may be because magic simply starts weak and only picks up with heavy skill investment, but the fact that I decided to play as a hybrid sword and shield / magic user, only to abandon both the shield and all magic because they seemed so ineffective compared to other options, makes me think the balance isn't where it's meant to be. The skill system is interesting though, as while it utilizes a fairly standard choice of different skill trees, with skill points given on level up, each skill tree is fairly large, and there are a lot of them, which combine to give players a huge amount of choice in build right from the very start. You currently have no way to respec skill choices, so after investing into one-handed on the assumption I'd be using a shield, I was forced to pivot into dual wielding to prevent my one-handed skills being wasted, but I was still able to combine this with a lot of crit-based skills to create some semblance of a unique and effective build that felt like my own. This does feel like the sort of game where you should be able to respec, however, because the skill system offers plenty of interesting build potential that can't really be tested otherwise. And once more, Tainted Grail is a game that tends to prioritize gameplay over immersion. For example, there is a ton of loot in this game, but it's not the Elder Scrolls reason of creating a simulated world. Instead, almost all loot is directly useful here, and it's best to just spam loot everything. Materials and ingredients can be added to a shared storage system that you can craft from without withdrawing, and crafting is percentage-based, where the more materials you use, the higher the chance you have of getting a better item. Meanwhile, extra monster drops can be turned in at various druid shrines to convert directly into bonus XP, and junk can be quickly sold. This world is packed with loot, but it's not to benefit immersion, it's to benefit progression. And loot is color coordinated with constant gear upgrades in a way which feels more Diablo than Skyrim. The exploration-based experience of kill, loot, teleport back to hand in side quest and then repeat also feels decidedly different from the more organic wandering the world according to your whims of the Elder Scrolls, but there is one way this might feel similar to Skyrim. Tainted Grail is a game where you can just focus on combat and looting, while largely ignoring any story and have an alright time. Meanwhile, Skyrim is a game where you are meant to care about the story and lore and all of the finer details, but you don't have to. Bethesda games are rare examples of RPGs where you can just ignore all story, turn off your brain, and just wander around killing and looting while still having an alright time. In that way, Tainted Grail might feel similar, but that's hardly enough to make this an indie Skyrim. Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon, doesn't give you the freedom to go anywhere. The world's not more immersive than its peers. The first zone alone feels small and doesn't offer a strong exploration-based experience, and this seems to be mostly a combat and loot-based game, with an interesting but not remarkable dark fantasy aesthetic. I'm actually quite surprised just how many YouTubers are calling this game indie Skyrim, but then again, the lockpicking is identical, so I guess that basically makes it the same game. You can't argue with a lockpicking minigame. Ironically, a better description for this game might be indie avowed, because outside of the tone and art style, there are many similarities between them. I guess indie avowed probably isn't as good marketing, however. The other thing which stands out about Tainted Grail is how it contrasts with the previous game in this video. If Dread Delusion is a minimalist take on an Elder Scrolls-like RPG, where that minimalism is sometimes to the game's detriment, Tainted Grail instead shows a maximalist approach, but this is again often to its detriment. Tainted Grail does many different things, and it tries to do them all with close to big budget levels of presentation. There is loads of voice acting and cutscenes and enemies and boss fights and notes and side quests and features. You have stealth and stealing and horse riding and home ownership and so on. So there is a lot going on here. But an indie game means having an indie budget, and so not everything here gets the attention it deserves. Tainted Grail has many solid parts that are struggling to come together, and it's hard to not question whether that's because this game simply tries to do too much rather than focusing on a few things that it knows it can do well and building everything else around this. And this seems to be one of the biggest challenges with creating a true indie Skyrim, because if a game plays to the strengths of the indie genre and does less so that it can do those things better, then it will struggle to match Skyrim's scope or scale. And yet, if an indie game does try to match Skyrim in every way, then it's left trying to do too many things on too small a budget, which almost forces it to make sacrifices or do many things badly. This seems to be the lesson that Dread Delusion and Tainted Grail teach, and maybe making an indie Skyrim is just too challenging a task. But what if there was a different way to create an Elder Scrolls successor? What if there was a way to save on a lot of those development costs and avoid creating complicated immersive systems from scratch? Maybe by reusing already existing assets, or maybe using substantially more than that. So, what if the answer doesn't lie with a commercial project at all? Gothic is no Skyrim, but there was a time when Gothic and the Elder Scrolls existed side by side, as two exciting takes on what an open-world action RPG could be. Gothic 2 released in the same year as Morrowind, and was a great game, but while the Elder Scrolls would go on to reach even loftier heights, Gothic proved less fortunate. Gothic 3 was ambitious but disappointing, Gothic 4 was unambitious and even more disappointing. Original developer Piranha Bytes' actual attempts at successors in Risen, Elix, and their various sequels were somewhat better, but they weren't the successor to Gothic 2 many fans longed for, and for a long time, it seemed like that true successor would never exist. Until it did. The Chronicles of Myrtana Arkelos is a total conversion mod for Gothic 2, made by fans and released for free in 2021. It's also one of the best RPGs of the decade. The Chronicles of Myrtana is the Gothic successor there never was, and it is arguably even better than its inspiration. So why couldn't the same happen with Skyrim? After all, there is no modding community as large or active as Skyrim's, and modders have created numerous great standalone games over the years. So, if neither the mainstream gaming industry nor the indie scene will create a true Elder Scrolls successor, what about mods? And amongst the many impressive Skyrim mods, there is one that stood out beyond all others. One game ambitious enough to create something of a comparable size, with a development team experienced enough to see such an ambitious project through to its conclusion. And that game is Enderal, The Shards of Order, which is called Enderal Forgotten Stories.
I'm confused, Phoebus. Did the thing lag behind? What are you saying there? Phoebus says, oh my god, I just spent who knows how long, about an hour behind. LOL.
On Steam, but make sure to download the special edition version if you can, because it runs much better. Don't be like me and download the wrong version, because that's the one you added to your wishlist 6 years ago. Although, if you do, you can copy over saves. Enderal originally released in 2016, but it's received updates and expansions since, and it is not the first game from developer Sure AI, or the first game set in this universe. Nehrim at Fate's Edge was a total conversion mod for Oblivion that released in 2010, which I have also played, and Arctwend and Maya Aranath are total conversion Morrowind mods that released even earlier, and all of these are set in the same world of Vin. The fact that these games were being made for the better part of 2 decades should show how much the developers care about the lore behind these games and how developed that lore actually is. It is a setting, in many ways, akin to the Elder Scrolls. But what about Enderal itself? It begins with a dream that soon turns nightmare, featuring a dead family, the consumption of flesh, and a father, apparently yours, although I don't blame you if you don't find him to be the most trustworthy source.
Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat! Bring me a nice crisp...
After this, you're given a brief recap of the story of Nehrim, which, while not necessary, does help to have played, before the game begins properly with your newly created character stowed away aboard a ship bound for the island nation of Enderal. For once, you are not a prisoner, but you still get caught and almost killed before being thrown overboard, only to be saved by some mysterious magical intervention. Interestingly, of the 4 games featured in this video, 3 of them begin with some sort of shipwreck or accident that leads to the player washing up on shore. The only exception is Dread Delusion, and even that game began on a ship. From here, after you're done admiring how muscular your back is, what the hell, he's not even flexing, you then have several short but largely linear walking and dungeon sections that eventually end with you getting ambushed by bandits and saved by Jespar, one of several prominently featured companions. The relatively long length of this intro gives you a bit of an indication of what's in store for you in Enderal. This game places a heavy focus on story, and free mod or not, it certainly doesn't lack ambition. Jespar provides you with a better introduction to the story, explaining that the people of Enderal have started suffering from something called the Red Madness, causing people to start going insane, and that you are suffering from something called Arcane Fever, which occurs when people awaken new magical powers, as you recently have. This fever will eventually lead to your death if not cured, and so finding a cure becomes your first big main story objective. Still, after this conversation, the game does finally open up. This is Enderall's Elder Scrolls moment, and unlike the previous games in this video, most of this world is theoretically open to you at this point, even if you are placed on a path that is trying to shepherd you to the first village. Still, unlike in Oblivion or Skyrim, this world absolutely does not scale to your level. In fact, one of the first lessons Enderall seems determined to teach players is to be careful and save often, as early game encounters can wreck you. Enderall's world is dangerous, and that's never more obvious than at the very beginning. What's more, unlike in the Elder Scrolls, healing is restricted, as each use of a healing spell or potion will increase the level of your arcane fever, leading to debuffs and eventually death unless you can reduce this level with a fairly rare elixir. Through this, Enderall fixes one of Skyrim's biggest design flaws, which is that in Skyrim you could just open the menu to eat food or chug potions anytime you're in danger, giving you an infinite get out of danger free card. By contrast, healing in Enderall can only take you so far and needs to be considered against its cost, and so finding beds to rest at as a way to heal instead becomes a necessary part of survival. In fact, early encounters are so vicious that you'll probably find yourself backtracking to the same beds multiple times as you slowly and carefully explore your surroundings. This caution is not very Elder Scrolls-like, but it does add plenty of excitement, as long as you don't mind the extra difficulty. The world itself still looks very familiar, which makes sense, but there are other subtle differences here as well. For one thing, it's pretty packed with points of interest, although that's partly because points of interest tend to be more clustered together here than in the more evenly spaced Skyrim. Secondly, far less of those points of interest are long dungeons. Skyrim is basically a world of dungeons, but by contrast, Enderall uses them more sparingly, and this actually helps incentivize exploration. In Skyrim, there's not much point exploring a dungeon if you don't have a quest that takes place there, as most dungeons are alike, and so many of them do feature in quests that you're incentivized to wait until you have that quest before clearing it. In Enderall, quests are less dungeon-centric, and you can often explore a handful of points of interest in the time it would take you to clear a single Skyrim dungeon, while being more likely to find unique loot or rewards in the process to make them feel worthwhile. The experience points these provide also feel more rewarding, as Enderall's world lacks level scaling. Instead, the game starts you off in one corner of the map, which acts as the single low-level area, and then when you're ready to take the training wheels off, everything pushes you towards the main city of Ark, found in the map's center. From here, the world can basically be represented by a heat map, where the further you get from Ark and the center, the higher level things get, which basically allows you to head off and explore in any direction you like. It's just that danger will increase the further away you go. This is actually really clever. It's a great way to avoid the problems of level scaling seen in certain Elder Scrolls games, while still providing a respectable amount of freedom and openness. Of course, it's not as much freedom or openness, but it feels like a solid compromise, and I wish more RPG developers would look at this template for how to implement leveled zones in a more organic and open way. The progression is also well done, and again breaks tradition from the Elder Scrolls. Level ups come from XP rather than skill use, but do give a familiar choice of health, mana, or stamina. The skill system, however, is completely different, with level ups providing learning points that can only be spent by reading skill books. This is how you increase skills, and these books provide a continuous gold sink to make money feel valuable from the game's start all the way until its end. And as money is always useful, it means loot you find stays rewarding, which creates a much more satisfying feeling of progression than in most RPGs, even if actually returning to merchants to buy and use skill books becomes a bit tedious. Levels also give you 1 perk point,
Hey, regards.
but unlike Skyrim skill...
Sorry, in the middle of the workout here. I just saw your message. Have I given the Oblivion remaster a try? No, not yet. I'm sure I'll give it a try one of these days. It hasn't really been on my playlist. I played Oblivion back in the day when it first came out, and I really disliked the level scaling that this guy was actually just talking about. So I'll give you an example. You're exploring, you find a cave, you go in the cave, there's all these goblins. You're fighting the goblins. You get down to the very bottom of the cave, and there's like this orc chieftain there, and he's real tough, so you run away. And then you go get 10 levels. And then you remember that orc chieftain. You're like, I'm going to go down there and whoop his ass. And then you go back into the cave where there used to be a bunch of goblins and an orc chieftain. And now because you got 10 levels, there's like fucking vampire lords and shit in there. and it just kind of destroyed any sense of progression or advancement. And that really turned me off about the whole game. So, maybe they changed that in the remaster. I'd be willing to give it a try. We'll see.
trees, Enderall's perks are much more limited and try to force you to only focus on a couple of different trees. So you cannot be a stealth archer who is good at magic, melee, lockpicking, and speechcraft. Instead, you're forced to specialize to get most of the very best skills, which involves sacrifice. For example, most players won't be able to pick difficult locks without heavy investment, so if that's a problem for you, you better get used to buying lock opening scrolls. Likewise, don't expect to be good at multiple schools of magic or completely different combat styles. This makes your choice of build feel much more impactful and improves replayability, even if some players probably miss being good at everything. And so, Enderall feels intelligently designed and makes some clear improvements to Skyrim's RPG systems. Where its status as a free mod becomes more obvious is in its many bugs and occasional presentation problems. I am not someone who complains about bugs very often. I'd like to think I have a high tolerance and can look past a lot of jank for the right game. But Enderall did test my tolerance. The infrequent humorous mishaps are one thing and have a certain charm. The frequent NPC pathing problems or breakable quest scripting is less charming, and I had to reload the game far more than I'd like to force quests and NPCs to behave. This is understandable given the size of this game and its small number of developers, but it still hurts the player's experience. The writing can also be mixed, although its average quality is quite high and there is plenty of it. Maybe a little too much, as some NPCs seem in love with the sound of their own voice in a way that screams overly self-indulgent writing. But the problem is much more one of inconsistency than quality. Needless to say, I was rather grateful that dialogue choices often allow you to ask for shortened explanations, while marking which dialogue is actually optional. And yet, at its best, Enderall's writing can be great. Quests like A Song in the Silence, which is the one where you meet Rhinius, arguably surpasses anything seen in a recent Bethesda game, and the main story itself is surprisingly deep and takes you to plenty of unexpected places. Still, the single most impressive thing about Enderall is just how much this game includes for a free mod. This is a 90-hour game, and it's fully voice acted, and that voice acting is usually really good. The city of Ark is far bigger than any city in Skyrim, and probably even bigger than the Imperial City in Oblivion. The world has multiple distinct biomes, some of which look downright gorgeous, and nothing like the world of Skyrim. There are 2 entirely different gambling minigames, there are reputation levels with important characters, there are multiple different romances, there are guilds to join, side quests to take, hidden items to collect, and then there is the soundtrack, which has 122 tracks, according to the playlist on Sure AI's YouTube channel, and nothing about this soundtrack sounds like it's from a free mod. In fact, there are many times you have to wonder how exactly this game was possible. It just feels too big and too high quality to fit its free status. Things like the voice acting, which is in both English and German, just doesn't seem like it should have been possible. Except, it was.
Well,
At other times,
I put it on the, it's right here. Forgotten, Enderall, Forgotten Stories Special Edition right here. And copy that link. There we go. I might actually give that a try after the workout. We gotta do some gaming or something after the exercise. Couple more to go.
However, it can be hard to ignore the fact this game is a mod, because so many of its assets and visuals are reused from Skyrim. I mean, I'm sorry, but these are Dwemer automatons, not Starling Guardians, no matter what the game or I tell myself, and things like this does diminish what's here that tiny little bit. And yet, that feeling of familiarity being taken too far is rare. Most of the time, Enderall has a strong identity of its own, and it's one that is pretty different from any Bethesda game, which ends up being one of the best things about it. There is true joy to playing a game that is big enough to get lost in, where you don't know quite what to expect. This is one of the things that made the Elder Scrolls series stand out to begin with.
Good luck with your haircut. That's something I don't have to do anymore.
But love them or hate them, Bethesda's open world RPGs since Oblivion have become formulaic. They might come in 3 different flavors now of fantasy, post-apocalyptic, and sci-fi, but there is so much shared DNA between all of these games. The world design, the dungeons, the factions, the writing style, the NPC faces, the environmental storytelling. If you play one of these games, you know what to expect from the rest, and even Starfield, a brand new IP, barely changed this established formula. But in Enderall, this is not true. It may look exactly like a Bethesda game, but it breaks so many of Bethesda's rules. The world is dangerous. The writing is serious. The skill system is all about specialization. The quests are inconsistent but varied. The quality control isn't as high, but that's okay because it just adds to the unpredictability. And ultimately, Enderall is unpredictable in a way Bethesda games aren't, which ended up being my favorite thing about it. But it is this exact quality, the main thing that makes this game great to me, which also means it's not really a Skyrim killer. Enderall is not an Elder Scrolls successor. Do you want to know what game Enderall is a spiritual successor to? Well, I already told you in the first line of this section. I mean, what do you expect from a German developer? This isn't Elder Scrolls. This is Gothic, just in Skyrim's engine. And that engine means there is a lot of immersive features. Most games don't model every item, or have such detailed NPC routines, or feel this alive. And Enderall also provides a lot of freedom, more so than most RPGs, while almost matching Skyrim's scale. But at its heart, even this game, one built entirely in Skyrim's own engine, using Skyrim's own assets, is not truly like Skyrim. And so, the quest to find an Elder Scrolls successor goes on. Where are all the Elder Scrolls successors? Well, maybe they're still out there. There are more contenders in development. The Wayward Realms is a very deliberate attempt at this concept from renowned Elder Scrolls veterans Ted Peterson and Julian LaFay. Wayward Realms had a successful Kickstarter in 2024 and has all the features a Skyrim killer would need, with an even larger scope thanks to the use of procedural generation to help create its massive open world, and its Unreal Engine 5 graphics ensure it looks good enough that it could have mainstream appeal. The Wayward Realms doesn't exactly seem close to release, but it does tick every box an Elder Scrolls successor needs to, and at least proves there is real interest in the idea. And for contenders that aren't so far off, 2025 is meant to bring at least 2 more promising indie attempts. The World of Antera also had a successful Kickstarter, this time back in 2022, and has been called a pixel art Skyrim, featuring an interactive, non-linear living world. There are plenty of indie games that have found success by and has been called also had a successful Kickstarter, this time back in 2022, and has been called a pixel art Skyrim, featuring an interactive, non-linear living world. There are plenty of indie games that have found success by combining ambitious concepts with simpler graphics, and so the idea of using a low graphical fidelity to achieve some of the Elder Scrolls harder to replicate features does make sense. I'm less convinced about it actually achieving its stated 2025 release, however. But for a game that does seem likely to make it this year, in early access anyway, there is Ardenfall, a low-poly first-person take on the concept that takes clear inspiration from Morrowind and has had a playable demo for several years now. That said, this doesn't exactly feel like a lot of contenders, and the most obvious conclusion of this story is surely that making a Skyrim-like game is hard. All games face limitations on resources, and once those limits start being reached, how can a developer justify optional features or extra details over the more necessary pillars of gameplay and story? This is what happened with Avowed to cause it to change mid-development, and it probably happened with other games before it. Simulated worlds are complicated, and complete openness only works if there's enough optional content to justify such a high level of freedom. For indie games, this challenge becomes even greater, and the advantage brought by lower graphical fidelity is hardly enough to make creating something of comparable scale and scope to Skyrim achievable for most developers. It's a bit like trying to create an indie MMO. There are just some types of games that work better with a limited budget than others, and a Scrolls-like is not one of them. These are games where bigger is better, and everything can impact immersion, and even Bethesda has struggled with replicating these aspects in future titles. In the meantime, there's always Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I didn't mention here mostly because I covered it in my last video, but which is about as close as you can currently get to a AAA Skyrim killer. Kingdom Come might be more main story focused and lacks that Elder Scrolls level of freedom, but it still offers a simulated open world full of immersive systems which are arguably even more immersive than that of Skyrim. I'm personally hoping the success of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 helps renew interest in more systemic-driven open worlds over the more dominant, copy-pasted checklists of the Ubisoft approach, but that is a hope, not a prediction. Otherwise, there's always the Oblivion remake, which has not been announced as of me recording this, but has been rumored since I started this video, and if those rumors are correct, will probably end up surprise releasing around the time this video is finished. I'm not sure what the quality of the Oblivion remake will be at this point, but even if it's bad, I bet it will still sell a massive amount because there is an obvious desire for Elder Scrolls-like games that no one else is currently meeting. And finally, if all else fails, there's always the Elder Scrolls 6, which will have to release one day. I mean, it has a better chance than the Winds of Winter, at least. God, if you could go back in time and tell my 2011 self that in 14 years there would be no new Song of Ice and Fire books and no new Elder Scrolls games, I would have probably just ignored you and kept walking. But it is still hard to believe. For now though, the Elder Scrolls stands largely alone, and the longer it goes unrivaled, the greater its legacy will grow. Thank you for watching. If you want to support these videos, you can do so via Patreon. All support is appreciated and helps me.
Yeah, I think we might try Endoril after the workout's done. I am curious to hear what he has to say about Total War, though. Total Warhammer 3.
The Total War series has been around for a while, and it's had its share of highs and lows, but Warhammer 3 is an absolute high, which feels strange to say, because only a few months ago this same game seemed to represent a new low. Now, if you don't know much about this series, that might sound a little confusing, but hey, welcome to Total War. No one ever said these games were simple. I mean, for starters, they're a bit like two different games rolled into one, with both a turn-based 4X-like strategy game that plays on a zoomed-out campaign map, alongside real-time strategy battles that can play out in deliciously zoomed-in detail, and both of these have their share of depth. Then you have the fact that the Total War fanbase seems to be stuck in a never-ending civil war between history and fantasy fans, or traditionalists versus modern fans, where it can seem like the more people enjoy the modern entries, the more others claim the series to be dead or ruined, making it a bit hard to gauge what's really going on and whether a new title is actually worth checking out. And then there's also the fact that to play Warhammer 3, the good Warhammer 3 at least, you also need to own two more games, Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, and outside of sales, they're both still at or near full price, which might make jumping into Warhammer 3 a little off-putting. So, given this complicated nature and the unusually daunting barrier to entry, you might be tempted to just give this game a miss. But you shouldn't, because Total War Warhammer 3 is one of the best strategy games in years, maybe even decades. It is an incredible attempt at bringing the world of Warhammer to life, and in its current form it has so much content with such strong replayability and so many enjoyable qualities that it can effortlessly provide hundreds of hours of entertainment and still leave you wanting more. It is deep, varied, visually spectacular and absolutely addictive, but don't just take my word for it. As of me writing this right now, Steam says I have played this game for 195 hours in the last 2 weeks, which translates to just under 14 hours of playtime a day. And you should know that not only do I have no regrets for how I chose to spend the last 2 weeks of my life, but also that I would be happy to spend the next 2 weeks doing the exact same if I didn't have a YouTube channel to try to maintain and certain other deadlines. Speaking of which, this video is sponsored by NordVPN. Secure your internet connection and easily safeguard yourself from threats online with NordVPN, all while gaining a whole host of other benefits, like being able to connect to different game servers around the world with just the click of a button to find the fastest connections, or avoiding those annoying online geo-restrictions stopping you from accessing your favorite games, deals, or servers. And right now, you can get 4 months free on all 2-year plans by using my promo code or following the link below. And with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee, it's completely risk-free. So remember, you're not just lowering your latency for raids in Wrath of the Lich King Classic, you're also protecting your data online. That means it's basically a business investment, probably tax-deductible even, don't hold me to that. So, support the channel and buy NordVPN by visiting the link on screen or down below, and otherwise, let's talk Total War. To understand Total War, you need to understand how these games are greater than the sum of their parts, but you can't do that if you don't know what the parts are. So, part 1. Have you ever seen a child playing with some toys, and they're just like smashing their two toys together as a crude simulation of a battle? This is part 1, except instead of smashing inert plastic action figures together, you instead smash entire armies, and they are not inert. They swing and stab and scream and go flying and run away, and as far as battle simulations go, it's pretty impressive, particularly when you add in some of the more unique creatures from Warhammer. Now, when playing these games, you may spend most of your time too zoomed out to fully appreciate this quality, but it does still add to the experience to always have that option to zoom in and see what's actually happening in real time, both due to the authenticity it adds to the gameplay and because it just looks really good. The Total War series has always impressed in this way. In fact, in the early 2000s, they actually made a historical TV show called Time Commanders that aired in the UK, where they just played Rome Total War. Except they never mentioned it was a video game and instead pretended it was some advanced historical simulation where they recreated famous battles and then had groups of contestants come on to shout out commands and pretend to be generals.
Andy, I've got a unit of archers and a unit of cavalry in front of those.
Okay, protect them.
1 infantry, 1 archers total.
Okay, get them protected. As we go up, you've got spearmen ahead. Don't engage the spearmen on a charge because they've got huge spears.
It was actually a little weird now that I look back at it. They even had real military historians commenting on people's strategies, which kind of makes me wish someone had put Legend of Total War in there to see what the historians would have to say about his playstyle.
If he thinks early 2000s television was wild, he should see like 60s, 70s, 80s television.
Anyway, I digress. The point is, the battle simulation side of Rome Total War looked so good they made a TV show out of it, and the Total War series has maintained its high-quality visuals ever since. This puts Total War in a rather unique position, because while lots of strategy games do have some kind of visual representation to match their action, very few do it in a realistic way, and even if other games wanted to copy this approach, most developers would likely still struggle to find the budget to match these games in terms of scale, animation quality, and level of detail. So, if there is still a child inside of you that just wants to smash two toys together and see what happens, or if you just appreciate visually realistic simulations of big battles, Total War is basically unrivaled. Still, there is of course gameplay behind these visuals, and that brings us to part 2. Now, depending on who you watch play, Total War's battles can seem anywhere between calm, mostly cinematic affairs, which basically play themselves, to micro-intensive high APM sweatfests. I think the best way to actually describe the gameplay is in 3 levels of complexity that players can engage with. Level 1 would be controlling your army. In theory, this is simple. In practice, I have introduced a few different people to the Total War series over the years, and I have been consistently impressed by how much some people struggle with moving their army from one side of the map to the other. There is actually more you need to do than just moving your army, so seeing people fail at this first hurdle is a little alarming. Anyway, you can move multiple units in different ways. You can alt-drag, make separate control groups, make one locked group, shift-click the unit bar, drag and select units on the battlefield with your mouse, whatever works for you. But if you do select everything all at once and then right-click them to move, your beautiful pre-arranged formation might crumble before your eyes as you march your men straight into a bad time. So you do have to develop a little bit of familiarity with the controls to at least get to the point where you can move in formation, charge in your infantry, make sure your ranged units are protected and firing at something, and get your cavalry or cavalry substitutes to flank in and sandwich the enemy or harass their backline. You know, easy stuff, in theory. But that's level 1, mastering the controls. Level 2 then is mastering matchups. You see, behind the formations and flashy animations, the battlefield is really one big game of rock, paper, scissors, and if you want victory to be yours, you need to make sure your rocks are attacking the enemy's scissors and are protected from their papers, because their papers actually look like this. Now, sometimes this is simple. For example, units like spearmen have an anti-large bonus, meaning they're good at fighting large enemies like cavalry or monsters. So you might want to order your spearmen to attack the enemy large units, or even better, you might position your anti-large on your flank so they can intercept the enemy's cavalry when they're sent in to harass your back line. Armor and armor piercing are likewise easy to understand, but some other traits can be less obvious, like using fire damage to counter regeneration, or using magic against units with high physical resist. Also, sometimes matchups are not based on specific traits, but rather a unit's core statistics. For example, units with high melee defense and leadership might be perfect for holding the front line where the fighting is thickest, whereas your low defense, high damage dealers might fare best in easier matchups where they can quickly overwhelm their foes. The enemy then also has their own agenda to further complicate all this, but the part of Warhammer Total War games that really makes them stand out is that they include so many different variables and buffs and traits that come from the vastly different units and factions that the simple concept of creating good matchups can become very complex. I mean, smashing a rock into some scissors is simple, but you're typically commanding an army of 20 varied units going up against the same, and this creates a lot to consider. You need to worry about unit health, leadership, and individual traits, as well as army formations, terrain, and battle maneuvers, alongside the more micro-intensive aspects like using magic, activating buffs, cycle charging cavalry, smashing through with chariots, and on it goes. The result is a lot of depth that is satisfying to learn and to master, and yet despite all this complexity, Warhammer 3 actually makes understanding it easier than in the past, thanks to detailed tooltips that display a range of important information. For example, if you want to quickly work out what went wrong or right, then you can look at the damage dealt by individual units to see exactly where a battle is being won or lost. So, this complicated game of matchups is the second level of combat. The third level then comes from the battle realism option, which limits the player's visibility while removing the option to pause or slow down combat. This makes the gameplay more similar to other real-time strategy games, where the skill is as much in knowing what to do as it is in being able to do it in real time amidst the chaos of battle. Here, you might need to sacrifice certain matchups and microing potential to instead prioritize the things which are the most important, as you may not have time to manage every little detail, and so this creates a sense of pressure and urgency that changes the feel of the gameplay while deepening the skill cap. The thing is, battle realism is completely optional, so if players don't want to ever engage with this type of real-time challenge, they don't have to. And really, all three levels of Total War's gameplay can function both independently or simultaneously, depending on the experience the player wants out of the game. For example, if you have no interest in RTS-like gameplay and just want to enjoy other aspects of the series, you can set the difficulty relatively low, and then just charge your army in while zooming in to watch the ensuing carnage. Or, if you want to min-max absolutely everything without being under severe time restraints, you can set the difficulty high, but keep battle realism off, and then take your time pausing during battles to min-max and micromanage as much as you want. Or, if you do in fact want a fast-paced RTS-like experience, but think numbers are for nerds, you could even set the difficulty to a medium level with battle realism turned on, and then have battles be decided by your ability to maneuver units and perform in real time, rather than your understanding of numbers and modifiers. The point is, there is a degree of customizability about how you engage with this gameplay, but there is depth and skill involved for players who want it. And that's part 2, the real-time battle gameplay. Now, hopefully I'm not making this too confusing by using both parts and levels in the same section. Anyway, the third and final part is the campaign map. Now, you could view this as its own standalone game, and it would have enough depth to stand alone. On the campaign map, you recruit units, move armies, construct buildings, level up lords and heroes, equip items, engage in diplomacy, research technology, make choices during events, utilize faction and lord-specific mechanics, and just zoom all the way out to admire the vastness of your empire while planning out who next to crush beneath your army's feet. It is, at its core, a fairly standard turn-based 4X game where much of the enjoyment comes from making important strategic decisions to defeat any who oppose you. And it works well. There are plenty of decisions to make, usually with a respectable amount of options and where the outcomes feel suitably impactful, and you're generally rewarded for being smart. It is a solid 4X game, and if you really wanted to, you could entirely ignore and skip over the real-time battles by just making use of the auto-resolve option. But to do this would be a mistake, because the true greatness of Total War is how all these different parts come together. Because, yeah, the action can look visually impressive, but visuals alone don't mean much without context behind them. And yeah, the gameplay of individual battles is fun, but if this game was just a series of battles where the only outcome of victory was unlocking the next battle, then your victories would feel pretty hollow. And yeah, the campaign map on its own could function as a serviceable standalone game, but it's not like it really does that much to stand out against many other games of the same genre. Together, however, each individual part gives meaning to the others. And so it's not just about winning a battle, you're also growing your empire and trying to conserve units for the next fight. And you're not just making abstract decisions on a campaign map, you're also seeing the consequences of those decisions on the battlefield down to each individual death. And no matter how badly the campaign might be going, or how many enemies march to your gates, you do always have the opportunity to turn things around by clawing your way to victory on the battlefield through superior skill, and so on. It's this kind of interplay between these parts that provides the context and consequences needed to make each part more meaningful and enjoyable. If you want a game which does one thing and does it well, Total War may not be for you. But if you instead want something big, expansive and varied that satisfies both tactically and strategically while containing real depth and good visuals, Total War is the king, and its rule is unquestioned. And that might be why the series is still going strong over 20 years later. Still, some things have changed in this time, and none more noticeable than when the series said goodbye to its historical roots to instead embrace the exaggerated dark fantasy of Warhammer. As a kid, I loved Warhammer, except I couldn't actually play it, because it was expensive, and I was just a kid. So while I did play a little 40k, for Warhammer Fantasy I mostly had to be content with just looking from afar. And that wasn't easy, because if there was one thing Warhammer and 40k always excelled at, it was making kids wish they could play them. You see, in the UK we had these Games Workshop stores where inside there would always be tabletops full of painted miniatures arranged in battle, and man, was that an effective way at capturing a child's imagination. As were the rows and rows of colourful boxes that lined the shelves, or the artwork and images that filled the rulebooks. And so I used to go to these stores and read those books, and just imagine the armies and events they depicted, while always wishing I had the means to create my own battles and to see the different parts of this world brought to life. So, despite how many years may have passed, I still find it a little incredible how well Total War Warhammer makes that childhood dream of mine a reality, and it does so without requiring lots of money, or time and patience, or even other people to play with. Which
Yeah, it was
is
an
not to
amazing
say that
fantasy
Total
setting.
War Warhammer contains everything that's in the tabletop game, as there are still some factions and units the game doesn't have. But by this point, there aren't that many, and with 23 different playable factions, 86 different legendary lords, and I don't know how many units because there are literally too many for me to count.
It does do a good
It means
job.
there is a staggering amount of the Warhammer universe contained within these games, including sides you don't normally get to see, like fully realized major and minor settlements for every important faction, each with multiple variants, or factions that were only mentioned in the tabletop and never got dedicated armies. And then you have to consider that every unit has a detailed model with high quality animations and sound effects, meaning the world of Warhammer has never been quite so realistic. And that Total War's core gameplay has some strong spiritual similarities to the tabletop game, as both are about building the right army and using military strategy to defeat your opposition. So in many ways, Total War was a perfect match for Warhammer, as it was able to capture its spirit and show off all its glory in a way that no other game had come close to. And Warhammer itself might also have been a perfect fit for Total War. After all, the Total War series had long been about historical settings with a focus on realism, but this was a curse as well as a blessing, as while historical accuracy was one of the things which drew people to the series, it also greatly limited creative assembly when it came to creating diverse units, factions, and gameplay. Meanwhile, the setting of Warhammer was about as diverse a backdrop as a developer could ask for, and could provide a near endless amount of distinctive units and races, all with their own strong aesthetics and identity. And, unlike some other fantasy settings, Warhammer also provided a world where total war between its factions, something that's a requirement for a good Total War campaign, makes complete sense within the story. So, the fantasy of Warhammer could act to complement the series by giving more freedom to creative assembly while providing something fresh for existing fans and also appealing to a whole new subset of people that might be drawn to fantasy or Warhammer in a way they weren't for historical settings. Basically, it was a match made in heaven, and in May of 2016, Total War Warhammer released. And it sucked. Well, maybe this is just my opinion. Reviewers at the time didn't share this view, and the game's Metacritic score was a marked improvement on the last big new entry into the series. But I wasn't a reviewer, I was a fan. Of Warhammer itself, but even more so of Total War. I've been playing these games since the series began with Shogun 1, and while Rome 2 had also disappointed 3 years earlier, I was also willing to convince myself that Rome 2 might be a one-off. That it was just an overly ambitious title that was rushed out early and suffered as a result, and that Total War Warhammer would be different. But it wasn't. It was almost as buggy as Rome 2, with less ambition and many steps back from previous entries. For starters, there was only 4 playable factions, plus one half-assed faction used as a pre-order bonus, which was far less overall than any game before it, and did a poor job at taking advantage of the richness and diversity of the new setting. Also, on the campaign map, you could now only occupy areas that matched the faction you played as, which meant the Empire and Undead could only occupy open areas, and the Dwarfs and Greenskins could only occupy mountainous regions. This meant you were greatly limited in where you could go on the campaign map, and also that you spent most of the campaign fighting only a single enemy type, because if you play Dwarfs, the only other race you'll find in mountain regions is Greenskins, and so on. Also, every different lord of a faction started in the exact same area, and as you could only go in a couple directions, this also meant every campaign with a single faction felt basically exactly the same. The endgame event, the Chaos Invasion, was also poorly implemented and basically just amounted to a few big stacks of Chaos units spawning in at the top of the map. Diplomacy seemed almost entirely broken, with the AI acting in a way which never felt lore appropriate and never seemed to acknowledge what was actually happening in the campaign. The management of your economy and settlements was at an all-time low in terms of complexity and enjoyment. Auto-resolve was poorly balanced and on harder difficulties would often be far stronger than fighting battles yourself, making you feel like you were punished for not using auto-resolve. Minor settlement battles were entirely removed, and settlement defenses just...
I think for my video essay, I should point out the unique development that is the Total Warhammer series. Because they always said that they were going to make a trilogy. And they always said that the game was going to be completed if you got all 3 releases of the game. And it's been wildly successful by any metric.
Didn't happen, by which I mean that I did not see a single one in the 177 hours I spent with the game, because the AI would always try to starve the player out rather than attack, even when attacking made more sense. This meant the different types of battle were greatly reduced, from land battles, choke point or river battles, minor settlement attacks, minor settlement defenses, siege offenses and siege defenses, to just land battles and siege offenses, and those siege offenses were worse than ever due to a reduction in options and a focus on new constantly attacking and stupidly long-range towers that forced you to approach every siege the same way by just rushing in your army as quickly as possible. The graphics weren't bad, but of all the things you could criticize Rome 2 for, its graphics were never one of them, and I think Warhammer 1 was probably a step down. So, basically, in my opinion, Warhammer 1 was shit. Now, obviously, many people did like it, but to me, it represented Total War's new lowest point, and the fact that the setting had so much potential and that the concept of a Warhammer Total War had seemed so appealing just made what we actually got all the more disappointing. Luckily, however, the story of Total War Warhammer did not end there, and just 1 year after release, Warhammer 1 was a noticeably better game. Free and paid DLC had added 3 more factions and more than doubled the number of playable lords, while balance and bugs were continuously improved. Still, it was 1 more year later, with Total War Warhammer 2, and most importantly, Warhammer 2's Mortal Empires update, which combined the campaign map of the first 2 games, that Creative Assembly truly unlocked the setting's potential. Warhammer 2 added another handful of new factions, while also going to greater lengths to differentiate the playstyles and mechanics of each one, with even the first game factions getting revisited and greatly improved. What's more, one of the first game's worst features, the limitation of what regions each race could occupy, was removed and replaced with a much more effective and enjoyable climate suitability modifier, meaning players could finally go where they wanted. Auto-resolve was also fixed, diplomacy was improved, choke point battles were re-added, siege defenses actually occurred, and the new Mortal Empires campaign map provided a much deeper sandbox with lords in vastly different starting areas to greatly improve replayability. In short, Total War Warhammer 2 was a great game, although, much like its predecessor, it also started with a rocky launch and then grew better over time as it continued to be updated. A trend Warhammer 3 would continue. Released in February of this year, Total War Warhammer 3 saw the series transition from the large and replayable Mortal Empires campaign that Warhammer 2 had built and expanded upon over many years, back to a smaller, more narrative-focused campaign called The Realm of Chaos. This was a downgrade for many players, which was a shame because this overshadowed many of the positive improvements the third game brought alongside this. These include a number of quality of life changes, many focused on UI readability, like the introduction of icons for lords and heroes on the battlefield, or detailed reinforcement information, or idle indicators on the unit bar. A useful in-game unit browser was also finally added. The diplomacy system has had a complete overhaul to expand and improve it, so that relations between factions are easier to understand and factions behave more logically. You can also give direct orders to ally factions to defend or attack certain targets, and you can even build outposts in ally settlements to unlock recruitment of allied units, meaning the benefits of making alliances are far greater and the experience of working with an ally feels much better. Certain mechanics have been expanded upon, like the control system that governs your population's happiness, which now gives gradual modifiers based on the specific level, rather than just only mattering if it reached -100. Balance has also been improved thanks to buffs to melee and a wound system that reduces the effectiveness of single entities after they take enough damage. How difficulty is handled has been tweaked so that there is less reliance on numerical buffs for the AI that previously caused a number of strange interactions, like how the higher difficulties caused every enemy to have high leadership, even if they were a unit or faction that was designed around low leadership. Multiplayer campaigns now allow turns to be taken simultaneously, which is something that vastly improves the multiplayer experience and which players have been requesting for years and many thought might never happen. And lastly, there is an in-depth several-hour-long tutorial that does a better job at teaching new players the controls and basics than anything implemented in a previous Total War game, while also telling an interesting story that sets the stage for the main campaign by introducing the world of Warhammer and its main antagonists, the Forces of Chaos. So overall, Warhammer 3 brought enough improvements to live up to its title of sequel, and some of them in particular can make it hard to return to older titles. One of the more mixed changes, however, was the reintroduction of minor settlement battles and alterations to sieges. This was something players had been requesting for a while, and Creative Assembly had been quick to promise. But while the visuals of the new settlements and the new larger sieges are very impressive, how these affect gameplay is less so. In general, both cities and settlements often feel pretty cramped, which has the benefit of creating tactical choke points, but it can also make maneuvering and positioning troops very awkward, while hindering AI pathing and making certain units like artillery almost non-functional due to constant line of sight problems. The AI also has a tendency to approach both attacking and defensive settlement battles by trying to spread out, which there is plenty of room to do thanks to the larger scale of these maps, but instead of creating multiple interesting small-scale battles, this instead just makes these fights more tedious as you spend so much of your time moving around and chasing after single enemy units, or just slowly moving through the enemy city to get to the few units the AI decided to position out of the way at the back somewhere. And while you're doing this, the new blockade system slows you down even further, while the new tower system slowly picks off your troops. These were another new addition, where settlements now have multiple capture points, which provide supplies over time that can then be spent to build either towers or blockades at designated points. This seems a reasonable idea, but in practice this just exacerbates other issues. I mean, marching through an enemy city takes long enough already, without having to also destroy or go around multiple barriers. And having towers constantly shooting at you just feels cheap. Meanwhile, when defending, these add little to your strategic options and work terribly with Battle Realism mode, because Battle Realism locks your camera to being close to your units, which can make finding and selecting many build points with your mouse almost impossible, and also managing supplies and finding build points in the midst of battle when you can't pause or slow the game down is just frustrating, to the point where in larger battles I often just didn't bother. To top all this off, minor settlement battles also occur very frequently now, meaning if you are someone who doesn't enjoy them, you might have a hard time trying to avoid them, as they are now the most common type of battle. Thankfully, there is still auto-resolve, and that was something I relied on heavily for these battles as they quickly grew tedious. That said, I still can't quite bring myself to hate these changes, because the maps look really good, and I also just love that there are more different battle types in the game again, even if I do find myself wanting to skip them a lot of the time. They are one of the main areas of the game that still needs improvement, however, and I think this could be done if they were just simplified a little bit. For example, only allow building towers and barriers before the battle begins, while also having fewer buildings cluttering the maps, fewer capture points, entrances and pathways to overly spread things out, and have more focus by the AI on creating a few key battles, rather than just spreading out their units for the sake of it, or just running everything away as soon as you get inside the gates. As it stands, I have played this game for over 300 hours, and in that time, I have never once seen an interesting battle over a capture point, or thought that myself or the AI have made good use of the large amount of space provided by these maps. And I also think that simpler and more focused map design would make the AI easier to program. The irony is that Warhammer 2 had the opposite problem to this, with small, simple siege maps that felt overly similar. But it seems like Warhammer 3 has ended up overcompensating by going too far in the opposite direction, leaving the action too spread out and the AI too confused. Also, minor settlement battles simply occur too frequently, which could be addressed by having them only trigger if a defensive building has been constructed, or in Tier 3 settlements only. So, while the intention behind both the siege changes and the reintroduction of minor settlement battles was good, this feels like one of the main areas that still requires further attention. Still, it wasn't the sieges or settlements that made Warhammer 3 seem worse than its predecessor on release. That was solely the result of the new campaign. The Realm of Chaos has some problems. The story itself is fine. In it, the Kislevite god Urson has been captured by a demon prince, and so you must force your way into the Realms of Chaos in order to rescue him, or take his power for yourself depending on your faction, all while you defend your own land from the forces of Chaos, who have a nasty habit of spilling out of rifts that periodically open across the map. The problem here is that while this story, and the flavour of a Chaos-focused campaign, might be interesting enough the first time you experience it, on repeat playthroughs, these elements add very little. Meanwhile, the mechanical implications of the campaign can feel overly restrictive, as defending your land from randomly spawning rifts forces you to be very defensive, and makes any actions that aren't focused on gaining the items needed to complete the story feel rather pointless. Usually, a lot of the fun of a total wargame is seeing your empire grow and having the freedom to go where you please to conquer new and interesting foes, but this campaign instead moves the focus away from this. In its place is an excessive amount of fighting against the forces of Chaos, which you can do by journeying into the rifts that spawn across the map to travel through each of the 4 actual Realms of Chaos, where you have to collect a special item from each one. Other factions are also trying to collect these items, so it's basically a race against everyone else, where you rarely need to actually fight your rivals to defeat them, and when the rifts aren't open, you basically just wait around for them to come back. When you have all 4 items, you can teleport away to one big final battle, and then the campaign is complete, which is a little anticlimactic. Conquering everyone who stands before you and building the greatest empire the world has ever seen, now that feels like a victory. Collecting 4 magic didgeridoos and then teleporting away to kill some of the same Chaos units you've been killing for the entire campaign doesn't really hit the same. There are some new special battles that occur at the end of each Realm of Chaos. In these, you fight waves of enemies while gaining supplies that can be used to build defenses, recruit reinforcements, or buff your units. These are alright. They do at least feel distinctive and memorable, but they also come across as overly gimmicky and take a very long time. You have to complete 5 of these for a single campaign, and after doing all 5, I felt like I never wanted to have to do one again, because like with most gimmicks, once the novelty wears off, they start to feel like a bit of a waste of time. And really, that's the problem with the Realm of Chaos campaign. It does have some novelty, thanks to its narrative, its unique mechanics, and its strong focus on chaos, but when the novelty wears off, these factors become limitations, and compared to the Mortal Empires campaign of the previous game, there is far less diversity or replayability, with most of the game's factions and legendary lords not even being included. Now, it's worth pointing out that Warhammer 2 had a similar campaign called the Eye of the Vortex, which had similar problems, but Warhammer 2 players only had to wait 1 month after release for the larger and more sandbox-focused Mortal Empires campaign to be added. And while Warhammer 3 also promised a new sandbox mode with an even larger map, this time players would have to wait 6 months for it to be released, and when it did, it was as a beta. The problem with this situation is that the sandbox experience is the heart and soul of the game, so without it, Warhammer 3 was in trouble. And this was shown by the game's player count, which 6 weeks after release had fallen so far that Warhammer 2 overtook it again. This might make Warhammer 3 seem like a resounding failure. It was a worse game than its predecessor.
It's funny to me because I basically skipped all of this. I didn't play any video games for like 7 years, and by the time I came back to video games, Total War Warhammer 3 had been out for like 3 or 4 years, and it had been updated and completed and stuff. Like I played Cyberpunk 2077, and the game was stable and didn't have any bugs, or didn't have a lot of bugs. There were a couple weird things that happened, but whatever.
Which was reflected in its player count. It still had the same bugs and balance issues that every Total War game has seemed to ship with since Rome 2, and while Warhammer 2 needed only 1 month before its real campaign was added, Warhammer 3 needed 6 times that, and the fact this mode was now labelled as a beta suggested more problems might be to come. And when Immortal Empires did finally arrive, it did come with some problems. But it also brought the best campaign experience in Total War history.
If I hadn't already committed to playing in Darrell after this, we'd be playing Total War Warhammer 3. But I'm gonna go grab some dinner in about 10 minutes. Eat some dinner while we're finished this documentary, and then we'll play some in Darrell to wrap up the day.
Immortal Empires is the best campaign in Total War history, but it does cheat a bit to win that title, because this isn't exactly one game. I mean, to even play Immortal Empires, you have to own all 3 of these games, and Immortal Empires benefits from having 3 games plus many DLCs worth of content all packed into a single campaign. The campaign map itself is basically the maps from each game stitched together, and it is massive. But this game also has 8 years worth of balance updates and mechanical tweaks to assist it, and it's clear that within these 8 years, Creative Assembly have learnt a lot. To see this, you just need to compare the quality of the factions in Warhammer 1 at release with any of the factions or lords added more recently. The Warhammer 1 factions haven't just been forgotten either. All of them have had some kind of update, some of which are more substantial than others, but all are better than they once were, and those that are lagging behind will likely get more attention in the future. And so, at this point, it doesn't feel like an exaggeration to say that every single faction feels completely unique. I mean, for starters, the different unit rosters go much further than just providing a palette swap and a few numerical differences. Instead, they provide completely different options and playstyles, and each comes with their own strengths and weaknesses. Some factions excel at sitting back and defending, while some focus on speed and mobility. Some overwhelm with numbers, while some focus on a small number of elite units. There are some factions that rely almost entirely on ranged options, and some factions with no ranged units at all. There are factions with leadership problems, factions that are almost unbreakable, units that are literally unbreakable, units that get angry and rampage, and factions whose units crumble to dust instead of running away. Some factions have monsters, some have artillery, some have monsters that are artillery, some have artillery on top of monsters. You get the idea, but the differences aren't limited to the battlefield. Each faction also has their own tech trees, access to different schools of magic, different building options, and their own unique campaign mechanics. And these campaign mechanics alone can create vastly different experiences. For example, most factions take settlements and build buildings, but then you come to a faction like the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves hate buildings, so instead you spend your time protecting massive trees while you travel around destroying buildings, particularly any which someone tries to place near your trees. To aid you in this, you have the ability to teleport between these ancient trees, and so you spend the campaign healing and cultivating your forests while teleporting around to deal with any threats that pop up. The Wood Elves aren't very good at building a strong economy, but they're not bad at killing other people who already have a strong economy and taking their gold. And so the more aggressive you are, the more money you make, meaning the more effectively you can defend your forests. All in all, it's very wood elfy. These kinds of mechanical differences do a great job at communicating the flavour and lore behind each faction, but they also make their campaigns feel distinctive, and the Wood Elves aren't the only faction like this. You have factions that tie their building mechanics into individual armies. You have factions that spread corruption over the land, which damages others who move through it. You have factions that forego paying to recruit and train units, and instead
Chaos
spawn...
Ball, let's double check. Let me see here. He didn't respond to the email, but you know, it went to, that's an old it's an old email address I have of his. He messaged me from this email address maybe like a year and a half ago, and I didn't respond in time. So I'd imagine he gets a lot of spam in that inbox, and maybe it just got lost in the shuffle. So tomorrow, maybe we'll spend some time, and I'll draft up some message to reach out to him over social media or something. Because I lost my phone that had his number on it, and I never got back in touch with the guy. So I've got his old email address, and I guess I can reach out to him over social media and see if I can get him to respond there. And if he doesn't want to respond, then I can't blame the guy. I kind of just disappeared off the face of the earth for a long time. But we'll try reaching out to him again tomorrow. Well, also, thanks for stopping in and saying hi. That was the message. Let me do back over. We're checking. Excuse me. We're checking out this guy's Total Warhammer 3 documentary. I'm gonna jump up and grab some food in about 4 minutes here. We'll finish this, get this documentary further along, and then we're going to try out Indarrel, which is a total conversion Skyrim mod that was given very high praise by this guy, Never Knows Best. And I think I played it one time, a long time ago, and it was before the special edition came out. So we're going to try the special edition, which has had a bunch of updates and stuff, and we'll see how it plays.
Or summon them from a limited pool. Some factions can recruit units wherever they are, some can train weaker units and upgrade them to be stronger. Factions that really like fighting might get bonus units or extra armies from battle. Some factions have complex political systems that influence others of the same race, some can craft powerful artifacts, some spread plague and disease, some can build hidden settlements underneath or within enemy settlements, some can enslave other factions' populations, some can enslave whole other factions, some are more difficult to explain and can't be easily summarized into one line within a YouTube video, but they still exist, and they're pretty fun. And it's not even just the factions. Even different legendary lords can bring really significant mechanics that heavily impact the campaign. Take the Skaven, a race of small, peaceful rodents famed for their cleanliness, bravery, and intelligence. They can build nuclear warheads, or at least one of their lords can, and you can use these on enemy settlements or armies, which gives you a rather handy tool to keep in your back pocket in an otherwise fantasy setting. That lord also has access to a forbidden workshop that utilizes a new resource called warp fuel that you gain from missions and battles, and which you can spend to enhance your Skaven weapon teams and constructs. Then you have Deathmaster Snickich, leader of the assassin-focused clan Eshin. This lord has greatly increased recruitment costs, but he offsets this by having access to shadowy dealings and assassination contracts that you can take to cripple your foes or earn gold and favour from other Skaven factions. One of these actions, Plunge into Anarchy, even allows you to assassinate another faction's leader and have them be overthrown by rebels. And then we come to Frot the Unclean, whose focus is on monsters and mutations. Frot earns growth juice through winning battles or recycling units, which you can use to spawn batches of monsters that can be instantly recruited. You can then further enhance your creations in the Flesh Laboratory by injecting them with mutagens for additional bonuses, although each mutation has a chance of turning that unit unstable, which causes negative effects like periodic damage or exploding. Unstable units can be recycled for bonus growth juice, however, and so you can experiment a way to try to create the most powerful monsters possible while recycling your failures. These kinds of differences are deeply thematic, but they also add extra layers of complexity to resource management and battle strategy, and having different options like this within a single faction greatly enhances replayability. And these are just different lords. To remind you, there are 86 different lords in total, and while not all of them are on the same level as our innocent little rat men, the amount of variation they do still provide is staggering. Even the different starting locations shouldn't be underestimated. Playing as the Empire in the Empire will have you thrust into empiric politics and dealing with rapidly encroaching vampire counts, Norskins and chaos. But if you play as Volkmar down in the vast deserts of Araby, you'll instead be surrounded by sand and skeletons. Or you can play as Wolfheart and live out your colonizing dreams in the jungles of Lustria, fighting against lizardmen, Skaven, pirates, and whatever else you find down there. It's almost mind-blowing to go back and consider that Warhammer 1 shipped with only 8 different lords, with each from the same faction sharing a starting location alongside significant limitations on what areas each faction can occupy. Whereas now, you can play as pretty much anyone, anywhere, and head in any direction you want. And it's this freedom and variety that makes Immortal Empires excel as this ultimate sandbox. There really is a sense that each campaign you undertake is going to provide a unique experience, and it's an experience that will be shaped by the player's actions. You see, unlike the main game campaign, or other attempts by Creative Assembly, in Immortal Empires, there's no actual storyline and your only directions are a few optional campaign objectives. And yet, by providing the player with the tools they need and then setting them free to create their own fun, each campaign is then able to generate its own narrative based on your actions. For example, here are a few of my recent campaigns. My Wood Elf campaign was surprisingly easy due to the strength of the faction, meaning I had little trouble protecting my borders and completing the normal Wood Elf objectives. Because of this, and the new and improved diplomacy, I turned the campaign into one big all-out war between the factions of Order and Evil by making as many alliances with good aligned factions as possible while declaring war on everyone else. I then used the ability to teleport between forests to not only protect my land, but also to proactively protect my allies, helping them grow in strength while systematically wiping out every single evil faction off the face of the map. Which I did, for all of them, bringing peace to the world of Warhammer for, I guess, the first time. This was particularly satisfying for 2 reasons. The first is that Total War campaigns are long, and outside of the shorter Shogun 1 and 2, I don't remember ever wiping out every single enemy in one of these games before, which made this feel pretty good. The second was that when playing Warhammer 1 and 2, I had often wished their campaigns had provided an Order vs Evil world war, but this was the first time I could fully turn this into a reality and play out a campaign with this focus. In most of my other campaigns, I played on Legendary, which is the highest difficulty setting, and in addition to other modifiers, also removes your ability to manually save, so that you're forced to live with every action you take and every defeat you suffer. This was new to me, as while I have played other games in the series on max difficulty before, in the past, you've always still been allowed to manually save and load, which is something I would do frequently in challenging times to protect my armies or settlements. In Warhammer 3, however, I instead learned to roll with the punches and accept consequences as they come, which can add a hell of a lot of tension to certain battles. For example, early in a campaign as Cafe, I was trying to take care of the local rat problem, but after taking a few of Clan Eshin's provinces and not seeing any of their armies, I suddenly got attacked by 4 stacks all at once. This was my main army, the one which contained my legendary lord and the few powerful units I had available this early in the campaign, which was why I thought it was safe to send it into enemy lands on its own. Now though, I was outnumbered 4 to 1 and facing a battle which would change the entire campaign.
Dinner is some tacos, some leftover tacos, and rice.
Usually, being outnumbered so heavily would be a guaranteed defeat, but Skaven units can be rather weak, and their low leadership makes them liable to chain routing. And while each army can contain 20 units, meaning there were almost 80 enemy units in total, there's also a limit of 40 per side on the battlefield at a time. So I did have a chance, and thus I marched into battle with absolutely no idea whether I would win or lose, knowing this one battle would decide not only the war, but possibly the entire campaign due to how much was at stake. And that genuine fear of failure really does make a battle more exciting. Not that the battle itself wasn't exciting already. It ended up being a constant back and forth between who had the advantage. I began by setting up on a hill and devastating the first Skaven army with my superior ranged units before the others arrived.
This is the story, the narrative story of a man who has finally outgrown scum saving.
But then the enemy reinforcements started pouring in, and they just didn't stop. Things were still going okay, however. My melee were able to hold the line in a good position atop the hill. My 1 cavalry unit did its best to chase routing rats to prevent them from rallying, and my wizard took full advantage of the enemy's high numbers to cause absolute devastation in areas where they ended up concentrated. And this abuse of magic was basically my main hope for victory. But while the enemy's infantry didn't prove too much trouble, they still had a legendary lord of their own on the field, the famed assassin Deathmaster Snickich, and that little prick lived up to his reputation by picking off my wizard, which I saw happening and still wasn't quick enough to prevent. So my ace card was assassinated before my eyes, while my ranged units started to run out of ammo, and my front line took more and more damage. And still, the rats just kept coming. Luckily, my legendary lord had a healing spell, allowing them to keep fighting in the front lines despite the battle's length, and to defeat Snickich in a duel to the death. They then led a countercharge where I threw everything I had at the enemy, in the hopes that if I could just get some units to flee, they would probably trigger others to run also. And so, my last remaining men, battered and bloody, pushed into the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, with my lord at the front, and kept pushing and pushing from one side of the battlefield to the other, because I couldn't risk letting the enemy get a chance to rally. And so we pushed all the way until victory was ours. And what a victory it was. It's these types of asymmetrical battles with genuine consequences and unpredictable outcomes that provide many of the campaign's best moments, and this fight was certainly one of those. The rest of the campaign was pretty great as well, as from here I set about uniting Cathay while defending the Great Bastion from the hordes of chaos, only to then push out beyond the wall to rid Cathay of the chaos threat once and for all, where I learnt that chaotic wastelands are an area of true nightmare for Cathay because they cause attrition and replenishment penalties, and Cathay have no hero or ancillary unit to buff replenishment, and only a pathetic 6% from Lord skills. Anyway, rid Cathay of chaos I did, as well as those fucking ogres who kept eating my caravans. In another campaign I played as the Lizardmen, where after a long and careful campaign to forcibly remove all non-Lizardmen residents from the area to make Lustria great again, I was then surprised to find the High Elves, all of them, declared war on me. Not a problem, I thought. I can make defeating the elves the last thing I do on this campaign before retiring it. But just as I had united all lizardmen under my banner and removed all other threats from our land, so too, it turned out, had the High Elves on their island of Ulthuan, meaning they had no one else to focus on, and so the combined forces of Alifanar, Tyrion, Alariel, Eltharion, and the Sisters of Twilight all came after me with everything they had, and I have never seen so many stacks of enemies before in my life. The first waves of armies I sent to the shores of Ulthuan were completely decimated by the enemy's sheer numbers, and only by sending 2 armies at a time in a constant buddy system was I ever able to gain a foothold on the island of the elves. And even that foothold I lost several times before I finally managed to push inwards. And so I waged an all-out war against a surprisingly worthy opponent, with close-fought battle after close-fought battle, which made for a pretty memorable way to round out the campaign. In the final campaign I want to mention, I decided not to focus on actually winning, and so I turned on the Ultimate Crisis endgame scenario, alongside Legendary difficulty, and then set to building a Skaven empire as Clan Moulder. This went well. My provinces were terminally bordering on losing control, and I spent the first 50 turns with a complete lack of food as my ratmen continually starved. Then, after finally stabilizing my permanently sinking ship of an empire, the endgame crisis kicked in and meant enemies appeared absolutely everywhere. You see, normally a campaign would trigger one single endgame crisis after a certain amount of time. These cause a large number of enemy factions and armies to declare war on you to give you some challenge in the late game. With the Ultimate Crisis option enabled, however, you instead get all of the endgame crises all at once. This may not be a recommended option, but what it did achieve was to put me in the middle of an unwinnable war and challenge me to try to win it anyway. And so, my land burned, my armies died, my funds dwindled, and I was forced to do everything I possibly could to try to survive this constant onslaught. And despite thinking I didn't actually stand a chance, it turned out that when their backs are truly against the wall, Skaven are pretty fucking good. So I holed up in my cities, taking full advantage of the overpowered Skaven towers. I made use of the Clan Moulder growth vat to instantly spawn armies of monsters on my borders where they were most needed. I replaced every lord that died with a new one, creating multiple armies of cheap slaves to assist my garrisons while maxing out recruitment wherever possible with whatever there was in a constant attempt to defend and retake my land piece by piece, and I also permanently ended the Great Skaven Food Crisis by plunging my empire into a perpetual state of never-ending war where there was always enough food because I was always taking more captives. And despite me genuinely thinking my empire was doomed, it wasn't. We survived. There are a few stragglers hanging about still, but my empire is now 100% stable. The only real downside is that outside of Frot himself, I don't have a single high-level lord, because every one of my lords died, and even the ones that made it to being immortal just ended up dying multiple times. Other than that, it was an incredibly enjoyable campaign that makes me want to try the Ultimate Crisis again, with as wide an empire as I can build, and the endgame difficulty slider turned all the way to max. And these campaigns, alongside others, show what the strength of a true sandbox campaign really is, which is that it can create varied experiences with genuine unpredictability and different challenges, all with a sense of ownership for the player that makes the events that much more meaningful. Not every campaign will be great, and not everything is well balanced right now, but if a campaign isn't enjoyable, you can always abandon it and try out something else. And if a campaign isn't balanced, that's hardly the end of the world. My Wood Elf campaign was unbalanced. It was too easy, Wood Elves are just too strong, but it was because of this lower difficulty that the campaign ended up feeling unique, as this was what allowed me to achieve something I never have before. Likewise, I played campaigns with weak factions that are obviously not fully balanced yet, and I still enjoyed the challenge provided by having to play as an underdog. Balance will surely improve with time, and some might say it's the biggest problem with Immortal Empires currently, but I'd disagree. I don't think the fact that some factions and lords are significantly stronger than others is that much of a problem in a mostly single-player game, and I think if someone wants to get the most out of a sandbox experience, then they'll always share some of the responsibility in creating the type of experience they know they'll enjoy. So if the game is too easy, turn up the difficulty. Or if the difficulty is maxed, create a handicap or unique scenario for yourself. Or if a faction you want to play as is too weak, learn to enjoy the unique challenge their weaknesses provide, or turn the difficulty down. The balance should be improved in the future, but its current unevenness doesn't seem that detrimental in the grand scheme of things. Which is not to say that there are no problems with Immortal Empires. I mean, the previously mentioned sieges and minor settlement battles could obviously still do with improvements. Also, the current endgame crises feel lazily implemented while offering little by way of a unique challenge outside the obviously not intended ultimate crisis.
Okay, let's...
They can also be somewhat...
Let's check out Endoggerel, shall we? Kind of wind it down for the night. It's been a good day. I applied to like 8 different jobs, though it took me a long time. And then I got back in touch with a family member. I really disappeared off the face of the earth for a while, so it was good to get back in touch with my brother. And then we'll call Mama tomorrow for Mother's Day. Oh, let's get rid of the food thing. There we go. All right, so we're done with eating properties. There we go. And there we go. Let's put another... There we go. So we'll reach out to Swifty tomorrow via social media. And I think we can just go ahead and play this game. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Here goes. I hear the hard drive going. Oh, here we go. What's that do? That opens up a web page. Is the web page going to load? I clicked on Sure AI and it came up with this web page. SureAI.net. Connection timed out. The website must be down. They have a shop? Sadly, it looks like their website's down. Forum, yeah. Well, that's sad. Let's see what we got for settings. Controls. Other. Because I'm familiar with the creation engine, I know what these are. I don't think there's going to be any need for us to modify anything here. Game difficulty, autosave every 5 minutes, audio seems good. Visibility. Let's jack it all the way up, shall we? Details on distant objects, very high. Actor draw distance, grass draw distance, field of view. Let's go up to 90. I like a 90-degree field of view. Object draw distance, reflection draw distance, shadow draw distance. There we go. We can do the special snow shader. Blur quality high, shadow detail very high, decal count very high. Common. 1440, widescreen. Let's do windowed borderless. TAA. Let's find out. The difference between FXAA FXAA and what? TAA. Which one should I choose? Fast approximate anti-aliasing is a post-processing filter that smooths jagged edges by detecting high contrast pixels and blurring them. Very low GPU cost, ideal for low-end systems. Best for older hardware. TAA, temporal anti-aliasing, uses data from multiple previous frames to reduce aliasing performance, more demanding than FXA, but still efficient on modern GPUs. Visual quality, superior edge smoothing and stability. Great at reducing shimmer and subpixel aliasing. I've seen that before. Can cause ghosting, blurriness in motion, or smudge textures, especially if the motion vectors are not well calculated. Okay. Well, let's try TAA. There we go. Graphics quality, the ultra. I think we've already turned everything up, so I don't really need to press anything else. So let's save the settings. And then let's give it a start. Ooh. Wow, everything's really detailed. No, there's no way to get back there. Horsies. Can you pet the horse? No. Meat is life. Even the ash people who were populating this world before us knew that. Each time they killed an enemy in battle, they tore out the liver and heart of the fallen and ate them together with their family. By doing so, just as everyone knows, the strength of the beaten enemy is passed on. But as we are living in a time in which eating fellows is nonsensical, seen as barbaric, we, the friends of the bloody meat, have to settle for animal sources. Okay, well let's not use other sources. That would be brutal. Oh, look at this. I was seeing if this was going to let me explore anything. I like how I'm not running into an invisible wall, though. That's nice. And I think we just ran out of music. Oh, it's starting over. We've been here too long. I've been screwing around too much. We ran out of music. Well, it looks great. I gotta tell you. It's a chicken. That's one big ass quail. Oh, look, a stag. Nope, you can't take any of these plants. Can I catch... What is that? That's a bird.
Oh, hey there. I didn't see you coming. So, how did it go? Did you find it? Where are we? We're at home, silly. Where else would we be? Just mommy, sister, you and me. Now tell me, how did it go? Did you find it?
Find what?
No? Pity. Maybe you're simply looking in the wrong places. Did you ever think of that? Oh well, who knows? Say, why don't you go inside and see if you can help Mommy with the cooking? The Creator was kind to us today and sent a big fat elk right in front of my bow. All right?
Elk does sound very good. I am very much a fan of elk. What's over this way? Oh, can we go? Oh, there's the invisible wall. But that's okay. There's nothing down this way. Oh, whoa, that's kind of crazy. Look at that artwork, though. The dark shadows around her eyes makes it very sinister. Oh, look, there's like silverware, silver goblet, tomatoes, peppers. A child. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. We got a lot of meat. There's meat everywhere. What's going on, man? Your eyes look red. You see his eyes?
I totally forgot
I'm
what a
getting
mess
freaked
I
out.
left here. But I was right, wasn't I? A real gem we've got here. Well then, let's waste no more time and get to it, shall we?
But where's Mommy and Sister?
What? Now when you look at that, I totally forgot about them. They're dead, don't you remember? You murdered them back then.
What is going on?
No use crying over spilled milk, right? At least this means there's more meat for the two of us.
What the fuck?
You still remember how to do this, right? First, off with the skin. Slice up the belly, then out with the entrails.
Bro.
I'll look for a nice sharp knife in the meantime to cut off the head. I don't think either of us wants to eat that, do we?
But I didn't kill them dead. It was the masked men. But I didn't kill them. But oh, I guess it was not me. It was the masked men.
Oh, silly, what's this again? We both know that's a lie. You did it. I remember it all. First, you set this horrible fire to your sister's crib. She screamed and screamed, and Mommy heard it, but when she finally got there, nothing was left of her but burnt flesh. And, oh gosh, do we really need to go through this again? You know how sad it makes me when you do this. You killed them, period. No matter how often you tell me you didn't, it changes nothing. You hear me? Nothing. Now please, let's start cooking. I'm so bloody damn hungry. Oh, by the Creator's name, why are you telling these lies? Isn't it enough that you murdered us? Do you really have to bother me over and over with your stupid, pathetic, and pointless whining? You know, sometimes I wish the Creator would have made me just a little less merciful. Just a little less pious. Because then I would have realized that you were tainted by sin long before any of this had ever happened.
Bro.
And instead of raising you, feeding you, and loving you like a father does, I would have put you in the horse trough right after you were born. Yes, I should have killed you. I should have just killed you. Just like you killed us. And now, you think you're safe because we're all under the earth, don't you? Well, listen up, my child. You are wrong. And do you know why? Because the dead don't forget. Do you hear me? The dead don't forget. Now enough of this useless chatter. I'm bloody starving. Bring me the meat, you spoiled brat. Bring it to me. Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat. 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 Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat.
Bruh. Bruh.
Let's begin with a question. It might sound simple to you at first, but I pray you to think about it. What distinguishes a free man from a slave? For now, however, let us start this story where another one ended 3 years ago, with the death of the Lightborn. For 4,000 years they had reigned over this world, 7 arcanists who, through their magic, had acquired eternal life. In a time of chaos, they gave mankind what they thought it needed most, to be ruled over with an ironclad, fair hand. Within just 1 century, they united the shattered lands, and a single century later, their human origin was forgotten. They became gods, or Lightborn, as they let themselves be worshipped as. Yet the longer they reigned, the louder the voices grew that accused them of tyranny. The loudest being that of Naranzul Aranthiel. And he succeeded in achieving what was once thought impossible. He gathered an army, overturned the Lightborn, and gave back freedom to mankind. However, the price for this was high, because where there are gaps of power, fights erupt. As such, this world grew into what it is today. Shattered, riven, and broken into pieces.
That was a great cutscene. There's
But
nothing like
all of
this in
this was
Skyrim.
merely a diversion, so that no one would notice something else.
This
The
is like
death
all
of
new
the
content.
Lightborn had set something into motion. Clockwork, having long stood still, its gears now once again slowly began to turn. This is the story of someone who wanted to be free.
Are we stuck?
Shh, hey, quiet, damn it. You wanna wake up the entire ship or what? Well, sorry. That was a bit harsh. I'm just nervous, that's all. It was that dream again, wasn't it? Uh-huh. Seriously, if we had a penny for every night since we met where you woke up screaming, we'd probably be traveling to Enderal in our own starship and... well, not like this. Some things never change, I guess. Do you ever ask yourself if maybe you blame yourself for all of this? For what happened to your family, I mean? As determined as ever. I guess you're right. But... who knows? Maybe everything is going to be different now. It's strange, isn't it? The way life sometimes goes. Now, if you had told me that a few weeks ago, I would have at the very least called you insane. But if the stories are true, there's no better place for a fresh start. Can you believe it? Apparently there aren't even any slaves on Enderal. It's amazing. Only this whole blind passenger thing is making my head ache. We're talking about 500 pennies here. Even if we're able to find a job over there, we will still need the money for ourselves. Don't fool yourself. What we're doing here is theft. Unfortunately. But anyway, what's done is done. I just hope the Andralians are easier on Outlanders than the Neremes are. Your mother was a fugitive as well, wasn't she? Where exactly did she come from? You've told me 100 times, but I just keep on forgetting it.
Okay, so when I alt-tab out, it kind of pauses the game. As a secluded people, the inhabitants of the Belt Keel, the Belt of Keel, are said to have a reclusive mind. Killians are deemed as blessed businessmen, a rumor that can be ascribed to Blue Island Coalition, which is Vin's biggest trading company and is located in Keel. Among other things, half Keelians start with a bonus on rhetorics, carrying capacities, sleight of hand, and marksman. Originating in the barren and steppe lake continent Aurasiel, the Aurasians are a divided people, while the nomadic natives of the steppes maintain their pantheistic traditions, the coastal inhabitants regard them as primitive and struggle for recognition as fully fledged part of the civilized world. Half Arazeelan start with a bonus on heavy armor, two-handed health, and handcraft. Okay. Native to the swamp continent, Mar Aranath, the destruction of the land caused by decades of war forced many AE is I, right? Iterna to escape to other countries where various destinies awaited them. Some pursued and disregarded them because of their innate magic talent. Some revered them for it. Many Eternia earn their life as traveling minstrels. Half Eternia start with a bonus for elementism, entropy, mana, and enchanting. I think we do that. Let's see what else. There's one more. Quiranians originate from the namesake desert continent, which is said to be both barren and inhospitable. At the same time, it is also known as cradle of science, mysticism, and culture. While many foreign countries admire Quara for its advanced culture, they are often deemed as heretical and immoral, especially on religious continents like Indara. Half-Quarians start with a bonus on light armor, one-handed stamina, and alchemy. Ooh, so we do... Let's actually do that one. Because I know magic is very... Well, no, I always do magic. Let's do the magic one. Which one is it? Half mana. Apparently, the magic system in this is a lot different. I'm not going to just be able to, like, chug potions anytime I need mana. So this should be challenging. Okay. So we got him. Right. Select. Done. Finish and name your character. What can we... Oh, there we go. Body. Let's do head. Where's let's get the hair out of the way. Is that it? There we go. Okay, now we gotta do the beard. Probably that one. No, not big enough. That one. We got to go back over this way. There it is. I think it's that one. Yeah, it's going to be that gray, huh? That one? That one. There we go. Okay, I'm fine with that. Get me some bushy eyebrows. There we go. It looks like I have double eyebrows because of that face stuff. Can we change that? Nose, cheekbone, laugh lines, cheek color. What about head? Complexion. Ooh. That makes me look. Ooh, that makes me look old. Okay, well, we'll stick with this. There we go.
An Eterna, right. She was one of the last of her kind to leave Maya Awernath, wasn't she? Ironic. Seems some parents pass on their fates to their children. Anyway. Whew, I'm gonna hit the hay for an hour or so. It's your turn to stand... Wait. You hear that? Shit. Someone's coming.
Nowadays just don't want a man to guard them anymore. That's the problem. I tell you, sometimes I long for the good old days, back when I could lift a skirt and nobody would bat an eye. Anyway, enough of the chit-chat. Where did I put that key?
Oh, blazes, what do they want down here? The lamp, quickly, put out the lamp.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that.
Now, quiet.
Aha, here we go. Man, smells like 4 years balls down here. Say now, what's that chest supposed to look like?
Small, with the crest of the Blue Island Coalition on it, I think.
Ah, yeah, right. Black Guardian knows what the captain wants it for this shortly before arriving. You go look upstairs. I'll see if I can find it down here.
Okay.
Oh, shit. They don't leave us any choice. We need to do something quick. You take on the old guy, I'll take the young one. Go!
Oh no.
Wait. Someone's there.
Throw a hook to the face! Come on, dodge! You can do it!
Punch him. Got him. I feel bad that I'm just beating these people up. They're stowaways on the ship, and they're whooping up on an old man. Alright, well, now we got his clothes on.
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. That wasn't part of the plan. Not at all. What in blazes are we going to do now?
Let's kill them, no. Maybe we should just turn ourselves in.
After we've beaten up 2 of their sailors? Oh, great idea. Really. Especially considering what they say about this captain of theirs. What do they call her? The Blood Siren? No, that won't work. Damn it. Damn it! Tie them up. Yes, that's it. We need to tie them up and gag them. One of them said it's not much longer until we arrive. With a little luck, no one will notice they're gone until then. Come on. Help me search. There must be a rope or something. And I thought we were over the hump when we made it on board. It just can't ever be easy, can it?
Can't turn the lantern back on? Okay. We're looking for a rope, chain. Where's that guy? Yeah, we took his clothes. I can pickpocket him? Oh, that's funny. Here we go, rope.
Poor lost souls. The probabilities have turned against you.
What's going on?
What the? Who are you?
You are confused by my sudden appearance. But my identity is irrelevant, as are you, dear Sirius. Unfortunately.
What? Oh shit, please don't tell anyone we're down here, please. We didn't mean any harm. These guys were just...
You ask that I not reveal you, for your intentions were not evil. And I believe you, but sadly, it's not compassion that rules my deeds. The first beat of a wing must happen. It is the only way the probabilities will fall into place. This is the way it has to be. The way it has been for eons. I am sorry.
What the? Oh no! No! What are you doing? Please! Please don't leave! We just wanted to...
What?
After we had left Ostin, the two of you hid in the cargo and lived on our stocks. Then when Rick and Sebald found you, you gave them a beating. And all of a sudden, a veiled woman appeared and knocked you out with wild magic. Is that about it?
Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Please, my dame, we didn't have a choice. You've got to believe us, the war, we just wanted a second chance, that's all.
A second chance. Yes, I think I understand you.
Is he about to get stabbed?
You wanted to start a new life in a new land. And as my ship is one of the only ships still sailing the route since the wars, you were simply forced to board without paying.
Yes, we could work for you, you know? We could scrub the deck, peel potatoes, anything to pay off our debt. And as soon as we've arrived...
Heartbreaking. How truly, truly heartbreaking. But let's be honest. You did have a choice. You could have signed on like all the others did, but you didn't. Instead, you've nested on my ship like flesh maggots, enjoying the good life while my crew actually had to earn their keep. And now you're feeding me this bullshit about veiled women and wild magic? How stupid do you think I am? I know your kind. You are cutthroats, filchers. At least have the guts to admit it.
What? No. You're wrong. Please, just let me explain. I
don't give a shit for your explanations. If there's one thing I hate more than cowards,
I
it's
figured this guy
people
was gonna
trying
get
to
stabbed.
pluck my heartstrings. You two are scum. And there's only one kind of punishment for scum on my ship. Pull him up, Ruger.
But Captain, they...
Do it.
Of course, Captain. I'm sorry, lad. You should have stayed in their room.
But... You can't do this.
Oh, believe me, I can.
No.
What? What just happened?
Oh, well.
We had a
look
little bit
at
of a bug.
that. Someone's woken up. Rise and shine.
It is free.
Tie him and his friend together and feed them to the fish.
It's a passion
Good luck
project.
in your new life, friend.
That was kind of funny.
Tell me, what is time? To the dead, I'm dreaming anyway.
So many people just talk, and
How
never...
does it feel to be powerless?
This is about your damn pride, Tina.
I know I'm not real. At least not according to your definition.
I know damn well I'm dead. It's just... There was nothing I could do.
This isn't happening. But then again,
This just isn't happening.
What is reality anyway?
Selfish fool!
What do we got? Some skill trees here. Mental apprentice, arcane interference, dual casting, dimensional rift, mental adept, arcane resistance. I'm gonna say this is the magic tree. Arctic wind, elemental adept, fire and ice. That's a magic tree too. I'm gonna think this is a magic tree. Cinestrope concentration. Apprentice of the dark arts. Thought planting. Practice ritualist. Mystical binding. Devour soul. Ooh. Psionic veil. Adept of the dark arts. Mystical call. Bone judge. Expert. Entropic blood. Quiet casting. Abyss. Master of the dark arts. What's this here? We got Net of Souls, Summon Apparition, Arcane Smith, Arcane Disassembling, Wise Enchanter. Oh, so this is the enchanting thing. What do we got here? Tempest, Juggernaut, Barbarian, Mercenary. So we got 3 different melee trees. That's nothing. Assassination. Okay, so here's like the rogue stuff. Poison coke, soap, sensitive tongue, shadow tongue oil, lightweight experimenter, bigger pockets. Lycanthrope. Oh, I guess you can become a werewolf. Lycanthrope wolf blood. Alright, let's interact with focus. Tier 1. This memory. Unlock all magic disciplines for you. You also receive a permanently boosted mana generation as well as the talent focus, which lowers the mana cost for all spells by 33% for a short period of time. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, duration. There we go. We got some magics. Okay. Now what? Leave the world by meditating with Y. Okay. Well, we can't do anything else, can we? Psionic spells stay 15% longer in effect. Entropy spells consume 20% less health. Psionic spells stay another 13% in effect. Huh. Reduces the mana of psionic and entropy spells. Okay. Summoned weapons deal 25% more damage. Ooh, so this is summoning weapons and stuff too. Allows you to cast more powerful version of psionic or entropy spell if you equip it in both hands and cast both at the same time. Okay. Psionic spells and talents now can be cast on 25% stronger enemies. Oh, there's a current in the water. What's the scroll do? Heals you 35 points of health. Worsens your arcane fever by 2%. Okay, arcane fever. Sirius is dead and I am alive. I write these words, but I'm not sure if I'm understanding them at least one bit. I am on my own. Apparently I had luck. I woke in a valley basin. This has to be Indaro. I'm feeling strange, feverish, and weak, as well as strong and clear, as if a veil had been in front of my eyes for my entire life, which was lifted now. I'm also remembering a weird dream, which I had before I woke up, especially the words of the veiled woman who subdued Sirius and me in the ship's bow. It all begins with the dreams, remember, and the answers, and I can find those most likely on shore. Okay. Need a pickaxe. Oh, there's a pickaxe. Oh, yeah. Is there anything here? It's not like a bedroll or anything. Oh, what is that? Those were rats. Learning book, one-handed apprentice. Increased one-handed by 1 to 16, okay. Missing something to activate the mechanism. Okay. There it is. block. You can't block with two-handed. Ambrosia to bring it back down. The arcane fever worsened by 2 eggs to 4 eggs. Oh gosh. Ambrosia. Well, let's get out of here. Oh no. Let me get away. It's those crystals that are causing it, huh? Alright, what'd we get? We got an old robe. This is light armor. Lessens your arcane fever by 20%. If my arcane fever goes up by a percentage, and then I take 2 damage. Oh no, it's just 2%. I guess the percentage is the figure. Lightning that does 1 point of shock damage and half as much of mana per second. Okay. Spell. Meditate to unlock new memories and make yourself stronger. Grounding. Focus. Shortens. Okay. This is meditation. Okay, got it. Okay, so that's just like damage. How do we get out of here again? Shit. I just want to see if there's anything else. No, alright, let's get out of here. What are like my stats, general stats? Well, it's atmospheric. Oh, he's empty. Inedible beer. Oh, there's a bow. Let's put it in 6 hours. Yeah. There you go. We got some rest. Yeah, that's separate from an ingredient, so you just eat the thing and get the carry weight. I guess that's how they're managing like buffs and experience gain and stuff too. Between the books and those things like those mushrooms. The atmosphere is cool. Like, I definitely feel like I'm exploring some ancient ruins here. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing though. I think we get on down in here. Seems kind of the logical thing to look at. There's maybe there's a way back here. Yeah, so here we go. Spell time right there. Okay, so boon is light magic. Got it. Heals the caster 7 points per second, worsens your arcane fever by 0.5%. The worsening of the fever can be lessened by the perk Mental Expert. Got it. There's not really anything else to do, huh? What's detecting me? What is that? Oh. I really don't think I should be fighting that thing. Unless there's like some loot over there. I guess we need to live dangerously. This is what quick saving is about. Oops. Okay, there we go. Oh. We're probably gonna die. Whoops. Okay, it's not attacking me. Its health is going up. Well, that was easy. Gruesome. Oh, there's the water. Dang. Does this even need arrows? Yeah, no arrows. Okay. Unleash the sonic wave onto humans and creatures, which does 3 points of damage and 2 points of additional damage from mesmerized enemies, and pushes them back. The strength of the push depends on your psionics. Can't wait to find an alchemy table. risen to rank 2. You received 5 learning points, 4 crafting points, and 1 memory point. Choose an attribute you want to raise. Mana. Press H to open your hero menu. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so here's all the different skills. Alchemy, enchanting, sleight of hand, handicraft. Allows you to persuade others through conversations to get additional information or even alternative ways to success through dialogue. It also improves the prices for merchants. Rhetoric is not subject to memory. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do meditation. There we go. So here's all our learning points. Yeah. Oh, did that take off 5 points? Okay, I guess it took all 5 points. That was nerd. Bird root. Are we exploring? Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we are stuck. collision off. Okay, so there's nothing over here, so we definitely got stuck. We probably are supposed to get that burn route and turn back. Or maybe fall down there. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if we can actually do that. Let's go back up here. Alright, let's toggle collision back on. There we go. That's the benefit of knowing how the creation engine works. Alright. Here we go. Let's see if we can actually get in here. Yeah. Oh, it's your lockpicking abilities are too low. Oh, after all that, then we can't lockpick it. What's that? One of 100 magical symbols collected. Okay, so reward for searching stuff. Oh, that's a trap. Oh, okay. Come at me. What? Gotcha. Yeah. Got you, cave troll. Oh shit. I avoided the I just walked into that trap. I can't believe it. Oh my god. I think it's time. I think it's about time for bed. Making stupid mistakes like that. I avoided that trap. I even used it, and then I forgot it was there. Flame bite. Scrap of metal. Just grab it because it's worth some coin. Ooh, catch the butterfly. Catch the Luna moth. Got it. Yeah, there's a lot of salt in that. Oh, is this the way to go now? Should we be going up or down? I guess down. Let's avoid that, please. Thank you. There's no way out. Nope. Not out that way. Oh, this is what I'm worried about. What if we just fall down? Just when I think I'm not supposed to be over here, I find an iron ore vein. Suspicious soil mound. And I have a shovel. Coins, potion, light magic apprentice. Somebody's gonna give me 5 gold for that skull. Heavy leather cuirass. You hear something? Okay, there we go. That's what we look like now. Oh, what is that? I'll zap the crab. Get the mud. Was that a cat?
Now would you look at that? I knew I'd seen someone scrambling in the mountains. What brings you here, my sir? Who am I? Finn Delires, apothecarius by my path. Pleased to meet you. And you are at Sun Coast, in the south of Enderal. Where are you from? But wait, don't tell me. I know that accent. Nerim, isn't it?
There we go. Everything's locked up. At least for the night we should. Wait a second. Who's that?
Just an adventurer on his way. No reason to worry.
No reason to worry? For heck's sake, Finn. How do you know that this guy isn't with the bandits? You said you'd call me if anyone showed up. And now you're standing here, having a chat with him as if this were the bathing house of Ark.
Lo and behold, we are still alive. Now, is there anything else, Carbos?
I've got my eye on you. Touch any of our stuff, and you'll regret it.
You don't always steal it.
May I present Carbos, as he lives and breathes. Sorry about that just now. That's just how he is. In any case, if you don't need any more help, I'd suggest you move on. Follow the way east behind the dam house. It'll lead you to a village called Riverville. Here, take this. Truth be told, you don't look so healthy. Your eyes... well, whatever. There's something peculiar about you. I don't know how else to say it. I would examine you myself, but we don't have the right equipment with us. So, if I were you, I'd ask a priest in Riverville to have a look at you. Who knows? Maybe you caught something in that temple. Us? Oh, nothing spectacular, I'm afraid. We gather herbs. You should stop by one day if you're in the area. Someone who scours Pyrian ruins and survives could surely be useful to the apothecary and help us find some things. Yeah, why not? Show me what you've got. Maybe I have some things you can use.
Learning. Morning air potion regenerates stamina, pork meat, wild berries, wine. He's got ambrosia, and they are expensive. Look at those, 215. So it looks like these sell. Bowl. The goblet. Hey Phoebus. Oh, just winding down for the day. Trying out this full conversion mod for Skyrim, which it's got a good feel to it. I feel like I'm adventuring again. Does a good job of bringing back that old Skyrim feel. Gotta keep the pickaxe. There, okay, so we got some stuff. I don't really think there's anything we need from him right now. Yes, a very strange intro. You saw that, huh?
Well, what can I tell you? This is the Sun Coast, in the south of Enderal. A pretty peaceful area, except for all the animals and bandits that have recently started going crazy. And, well, that's pretty much it. I think you should ask the people in Riverville if you want to know more. They certainly have some stories to tell. To an adventurer? If you ask me, what you need before you adventure anywhere is some good old-fashioned shut-eye. But yes, there are some places. The Three River Watch, for example, right there below the stone arch. It was once an old trading post, but now it's full of shady characters. Ah, and there's also a big Pyrian ruin south of it. By the Black Guardian, you really are an outlander, aren't you? My path is... well, it's just me path. My role designated to me by Malthus, a kind of calling, if you will. Not exactly. Malthus designates our place in society, generally the same one I walk the path of the erudites, and there's also the manufacturers, the sublimes, and, of course, the pathless. Within these roles, we are free to choose a profession, but certain vocations that are available to an erudite are not permitted to a manufacturer, which is one path below. However, below does not mean that it is in any way inferior. Everyone on Enderal does what they do best, and who would know better than the gods what exactly that is? Men or women who have never received the path consecration, or those who have broken their path. Brigands, glimmer dust smugglers, murderers, well, you know. Maybe, but if I look at other countries, even within the civilized world, it's hard to find a people as peaceful as ours. Don't mention it. I wish you a quick recovery and safe roads. Walk blessed. Carbos, do we need the still tomorrow? Or can I clean all the tools?
Lazy Spin, I'm playing. Don't bother me.
I guess that means no. Hmm? By the righteous path? What happened to you? You look as if you've met the Black Guardian himself. Fever? Well, there could be many causes. Wait a moment. I think I still have some grunt root. That should be enough to ease your pain, at least for now. Take a seat at the fire. The warmth might help you.
Oh, so now we're brewing potions for complete strangers.
Well, if the strangers are about to die of fever, then yes. There was that oath we swore once, remember? To help the afflicted, to...
Whatever.
Thank you. Gruntroots, gruntroots. Ah, here we go. So, let's see. Sheer cap, some water. Ha! Done. I can't make any promises, but...
Finn! The still!
Do something, damn it! Do something! Oh, no! Oh, sod it.
Do I really have to watch every step you take? That was a fucking close call.
Hey, I'm sorry, alright. We'll pick up a new one in Ark.
What the hell just happened?
Yeah, and you're paying for it. Here I thought this bloody day couldn't get any worse.
This day isn't getting any better. Here, drink this. It'll help you. See, you already look a lot better. Still, you should let a priest take a look at that fever as soon as possible.
What the hell
The
happened?
grunt root potion will wane in a few days. What? You mean the still? Bad quality and too much heat, I'd wager. But, whatever will be, will be.
It's funny you say that, Phoebus, because here, if we go to the library, and then we go to the store page, one of the top comments is, Skyrim is worth buying just to play this. And he's got 142 hours on record. And you know it's good when you spend over 100 hours in one save file and crying watching the credits. This is more than a simple RPG game. It's not only your character that gets developed during the game, but the NPCs too. It all feels real. I saw some folk calling the game cliche down in the comments, but isn't life anyways. Masterpiece, this game is what Skyrim always wanted to be, but was too scared. Currently sitting at 93% positive ratings on Steam, and I think it is still underrated. No, it looked well. Let's ask. But the explosion of the voices, the ears.
Explosion? I'm not sure I follow.
Oh, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Finn Dalleries. Died in 8234. Cause of death, exploding still.
Ha ha. Look, I really don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Wait a second. What was that? I could have sworn I saw something moving over there. Oh shit!
What the? Carbos!
They've hit me, Finn. Those bastards. They've hit me.
Oh no!
Carbos, do something, damn it!
Now look at that. Our mysterious survivor has awoken. Jaspar Matumiel Delveric. Jaspar for short. And you, my friend, are at my very own campsite. Before you ask, yes, the bandits killed both of the apothecary. The only reason you're still alive is that the impact of the explosion threw you right into the thicket. Most of your injuries are only superficial, but your fever, well, that's a different story. Quite a lot, actually. You're suffering from Arcanist's fever. Honestly, I'm surprised the old apothecarius didn't see that. Let me guess, you're suddenly capable of doing things you previously knew only from the bard songs, right? You're unusually strong, you have reflexes like a cat, and drinking potions or any kind of magically infused substance leaves a bitter afterglow in your head. Well then, congratulations. Your magical talent just blossomed. A bit
Quantum
late
leap.
given your age, but it happens. Put simply, the fever is a result of your body not being able to cope with it. That's not much of a problem for now, but if you don't let an Arcanist treat you sometime soon, things are going to get grim. Contain it, not cure it. From here on out, you're always going to be a little more sensitive than someone without magical gifts. But that's tolerable compared to what your magic will allow you to do. Prone to certain conditions. As I said, your fever will get worse if you drink healing potions. But you'll also be a lot more susceptible to nightmares and those kinds of things. Also, you should be very cautious of areas with magical contamination, such as Thalgard in the east. At first, diffuse headaches, general unease. Later on, your eyesight will blur, your limbs will grow weak, and you'll get a maddening itch all over your body. If you leave it untreated for too long, you'll either die or turn into an Orbaya. Yes, it can kill you. Everything has its price, as the wise hermit likes to say. And an Orbaya is basically a giant undead version of yourself with tumors and pus all over your body. Just never let the fever get too bad. Well, there's ambrosia, but for an uncontained fever, it'll only postpone the symptoms. Later, you can drink it whenever the fever gets worse. The stuff looks and tastes like undead sweat, and is bloody expensive, but it's the only thing that really helps. You have visions? Not that I know of. The only visions I've ever had are those that come along with a good pipe of peaceweed. You know what? As I said, someone needs to contain your fever as soon as possible. And as it happens, I know people. But in return, I want you to tell me everything. What did you do in that temple? And what's the story with those visions? I can't put my finger on it, but there's something strange about you, and that intrigues me. What do you say? Well, then, the stage is yours. I see. My condolences for your loss. So, let me summarize. You somehow survived getting thrown into the open sea, and while you were half dead, had this dream in which you saw burnt bodies and a blinding light? Huh. And you also said that your magic didn't develop gradually, as it usually does, but all at once, right? Well, that's quite the story. I guess you know how absurd it sounds, but for some reason, I believe you. I've met a lot of liars in my life, and you aren't one of them. All right, it's settled then. I'll introduce you to my employer and ask him to treat you. Before we leave, however, there's something else I need to take care of, and I could use a hand. The sooner we get that done, the sooner we can make for Ark. Ark? Walls high as towers of iron hot. You're going to see it soon. Well, aren't you curious? I work for the Holy Order. Yeah, but they're more than just a military unit here. Enderal belongs to Malphas, the guardian god, and the Order answers directly to him. In other words, they're calling the shots here. No king, no queen, no council. Just an order of noble warriors, always looking so stern and joyless that you might think they're struggling with constipation. Splendid. You'll need some information before you can help me, though. I take it the fact that Vin has seen better times hasn't eluded your attention, has it? For the last 2 years, there have been wars and unrest everywhere. And even though in Enderal there is officially peace, there are peculiar things happening here, too. Normally docile animals and fakirs attacking wanderers in the open. The dead awakening in hordes. It's settling, to say the least. The strangest thing, however, is the Red Madness. Yeah, it's some kind of mental illness that makes people lose their mind. Just a couple of weeks ago, there was he was drunk, but that doesn't explain why he screamed things like, "Fear the light," while he was doing it. Or a young woman of noble path who set her own house on fire. Now, you might say that these kinds of things happen. The fact that the afflicted's eyes glow red while they go rampant has made people call the disease. Thing is, some weeks ago it happened again. Only this time it was a magister from the Holy Order itself. A teacher who instructs the novices aspiring to become keepers. His name was Yarrow. Well, according to the sole survivor, he entered the teaching. He gave a strange kind of speech where he kept going on about how mankind is corrupted and that it has succumbed to the void. Then his eyes started glowing, he locked the door and blew himself up in a magical explosion. Yes, it is. I'm not one for vows. My specialty is recovering, and the Order hired me to do just that. They want to know how a man like Yarrow could fall victim. and thus if there's something like a pattern to this malady. Doesn't matter. Yeah, what I want your help with is finding clues as to why he did what he did. What do you think? Great. First of all, I want you to travel to Riverville and talk to an old man named Alfred, a childhood friend of Yarrow's. Ask him what he makes of the incident, and whether he has any... Secondly, a farm boy told me that he saw Yarrow throw something into the sea during his last visit there. The winds have been blowing inland the last couple of days, so go search the shoreline and see if it washed. I myself will take a look at the house Yarrow grew up in. Ah, and here. This is a map of the... So, unless there's anything else, I'd say let's step to it. Just meet me at the farm when you're done.
Okay, well, talk with Yarrow's childhood friend right there. Find the strong box with Yarrow threw into the sea near his house, and we gotta go this way. Okay. We gotta eat those mushrooms. Those mushrooms give you carry weight. The ice claw. Increase your carrying capacity permanently. No. Learning book. Border of the protected lands behind this mountain pass, there will be no protection against pathless ones. Travelers beware of rockfall and assault. There we go. Cannot sleep when there's enemies nearby. Oh no! Oh!
Okay, now can we sleep? Yes. Okay, that should be midday. There we go, look at that. Oh. I guess we have to go down the waterfall. Everything else kind of leads down there anyway. Hello? Oh. There. Dinner will be ready soon. There, we got it. There we go. There we go. Right there. Dinner will be ready in a little bit. You want yours medium rare? Spell Tomb of Flame. It is possible to consume something to get your mana back, but I didn't use it. I just kept cycling through the different damage types. I started out with all of the magic stuff, and then while my magic was recharging, I used a combination of ranged and one-handed. And then when my magic bar got back up, I re-engaged. I kind of cheesed it. Oh, here we go. We will take more mana. Death Breath, okay. Death Breath. A maelstrom of dark magic that does 10 points of entropy damage while draining the caster's health. Interesting. Mallet Shovel, a silver candlestick. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is really good. You go make dinner, man. I think I'm gonna go ahead and save right here. I'm gonna call it for the night. I've been at it for 9 hours. I think this is a great place to save. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did, man. It's been great having you around. And thanks everybody else for hanging out and enjoying this. Oh look, that's the. And we still need to go over there and explore that island. And this is pretty good. I'm liking it so far. It's time to kick back. I need to get some rest. we'll pick it up again tomorrow. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Got a lot of the job hunting done today, and we'll start working on some of the music video stuff again tomorrow. And in addition to playing some of this and trying to relax. So thanks a lot, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.